The road out of Denver unraveled behind them in a long ribbon of gray, fading into memory as the mountains softened and the plains opened like a slow exhale. It was early afternoon, the kind of hour where sunlight feels thin, almost watery, as if it is already thinking about evening. Caleb Ellison kept both hands on the steering wheel, even though the car hummed steadily beneath him. His grip tight, not from tension, but from habit. His fingers had never quite stopped tingling since the warehouse accident last year. Some weeks were better than others. Today, they felt as if they didn't fully belong to him. Mara sat in the passenger seat, angled toward the window, her eyes tracing every ridge, every faraway outcrop of rock. She had the look of someone trying to memorize a landscape before it had even truly arrived, like she feared it would vanish if she blinked too long. The truth was simpler. She needed this move to mean something. She needed space, silence, a place big enough for all the things the two of them hadn't said in the past 12 months. In the back seat, their daughter Grace sat curled against the window, sketchbook braced on her knees. Her pencil moved in quick, soft strokes, sketching something that looked alive. Lines that curved and twisted as if they might uncurl themselves from the page if given the chance. Her dark hair fell across her face, shielding her expression, but every so often her hand slowed, hovering in place, as if she were listening to something the others could not hear. The landscape stretched out around them in patient waves. Dusty blue ridges, sagebrush plains rolling beneath a pale sky, the kind of emptiness that felt vast rather than lonely. The road narrowed the further they went, dipping between grassy swells that swallowed the car in moments before letting it rise again. There were no other vehicles, not even a ranch truck or a cracked old sedan heading the opposite direction. Only them, suspended in the quiet. It was the quiet that struck Caleb the most. Not silence exactly. Silence has edges. This was different. A kind of hush that seemed woven into the land itself, as if the sky were holding its breath. He tried to imagine what Hollow Creek would look like. The photos online had shown nothing but a modest farmhouse and a wide field bordered by a creek. He had pictured it 100 times, each version shifting slightly. Sometimes the creek ran faster, sometimes the cottonwoods looked thicker, sometimes the barn leaned a little more to the left. He wanted it to feel like a place where his nerves might settle. "You think it'll be good for her?" Mara asked suddenly. Caleb blinked. "Grace? Yeah. I think the space will help her focus. And the quiet. She seems to like that." Mara gave a small half-smile. "She doesn't talk about school anymore." "She will," he said, though he wasn't sure if he believed it. "It'll just take time." In the back seat, Grace's pencil slowed. Without looking up, she murmured, "School's loud." Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried easily through the car. Caleb met Mara's eyes. Mara turned gently in her seat. "Baby, we'll have more quiet out there, more space, more sky." Grace shrugged, still drawing. "I don't mind sky. It's the things in it that bother me." "What things?" Caleb asked carefully. Grace didn't respond. Her pencil moved with new intensity. The road dipped again, rounding a wide bend that exposed an even larger horizon, and something shifted in the air. Not the temperature, though it did feel a degree cooler, but something subtler, a pressure change, a stillness so complete it felt intentional. Mara straightened in her seat. Caleb's knuckles went white against the wheel. "We're close," Mara murmured. She wasn't reading a map. She just knew. Grace finally lifted her head, her gaze fixed through the windshield at the far-off ridge, where the land rose in a slow wave of dark green. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "There's someone up there," she said softly. Caleb immediately followed her line of sight. "Where?" "On the ridge," Grace said. "Right there. They're standing still." But there was nothing. Only the ridge. Only the restless shimmer of heat above the stones. Mara leaned forward, scanning. "Honey, I don't see anyone." Grace's voice dropped even quieter. "They're gone now." Caleb exchanged a look with Mara, a silent, uneasy conversation passing between them. Children saw shapes in clouds, shadows in trees, imaginary companions lurking in corners. But there was something about Grace's tone that didn't sound imagined at all. He forced his voice steady. Probably just a trick of the light. Or a rock. Grace didn't argue. She closed her sketchbook slowly, her fingers resting on the cover as if she needed to keep it shut. As the car crested the last gentle hill, Hollow Creek Valley finally revealed itself. Wide, quiet, cupped between low ridges like a place that had been waiting. The air changed again, becoming heavier, calmer, as if they had stepped into a room where someone had just finished whispering. The valley floor was covered in tall grass that shifted in soft waves, but the movement was so synchronized, so smooth, it almost looked deliberate. Mara let out a long breath. "It's beautiful," she said, and she meant it. Caleb nodded, trying to match her calm. "Feels like we're the only people on the planet." Grace pressed her hand to the glass, her voice soft and steady. "The air here isn't moving the same way as everything else." "What do you mean?" Mara asked. Grace hugged the sketchbook to her chest. "It feels held, like someone is holding their breath." The car rolled deeper into the valley, following the narrow road that threaded between the cottonwoods. Their branches arched overhead, filtering the sunlight into a dim, shifting pattern across the hood of the car. The shadows stretched long, reaching across the road as if trying to touch the vehicle. Caleb slowed without meaning to. The quiet hummed against the windows. Even the engine seemed to soften. For a moment, none of them spoke. The land around them listened. And as they made the final turn toward the long drive leading to their new home, the wind fell completely still. Every blade of grass freezing in place, every leaf motionless, as if the entire valley were pausing to watch the Ellison family arrive. A welcome or a warning. The driveway wound in a slow curve along the edge of the field, gravel crunching under the tires in a steady, familiar rhythm. The house revealed itself a little at a time, first as a suggestion of lines through the cottonwoods, then as a full shape. An old two-story farmhouse with peeling white paint and a sagging porch, sitting just far enough back from the road to feel intentionally removed. On one side of the property, the creek cut a dark line through the land, its water moving quietly beneath leaning banks and tangled grass. The afternoon light caught the surface in thin bands, so that it looked less like water and more like a strip of glass laid carefully into the earth. Tall cottonwoods grew along its edges, their trunks bent slightly inward, as if they were leaning together to share a secret about the land below. "That must be it," Caleb said softly. Mara nodded, her fingers resting against the window. "Looks older than the listing photos." "That was 5 years ago," he replied. "Sun does a lot." He tried to make his voice light, but the words felt flat. The house did look older. The roof line sagged in the middle, and the wood along the porch railings was gray and tired. Even so, there was a kind of rough charm to it, the kind that spoke of long winters and quiet mornings and the steady, slow work of living. Grace leaned forward between the seats, her eyes scanning every window, every shadow. "It feels smaller than the picture," she murmured, "but somehow bigger on the inside." They both turned to look at her. "You have not seen the inside yet," Mara said gently. Grace blinked, as if waking from a thought. "I meant, it looks like a place that holds a lot." Caleb pulled onto the wide patch of dirt that passed for a front drive and turned off the engine. The sudden absence of noise was almost startling. No passing cars, no distant city hum. Only the soft hiss of the creek, the faint rustle of cottonwood leaves brushing against each other high above, and the hollow echo of their own movements as they stepped out of the car. Up close, the house felt heavier. The front door was thick, the kind of door that might have been built when lumber was cheap and fear was not. The porch boards creaked under their feet, low and tired. "Home sweet home," Caleb said, forcing a smile. Mara stepped ahead of him and reached for the doorknob. It turned with a stiff resistance, then gave way. The door opened into a dim entryway that smelled faintly of dust, old wood, and something else, something metallic, like a memory of rain in a place that had not seen a storm in years. They stepped inside together. The interior was simple: worn wooden floors, high ceilings, and walls that had once been painted a soft cream but had faded into a color that was difficult to name. Light slanted through the windows in thin, sharp beams, illuminating motes of dust that hung in the air like slow-moving snow. "It has good bones," Mara said, almost to herself. "Just needs love." Grace's gaze traveled upward. Shadows clung to the corners where the ceilings met the walls, darker than they should have been in daylight. They did not seem to move, but they also did not feel entirely still. Caleb walked toward the nearest bedroom, pushing the door open with his shoulder. The room was empty, save for a narrow closet and a small window looking out onto the field. He stepped inside and paused. There was a bolt lock on the inside of the bedroom door. Not just a simple latch, but a heavy sliding bolt, the kind that required deliberate force to move. He ran his fingers along the metal. It was scratched in places, as if someone had slid it back and forth over and over, testing it, wearing it down. "Hey, Mar," he called. She appeared in the doorway, arms folded loosely. "Yeah?" Caleb tapped the lock. They really did not want anyone getting in, or getting out. She frowned, then shrugged, trying to keep it light. "Old farmers, paranoid about thieves, or sleepwalkers." "From the inside," he said, a small smile fading at the edges. "That is one way to do it." They checked the other bedrooms and found the same thing: bolt locks on the inside of each door, some newer than others. One door had 3 separate bolts stacked on top of each other, each one installed at a different time. "It is just old ranch paranoia," Caleb said eventually, turning away as if that settled it. "People out here are protective, generations of habit." Mara gave a small, brittle laugh. "Sure, protective." In the hallway, Grace trailed her fingers along the wall, following the faint grooves in the plaster. There were iron rings embedded there at intervals, each one about the size of a hand. They sat at shoulder height, dark and solid, anchored deep into the studs behind the wall. She imagined ropes or chains attached to them, something restless pulling until the metal sang. "Dad?" she called quietly. He joined her, eyes moving from one ring to the next. There were 4 of them. evenly spaced along the hallway, leading to the staircase. "Hooks for lamps?" he offered weakly. "Lamps that need chains?" Mara said under her breath. They moved to the back of the house, where the kitchen opened onto a mudroom and a door that led outside to the barn. The barn stood a little apart from the house, its red paint half gone, its roof a patchwork of tin and shingle. The path between the house and barn was packed dirt, stamped flat by years of footsteps they had not made. Inside the barn, the air was cooler. The light filtered in through small windows, covered in heavy bars bolted directly into the frames. The bars were thick enough to belong in a prison rather than a rural outbuilding. "Wow," Mara said, running a hand along one of them. Either they really loved their tools, or something kept trying to get inside. Maybe they had trouble with coyotes, Caleb suggested, or kids breaking in. Mara glanced at the high, narrow windows. "Unless the coyotes were stacking ladders, I am not sure that fits." Grace stood in the center of the barn, her eyes moving slowly from barred window to barred window. The shadows in here felt different, less like absence of light, more like stains. They clung to the far corners, thick and unmoving, no matter where the sunbeam fell. "It does not like to be watched," she murmured. "What does not?" Mara asked. Grace did not answer. She was already drifting back toward the open barn doors, her gaze drawn to the wide expanse of pasture beyond. They started unloading boxes from the car, establishing a clumsy rhythm. Caleb carried heavy crates into the house. Mara stacked labeled boxes by the stairs. Grace moved smaller items inside, though she kept pausing, eyes scanning the distance as if listening for someone calling her name. The afternoon light slid slowly toward evening, softening at the edges. The air remained still, the quiet growing thicker. Caleb was halfway across the yard with a box in his arms when he stopped suddenly. "Did you see that?" he asked. Mara shaded her eyes. "See what?" He nodded toward the far side of the pasture. "Movement, by the creek." They all turned to look. At first there was nothing but the gentle rise and fall of the grass, the pale line of the creek, and the darker smudge of the tree line beyond. Then, as if it had always been there, and they were only now able to recognize it, something stepped into view. It was shaped roughly, like a canine, but too large, its body as tall as an elk's shoulders, its legs long and slender. Its coat was not any ordinary color. It was pale, almost the exact shade of the sky just before dawn, and it seemed to blur slightly at the edges, as if it were not entirely solid. It moved with unsettling smoothness, gliding rather than walking, its paws making no visible impression on the ground. It did not look at them. It looked at the house, its head turned slowly, its gaze resting on the front porch, then on the upstairs windows, then on the roofline itself, as if counting, memorizing, taking careful attendance of every angle, every entrance and exit. Mara's hand found Caleb's wrist without thinking. "Is that a wolf?" "Wolves are not that big," he said quietly, "and they do not move like that." Grace stood very still, her breathing shallow. Her eyes were not on the creature, but on the farmhouse windows, as if she were trying to see what it was seeing. For a long, suspended moment, the pale animal remained there, perfectly still, except for the slow rise and fall of its chest. Then, without any obvious motion of muscle or limb, it turned away and glided back toward the creek, fading gradually into the haze until it was gone. The air felt heavier when it disappeared, as if whatever had been holding its breath had breathed out for now. Caleb exhaled shakily. Probably just... Do not say just, Mara cut in softly. Do not shrink it. We saw something. Grace said nothing. She walked back into the house, her steps light, almost cautious. She found her sketchbook on the kitchen counter where she had left it, closed. Her fingers hesitated over the cover. She opened it. On the page she had not yet touched, a drawing stared back at her. The valley, the house, the far pasture, and a pale, elk-sized canine shape gliding near the creek, its head turned toward the farmhouse. Her pencil lay where she had dropped it earlier, untouched. She had not lifted it since they arrived. Slowly, Grace placed her hand over the drawing, as if trying to press it back into the paper, to keep it from rising any further into the world. They ate their first dinner in the house off mismatched plates, sitting around a table that seemed too small for the room. The kitchen was larger than their old one in Denver, with a long counter under a row of windows that looked out toward the creek. The walls were bare. The overhead light hummed softly, a tired bulb burning in a fixture older than any of them. Caleb had found a box labeled Kitchen Essential and declared it treasure. Inside were a few pans, silverware wrapped in dish towels, and 3 ceramic bowls that had somehow survived every move they had ever made. He cooked something simple: pasta from a box, jarred sauce heated until it simmered, a hurried salad thrown together from the groceries they had brought in a cooler. The smells of garlic and tomato slowly pushed the scent of dust back into the corners. It feels strange, Mara said, twirling a forkful of pasta. Eating in a place that has not heard our voices before. It will adjust, Caleb replied. We will adjust. Grace poked at her food more than she ate it, but she did not complain. She kept glancing toward the window, though the glass showed only their reflections in the overhead light. Outside, the sky had slipped from afternoon gold to a flat blue-gray, and the first hints of coming darkness lined the horizon. It is quieter than I thought it would be, Mara added after a moment. Caleb listened. The house creaked now and then, old wood settling into the cool of evening. Somewhere distant, the creek murmured over its stones. Crickets were starting up their thin, insistent chorus in the grass. But there were no sirens, no engines, no neighbors' televisions bleeding through thin walls. It is not bad, he said, just different. They talked in soft fragments as they ate, about unpacking, about where the couch might go, about whether the old barn could be reinforced. By the time the plates were mostly empty and the last of the light had drained from the sky, a thin layer of normal had settled over the day, like a sheet laid carefully over something they did not want to look at too closely yet. Caleb rose from the table, stacking plates. I will rinse these. Tomorrow, we can actually figure out where everything goes. I will sweep, Mara said, standing and stretching. Feels like this floor has not been touched in a long time. Grace slid quietly away, her feet barely making a sound on the wood. She drifted out of the kitchen and down the short hallway that led to the front room, drawn by the faint glow of the porch light pressing through the glass in the front door. At the sink, the water came out in a brief cough before settling into a steady stream. It was colder than he expected. Caleb rinsed each plate slowly, the warm water around his hands grounding him in a way he had not anticipated. Simple tasks, familiar motions. He breathed with them, in and out. Behind him, he heard the soft whisk of a broom. Mara moved in broad arcs, sweeping dust and crumbs into a neat pile. The sound was comforting, mundane. "Did you notice the smell earlier?" she asked. "What smell?" He set a plate in the drying rack. "Metal, kind of like old pennies." She brushed another sweep toward her pile. "It is less now. Maybe it was just the pipes." "Probably just the pipes," he agreed, though he could not remember the house smelling like that when they first entered. Mara nudged the pile with the broom, guiding it out from under the table. Bits of dried leaves, stray threads from the moving boxes, and a faint sprinkling of darker dust. She frowned, angling the broom again. The bristles pushed against something thicker. "What the?" she muttered. She crouched down, switching the broom for her hand. When she brushed her fingers along the floorboards, they came away slightly damp, streaked with brownish smears. She rubbed thumb against forefinger. The texture was unmistakable. "Soil," she said quietly. "Fresh?" Caleb turned off the tap. "What?" "Under the table," she said. "There is dirt. Not dust, not old. Damp. Like someone tracked it in from outside." He wiped his hands on a dish towel and walked over, leaning down beside her. The kitchen floor had been swept somewhat recently by whoever had prepared the house for sale. But here, directly under the table, there was a narrow outline of darker earth, as if something with wet feet had stood there and then simply vanished. "It is probably just from us moving things," he said, though he knew they had not brought in any boxes from outside through this part of the room. "Boots, maybe?" "We did not wear boots inside," Mara replied. "And this is more than a scuff." He straightened slowly. "We will mop it tomorrow," he said. "It has been a long day." She nodded, but her gaze lingered on the floor a moment longer than it needed to. In the front room, Grace stood at the window, her face barely visible in the glass. The porch light cast a dim circle just beyond the door, illuminating the first few boards and the top of the steps. Beyond that, the darkness began. Not absolute, but thick, heavy, the kind of darkness that makes familiar shapes look unfamiliar. She pressed her fingers lightly against the window pane. The glass was cool. From here she could see the faint pale ribbon of the creek, catching a scrap of light from the rising moon. The pasture stretched between house and water, a dark sea of grass that moved only when the wind touched it. Tonight, the wind seemed reluctant. "Are you all right, honey?" Mara called from the kitchen. Grace did not look away. "Yes." "Do you want to help me pick a room later?" Caleb added. "See which one feels best?" "Not the one with the closet on the left," Grace whispered. "What was that?" Nothing. They finished cleaning up the small mess they had made and stacked the empty boxes by the stairs. The house felt a little more theirs, with each small task completed. But there was still an unfamiliar weight in the air, like they were guests in an old hotel with too many stories embedded in the walls. Caleb checked the front door, turning the deadbolt with a solid click. The sound echoed more loudly than it should have in the quiet. He flipped the porch light switch off, then on again, testing it. The bulb flickered once before settling into a dull, yellowish glow. "I am going to step out for a second, get some air," he said. Mara glanced up from where she was folding the dish towel. "Do not wander too far. It is darker out here than in the city." "I will stay close," he promised. He opened the door and stepped onto the porch. The night had deepened while they were tidying up. The sky overhead stretched in a wide dome, pricked with stars more visible than he had seen in years, The air carried a faint chill, the kind that hinted at how cold the valley might get once winter came. He stood at the railing, hands resting on the worn wood, and listened. The creek murmured steadily, an undercurrent of sound that braided with the high, thin chorus of crickets. Somewhere far off, an owl called once and was answered. Beneath those natural sounds, though, there was something else, faint, irregular. He frowned, tilting his head. Clink. It was distant, but distinct. A metallic note, sharp against the carpet of softer noises, like someone tapping a pipe or dropping a small tool against stone. It seemed to come from below, not beneath the porch, but deeper, as if the sound were rising through the ground itself. Clink. Pause. Clink. Clink. Caleb held his breath, listening harder. The pattern was almost, but not quite, rhythmic, like someone trying and failing to keep time. A chill walked slowly up his spine. Probably some old irrigation system, he muttered to himself. Metal expanding, cooling. The explanation did not sit comfortably, but it was something to stand on. Behind him, through the open door, he could hear Mara moving upstairs, her footsteps crossing from one room to another. A door creaked. A box thumped lightly onto a floor. Familiar domestic noises, reassuring in their ordinariness. Grace, he realized, was not making noise at all. He turned his head just enough to see her through the front window. She stood in the same place, eyes fixed somewhere beyond him. Her face was pale in the dim light, expression unreadable. For a moment, it struck him that she looked less like a child at a window and more like someone standing behind glass in an aquarium, watching the movements of another world. "See something interesting?" he called softly, trying to tease the tension out of his voice. She did not respond. Her gaze was not on him. It was over his shoulder. The porch light above him flickered. Once, twice. The bulb buzzed, dimmed, then flared back to life. In that brief dip in brightness, the world shifted. The darkness beyond the porch seemed to press closer, the edges of the yard folding in. When the light steadied again, he saw it. Down by the creek, much closer than before, the pale canine figure stood facing the house. Up close, it was worse. From this distance, he could see that its body was not just pale. It was almost luminous, like fog backlit by a distant street lamp. Its legs were jointed strangely, too long between knee and ankle. Its head was tilted slightly to one side, as if studying the line of the porch, the angle of the roof, the open rectangle of the doorway. It had no visible eyes, just smooth, unbroken hollows where eyes should have been. Yet he felt its attention, like a hand pressing against his chest. His own breath stuttered. He blinked, hard, his vision momentarily blurring with the reflex. When his eyes opened again, the figure was gone. The creek ran as it had before. The grass swayed in a barely there breeze. The space where it had stood was empty. Caleb sucked in a sharp breath he did not realize he had been holding. He rubbed at his face, trying to chase away the image. "Long day," he whispered. "Too long." Something crunched softly under his shoe. He looked down. On the porch boards, just beyond the threshold, a thin scatter of soil had appeared, damp and dark against the wood. It was not in a random shape. The earth lay in a clear outline, pressed as if by weight. A footprint, but not one he recognized. It was long, the heel narrow, the arch too high. The front section divided into 3 elongated segments, each joint bending at an angle that made his stomach twist. There were more joints than there should have been. each curve slightly wrong, as if whoever, or whatever, had left it had studied human anatomy and then recreated it from memory, missing a few crucial details. He stared at it, the night around him expanding and contracting in silence. Behind the glass, Grace watched him with wide eyes. Her hand lifted slowly, palm pressing flat against the window, as if she was trying to reach him through it, or keep something else from crossing inside. Morning came slowly to Hollow Creek, as if the light were reluctant to cross the threshold of the valley. The first sun slid in pale and hesitant, brushing the tops of the cottonwoods before spilling, thin and watered down. Across the farmhouse, W. Mara woke with that strange, weightless feeling that follows a night of broken sleep. She had dreamed of walking the hallway and finding doors where there should be walls, closets that opened into fields, stairways that climbed into nowhere. The details slipped away the moment she opened her eyes, but the unease remained, clinging to her chest like a heavy blanket. Caleb was already out of bed. The space beside her was cold. She rolled onto her back, listening. The house creaked and sighed around her, adjusting to the new day. Somewhere downstairs, a pipe rattled. She heard the faint murmur of the creek outside, a constant low voice threading through everything. No footsteps, no voices. Just that low hum that seemed to live beneath the floorboards, barely audible, more sensation than sound. For a moment, she lay very still, letting the quiet seep into her. This was why they had come. For space, for silence, for the chance to be uncomfortable in new ways instead of drowning in old ones. In the kitchen, she found the cabinets already open. She paused in the doorway, head tilted. Every cupboard door stood ajar, by exactly the same angle, as if someone had measured it. A neat, even wedge of dark space above an empty counter. The early light reached in just far enough to gloss the edges of plates, mugs, and glasses. She frowned and stepped closer. The dishes were no longer where she had left them. Last night, she had unpacked in a weary, practical order. Plates in one cabinet, bowls in another, glasses wherever they fit. Now, everything had been rearranged. Plates, bowls, mugs, and glasses were lined up in perfect, almost obsessive gradients. Whites fading into off-whites, creams into pale yellows, blues arranged from darkest to lightest in a gentle, careful spectrum. Even the mismatched mugs formed a strange kind of pattern, chipped ceramics grouped not by function but by hue. For a strange moment, it was beautiful. Then the wrongness of it caught up with her. "Caleb?" she called. No answer. She let the cabinet door swing closed. The hinge moved smoothly, soundlessly, as if it had been oiled in the night. "Grace?" Silence there, too. Mara inhaled slowly, forcing her shoulders to relax. Maybe Caleb had done it. Maybe he had woken early, restless and restless hands like always, and decided organizing the kitchen would give him control over something. She found the coffee maker, dug through a box, and started a pot dripping. The familiar smell helped. It built a small island of normal in the strangeness. By the time the coffee was halfway done, anxiety had begun nibbling at the edges of her calm. "Caleb?" She tried again, louder now. This time, a sound answered. Not his voice, but the distant creak of wood from outside, near the barn. She crossed to the window above the sink and looked out. The barn door was half open. She hesitated only a moment before heading out, mug forgotten, the floor cool against her bare feet. The morning air was crisp, the sky a pale washed-out blue that promised heat later, but hadn't yet delivered it. The grass dampened her soles as she crossed the yard. "Caleb?" she called again, softer now, as if afraid to disturb anything else that might be listening. Inside the barn, the air was dim and cooler, smelling of dry hay and old wood, and something faintly metallic. Sunlight filtered through the barred windows in narrow beams, striping the ground. Dust motes hung in their paths like suspended ash. "Up here." She looked up. Caleb sat in the open mouth of the loft, legs dangling over the edge, hands braced beside him. His hair was mussed, his shirt twisted as if he had slept in it. He looked down at her, with an expression that wavered between sheepish and unsettled. "What are you doing up there?" she asked. He took a breath, then let it out slowly. "I do not know." "What do you mean you do not know?" She stepped closer, squinting up. "When did you wake up?" He glanced toward the barn door, where the rectangle of bright morning framed the yard. "Just now," he said. "I think. I remember lying in bed, thinking I could not sleep anymore. Then, nothing. And now I am here." Her skin prickled. "You walked out here half asleep?" He shook his head slowly. "If I did, I do not remember it. I do not remember coming downstairs. I do not remember crossing the yard. I definitely do not remember climbing that ladder." He nodded toward the ladder nailed to the wall. It was old, the wood worn smooth by years of use. Mara doubted he could have climbed it half-conscious, without at least one misstep, one stubbed toe, one bruise. But he was unmarked. "What time is it?" he added. She glanced back toward the house, where the kitchen clock ticked faintly. "Maybe 8, she guessed. 8:30? Caleb's lips parted. He stared at her for a moment, as if trying to decide whether she was joking. "Mara," his voice dropped. "I set my phone on the nightstand last night. Last time I checked it, it was just past 1. And right now?" He pulled the device from his pocket, thumb sliding over the screen. "It says 3:06. She stared at him. "In the morning?" "In the afternoon." The number glowed clear and absolute on the display. 3:06 p.m. Mara felt the floor of the barn tilt slightly beneath her feet. "That is not possible," she said. "We just woke up. I just started the coffee. The light..." She looked again toward the open barn door. The sky outside had shifted while they talked. The washed-out blue had deepened. Shadows had drawn themselves longer. The air felt warmer on her skin than it had when she'd stepped out. Had it really been that long? "We lost the whole day," she whispered. Caleb rubbed at his eyes with the heels of his hands. "I did," he said. "I do not know what happened to you." A faint vibration threaded through the boards underfoot, building in a slow, steady pulse. At first, it was easy to confuse it with her own heartbeat. Then it grew more distinct, a low rhythmic hum rising through the barn floor, as if something large and distant were moving deep underground. "Do you feel that?" she asked. He nodded. "I thought it was my head." They stood in silence for a moment, both listening. The hum was not quite a sound, not quite a feeling. It sat somewhere between, a presence pressing upward through wood and bone, insisting. "We can figure it out later," Mara said, even as her voice shook. "Come down before you fall." He climbed down carefully, and they walked back to the house together in a silence that felt more like a truce than peace. Inside, the coffee had finished brewing and cooled into something lukewarm but still drinkable. Mara poured 2 cups and set one in front of him at the table. She tried not to glance at the cabinets, now all neatly closed and holding their strange gradients of color inside. "Maybe it is stress," she said finally. as if saying it out loud might anchor it into truth. New house, new place, your accident, the move. Maybe we are both off. Maybe, Caleb said. He held the coffee mug without drinking, watching the way the liquid trembled slightly with each thud of that low underfloor hum. Grace appeared in the doorway, hair mussed, eyes unfocused with sleep, or something like it. Her sketchbook was tucked under her arm, fingers gripping it tightly. You slept late? Mara said, too brightly. Grace frowned. No, I woke up early. It was still dark. And you went back to bed? Caleb asked. She shook her head. I sat at the window for a while. Then, I think I fell asleep again. Mara tried to smile. New places mess with your sense of time. It is normal. Grace glanced toward the cabinets, then at her father. I do not think this house likes normal very much. He forced a laugh. What do you think it likes? She looked down at her sketchbook. Thumb, rubbing the edge of the cover. People who stay. For the rest of the afternoon, if it was still afternoon, the hours moved in a strange, stretched way. They unpacked boxes in half-hearted bursts. Mara found that every time she walked from one room to another, she forgot exactly what she had gone in there to do. Caleb kept checking his phone, as if the time might right itself. Grace drifted from window to window, drawing whenever she sat long enough for her hand to find the page. That night, Mara stacked the dishes, wiped the counters, and turned to open the cabinets again. She hesitated, fingers resting on the nearest handle. It was still too perfect in there, too considered, as if someone had wanted to show her what they were capable of. It is just stress, she whispered to herself. Just us, getting used to new patterns. Under her feet, the hum that had been sporadic all day softened into something more regular, a pulse, a beat. It seemed to sync with nothing at all, neither the ticking of the kitchen clock nor her own heart. Upstairs, Grace sat cross-legged on her bed, sketchbook open in her lap. The low light from the bedside lamp turned the room golden at the edges, the corners lost in soft shadow. She had drawn the three of them earlier in the day. Herself, her mother, her father, standing in front of the farmhouse, with the cottonwoods behind them and the creek a thin stripe at the bottom of the page. Now, staring down, she saw that something had changed. Behind each of them, faintly shaded, stood another figure. The shapes were taller, thinner, their outlines barely there, as if someone had started to draw them with a light, hesitant hand. One loomed behind Caleb's outline, another behind Mara's. The third stood just over her own shoulder, its head bent as if listening to her thoughts. She had not drawn them. She knew the feel of her own pencil strokes, the way her lines curved and crossed. These lines were different, sharper, more deliberate. They traced a shape she recognized but would never have chosen. She slammed the sketchbook shut, heart hammering. From somewhere below her feet, the hum responded with a faint, almost pleased vibration. That night, sleep came in snatches. Mara dreamed of cabinet doors opening and closing in silence. Caleb woke more than once, certain he had heard footsteps pacing between their room and the stairs, only to find the house still. Grace lay awake long after the lamp was off, listening to the boards creak and sigh around her. Just before dawn, when the sky outside was a thin, colorless gray, she slipped out of bed and padded to the window. Her breath misted the glass in a small, imperfect oval. The fields beyond were quiet, the creek a darker ribbon in the half-light. On the inside of the glass, her breath left a foggy haze. On the outside of the glass, where the air should have been too cold and dry for such things, 4 letters had formed: G-R-A-C-E. Each letter was traced with a delicate edge of frost, perfect and thin, as if written by a fingertip from the wrong side of the world. The knock came in the late afternoon, when the light was starting to lean, and the hum under the floorboards had settled into a lazy, almost content rhythm. It was not the frantic rattle of a salesperson or the heavy, impatient pounding of a delivery driver. It was 3 slow, deliberate thuds on the wood of the front door, spaced far enough apart to make Caleb's skin tighten. He looked up from the box he was unpacking in the living room and glanced toward the hallway. "You expecting anyone?" Mara called from the kitchen. "No," he replied. He wiped his hands on his jeans and walked to the door, pausing with his fingers on the knob. Something about the silence on the other side made him hesitate. The house seemed to be listening with him. He opened the door. A man stood at the gate. He was not on the porch, not on the path. He was at the very edge of the property line, one hand resting lightly on the metal bar of the gate, as if it were a boundary he had no intention of testing. He was tall, but slightly stooped, the way people get after years of hard work and heavy lifting. A gray beard framed a sunburned face, creased with permanent squint lines. His hat was pulled low, its brim faded along the edges. His truck sat idling on the dirt road behind him, engine grumbling softly. "Afternoon," the man called, voice carrying easily across the short distance. "You must be the Ellisons." "That is us," Caleb said. He stepped out onto the porch, but did not descend the steps. Something in the man's posture suggested that going all the way to the gate might be uninvited. "I am Caleb. This is my wife, Mara, and our daughter Grace is somewhere inside." Mara appeared at his shoulder, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She gave the stranger a polite smile. "We did not expect visitors so soon," she said. "You must be our neighbor." "That is one word for it," the man replied. "Name's Derek Vaughn. My place is a few miles east, up along the rise. Been working this valley my whole life." His eyes moved over the house, the porch, the open front door behind them. They did not linger, but they did not rush either. He was taking stock. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Vaughn," Mara said. "We appreciate you coming by." Derek shifted his weight, boot heel grinding softly into the packed dirt. He gave a brief nod, then cleared his throat. "Figure it is better to say a few things early on," he said, "before you get too settled in and start thinking every odd thing around here is in your head." Caleb exchanged a quick glance with Mara. "What kind of odd things are we talking about?" he asked lightly. Derek's gaze flicked to him, sharp and assessing. "You feel it yet? Under the floors, in your teeth, like something big and slow is turning over in its sleep way down under the dirt." The phrasing was too close to what Caleb had been thinking to be comfortable. "We have noticed a hum," Mara admitted. "We thought it was the pipes, or maybe some old equipment underground." Derek huffed a small, humorless laugh. "If those are pipes," he said, "they are older than both of us put together." He adjusted his grip on the gate. His hand never left the metal. "I am not here to scare you," he went on. "You bought your place fair and square. Folks around here, we mind our business. But this valley, it has its own business. If you learn it fast, you might do all right. If you do not..." He let the sentence trail off. Behind him, the truck engine coughed, and settled into a lower idle. Grace appeared in the doorway then, clutching her sketchbook to her chest. She did not step out, only hovered just behind her parents, eyes fixed on Derek. He noticed her immediately. His gaze softened a fraction. "Afternoon, kiddo," he said, tipping his head in her direction. She said nothing, just gave a small nod. Derek's attention shifted back to Caleb and Mara. "You will hear things at night," he said. "Most of them you can ignore. Some of them you cannot. Best thing I can tell you is this. When folks around here say the land is alive, they do not mean it like a poem." Mara's fingers tightened on the dish towel. "We are not exactly strangers to strange stories," she said. "Cities have their ghosts too." "Yeah," he replied. "Difference is, city ghosts, they have to squeeze between people and cars and streetlights. Out here, there's a lot more space for them to stretch." He lifted his chin toward the distant ridge that framed the valley. The line of it was dark against the washed-out sky, a long, low spine. "You see that?" he asked. "People around here call that the Watching Ridge. Some folks think it is just a name. They are wrong." The wind picked up then, just enough to send a soft rustle through the cottonwoods by the creek. The sound moved through the branches like a breath taken in. "There are a few rules you would be wise to keep," Derek continued, eyes still on the ridge. "First one, do not go wandering outside between 1 and 2 in the morning. We call it the ridge hour. Things are closer then. Sounds travel wrong. You think you are walking toward your porch light, and suddenly you are not." Caleb tried to keep his tone even. "And if we have to go out? Emergency?" "Then you keep your eyes on your feet," Derek said, "and you do not look up. That leads to the second rule. If you hear somebody call your name after midnight, and you are not looking right at the mouth that spoke it, do not answer. Do not even twitch." Mara frowned. "You mean, like, echoes?" "I mean like this place learns how to sound like you," he replied, "and like the people you love. It will try to see what you do when you are scared. No sense in giving it more to work with." A shiver slid up Mara's spine. Grace shifted behind them, her grip tightening on the sketchbook. "And the third rule," Derek said, his voice dropping a little. "You may be tempted one of these nights to stand on your porch after midnight and look at those hills. There's a kind of pull to it. You will feel it. Fight it. Do not stare up there too long, especially not between 1 and 2. "Why?" Caleb asked, in spite of himself. Derek looked at him for a long moment, then smiled, a thin, worn stretch of mouth that did not reach his eyes. "Because the longer you look at them," he said, "the more you will be sure they are looking back. And if you are sure long enough, they are." For a beat, no one spoke. The air between them felt heavy, packed with dust and unspoken stories. "We appreciate the advice," Mara managed finally. "I am sure there is a lot we do not know about the area." "There is more than anyone knows," he replied, "but those 3 things will get you further than most." As he shifted, his gaze dipped briefly to Grace's sketchbook. The corner of a page had come loose, revealing a glimpse of graphite. The farmhouse, the field, the pale canine figure by the creek. His body went visibly still. "Who drew that?" he asked quietly. Grace's chin lifted a fraction. "I did." "How long you been seeing that thing?" She hesitated. "Since yesterday." Derek exhaled through his nose, the sound almost a sigh. "Of course." Mara's worry sharpened. "You have seen something like it?" "Oh, I do not see as clear as I used to," he said slowly. but I have heard enough to recognize the shape when somebody puts it on paper." He looked at Grace again, and his voice softened. "They always notice the kids first. The quiet ones. The ones who look more than they talk." Grace hugged the sketchbook closer, as if she could fold the drawing back into clean white. "You should not be telling her things like that," Caleb said, tension creeping into his voice. "She already knows something's wrong," Derek answered. "Kids do. Naming it does not make it worse. Not naming it just makes you feel crazy." He shifted his hand on the gate, fingers flexing briefly. "Look," he added, "I am not your priest or your sheriff. I am just the old man who has been here long enough to bury more livestock than he cares to count. You want to last out here? You learn the valley's moods. You do not have to like them. You just respect them." He gave them a small, almost formal nod, as if that concluded his obligation. "If things get loud," he finished, "or you feel like you are losing track of what is you and what is this place, you can drive east till you hit my mailbox, Vaughn. Big red letters. Only come during daylight. And if your clock says 1 to 2 in the morning, you sit tight where you are and you wait it out." Without waiting for a reply, he turned back toward his truck. He did not open the gate. He stepped sideways around it, boots crunching in the dirt, as careful about the boundary leaving as he had been approaching. He climbed into the cab, the engine's growl deepening as he put it into gear. Caleb and Mara stood on the porch, watching. Grace lingered at the threshold, one hand on the door frame, eyes following the truck as it rolled away down the dirt road. The evening light was thinner now, shadows stretching toward the house like long, dark fingers. As the truck reached the bend where the road began to climb, Derek flicked his headlights on. Twin beams cut through the settling dust, washing over the rutted surface of the road. For a second, the light caught something on the ground. 2 large handprints pressed into the dirt, deep enough to hold water if it rained. Each was longer than a man's forearm, the fingers too thin, the spacing unnatural. They were not oriented toward the road. They were angled, both palms pointing back toward the Ellison house. Then the truck passed over the spot, and the handprints disappeared beneath its wheels, leaving only churned dust and the fading echo of the engine behind. By the time the sun slid behind the ridge that evening, the valley had settled into a kind of dim, suspended quiet that made every small noise feel more important than it should have. The sky bruised slowly from blue to violet to charcoal. The creek became a strip of moving darkness, only its sound giving away its presence. Inside the kitchen, the lights cast a soft yellow circle over the table. They had managed to find enough silverware for everyone this time, and a set of plates that almost matched. The meal was simple. Leftover pasta, reheated in a pan, with slices of bread that tasted a little like the inside of the moving boxes they had traveled in. No one complained. There was comfort in the routine of it, in the scrape of forks and the murmur of small talk. Grace sat with her sketchbook closed beside her plate. She picked at her food with absent gestures, her eyes flicking occasionally to the window above the sink. The glass reflected the kitchen back at her, the table, her parents, the overhead light. Beyond that, only blackness. "So, tomorrow," Caleb said, trying to sound normal, "I will check the fence lines. Make sure they are not falling apart. Maybe see if we can fix one of the outbuildings. The one near the creek looks like it is leaning." Mara nodded. "I will tackle the boxes upstairs. Try to make the bedrooms feel less like a storage unit. We should choose rooms properly, he added. Let Grace pick hers. Then we will take whatever is left. Grace didn't look up. Not the one with the closet on the left, she murmured. Caleb paused, fork halfway to his mouth. We talked about this, he said gently. There is nothing wrong with that room, honey. It is just a closet. It is not the closet, she said. It is what the closet is facing. What is it facing? Mara asked carefully. Grace's fingers tightened on her fork. It does not matter, she whispered. I can hear it through the wall. A small silence fell over the table, thin and brittle. From somewhere behind them, a quiet click sounded, sharp in the hush, like a single bead dropping onto a plate. All three of them turned toward the noise at the same time. The pantry door, at the far end of the kitchen, had swung open. Not wide, but just enough. 3 inches, a slim slice of darkness where there had been none a moment before. The hallway light did not reach inside. Whatever the pantry held was hidden in that narrow band of deeper shadow. Caleb set his fork down slowly. Old houses settle, he said. Doors shift. Floorboards bow. Probably just... Do not say just, Mara muttered. It is never just anything out here. He pushed his chair back anyway and stood, trying to keep his movements casual. The kitchen floor creaked under his feet as he crossed to the pantry. He placed his fingertips on the edge of the door and pressed, swinging it open. Shelves stared back at him, empty except for a single jar left behind by the previous owner. Its label peeled away, and a film of dust that caught the light. The air inside smelled faintly different, cooler, with a hint of earth, like a cellar with the bottom of a well. Nothing moved. You see, he said, forcing a small smile. Nothing in here but a diet of dust and regret. He closed the door again. The latch clicked softly, the sound precise and final. They returned to their dinner, but the mood had shifted. Every scrape of fork against plate sounded louder. Every shift of chair legs against wood seemed to echo. The hum beneath the floor had picked up subtle volume, an almost perceptible throb at the edge of hearing. Halfway through his meal, Caleb became aware of something else beneath that hum. A sound so faint he almost talked over it. A draw of air, a release, a pause, another draw, breathing. He set his fork down again, this time more slowly. It was not coming from the room, not from Mara, not from Grace. Their breaths were clear and close. This other sound came from lower, from under his feet, vibrating up through the joists. He held his own breath, trying to isolate it. When he did, it was unmistakable. A long, steady inhale, followed by a slightly longer exhale, like someone lying flat on their back beneath the floorboards, lungs filling and emptying in unhurried rhythm. "Do you hear that?" he asked quietly. Mara looked up. "Hear what?" He listened again. The sound was still there, but softer, as if whoever was doing the breathing knew they were being noticed. "Never mind," he said. "I must be tired." Grace's eyes had drifted toward the hallway while they spoke. Her shoulders were hunched, her fork idle. She seemed to be listening to something else entirely. Later, after the dishes were rinsed and stacked, and the faint smell of dish soap had layered itself over the lingering scent of reheated pasta, they drifted into their respective corners of the house. Mara ran a cloth over the counters one more time, as though wiping them clean might erase the feeling of soil and frost and rearranged cabinets. Caleb double-checked the locks on the doors. Grace took her sketchbook and a small battery lantern into her chosen room, the one with the closet on the right. The house creaked as it settled into the night. The clicks and groans of old wood expanding and contracting would have been easy to write off as harmless in any other place. Here, every noise felt too precise, too timed to be entirely accidental. In her room, Grace lay on her side facing the closet door. It was closed, the thin slice of wood between her and whatever lay behind it. The lantern cast a muted circle of light around her bed, leaving the corners of the room in soft darkness. She was almost asleep when she heard it. Tap, tap, tap. 3 sharp, evenly spaced knocks on the closet door. Not loud enough to startle her upright, but clear enough to awaken every nerve. She held her breath, eyes on the wood. The knocks did not repeat. Maybe she had imagined it. Maybe it had been the house shifting, the hinges settling. Maybe tap, tap, tap. Exactly the same rhythm, exactly the same volume. The sound was too precise, too intentional. It did not sound like the strain of an old frame. It sounded like knuckles. Her voice felt thick in her throat. "Stop," she whispered, though she was not sure whether she was talking to the noise, or to herself, or to the house. Silence answered. The hum below the floor vibrated through the mattress, steady and indifferent. Downstairs, Mara was wiping the microwave door when she saw it. Her reflection stared back at her. Tired eyes, hair pulled back, shoulders slumped. The glass was slightly warped, bending the image just enough to make it less than flattering. She had filled the day with motion, with tasks. Anything to keep thoughts from pooling too long in any one place. As she straightened, something else appeared in the reflection. A second figure, tall and stretched, standing behind her left shoulder. Her breath caught. She froze, eyes locked on the glass. The shape was elongated by the curve of the door, its head almost brushing the top edge of the reflection. It had no discernible features, just a narrow suggestion of a face. The darkness, where eyes should be seeming deeper than the rest. She could feel nothing behind her. No air displacement, no warmth, no sound. But in the glass, the figure loomed, silent and patient. She did not turn around. Every instinct screamed at her to look, to confirm, to disprove. Instead, she reached for the dishcloth, keeping her gaze fixed on the reflection, and wiped straight through the image. The motion smeared her own face into a blur and dragged the shadowy shape across the glass. When the cloth passed and the surface cleared again, there was nothing behind her but the empty kitchen. Her hands shook as she hung the cloth over the sink. "It is stress," she whispered to herself. "It is just stress." The hum under the floor swelled and fell like a heartbeat. That night, the house grew quieter than it had any right to be. Even the crickets outside seemed to thin out, their song fading to a distant, intermittent chirp. The creek kept its steady whisper, but it sounded further away, as if the walls had thickened. They went to bed early, if only because there was nothing else to do. Sleep took Mara quickly, the day having worn her thin. Grace lay awake staring at the ceiling, listening for another series of 3 taps that did not come. Eventually, her eyes closed. Caleb stayed awake longer. He watched the numbers on his phone crawl slowly forward. 12:04, 12:37, 1:01. The Ridge Hour, he thought, remembering Derek Vaughn's warning. He did not get up. He did not go to the window. He kept his eyes on the dark outline of the bedroom doorway instead. At some point after 1, he drifted off. It was not a deep sleep, more a shallow pool that he floated on the surface of, half aware of his own slow breathing and the faint creaks of the house. A sound pulled him from it. Not the hum, not the wind, something else. Footsteps. Someone was walking in the hallway. The steps were measured, unhurried. The boards groaned softly under a steady weight. They moved from the far end of the hall toward the bedroom, passing each closed door in turn. The sound was too crisp, too clear to be in his imagination. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, his heart pounding. Mara lay beside him, eyes closed, breathing even. The footsteps paused just outside their room. He held his breath, listening. The door did not move. The knob did not turn. After a moment, the steps continued, moving past their room and toward the stairs. Every hair on his arm stood on end. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, trying to make as little noise as possible. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed red in the dark. 2:12 a.m. Of course, he muttered under his breath. He opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hall. The boards were cool beneath his bare feet. The house stretched around him in shadows and faint outlines. At the far end of the hall, nothing moved. The air felt heavy, as if it had only recently stopped vibrating. He checked Grace's room first. She was curled on her side, facing away from the door, her breathing slow and even. Her lantern cast a low, flickering glow. The closet door was closed. He moved downstairs, every step measured. The living room was empty, chairs and boxes exactly where he had left them. The front door was closed and locked. The kitchen was the same, save for a spoon left on the counter and the dark window above the sink, reflecting his own tired face back at him. No one, nothing out of place, just him and the soft, relentless hum underfoot. He stood in the center of the living room for a long moment, listening. The footsteps were gone. The house had returned to its earlier quiet, as if it had never been disturbed. Eventually, he went back upstairs, the boards whispering under his weight. He eased the bedroom door open and slipped inside, letting it click shut softly behind him. Mara was awake. She lay on her back, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Her hands were clenched in the sheets at her sides. "You heard it too," she whispered. He hesitated. "Heard what?" "The walking," she said. "The steps." "I checked," he told her. "There was no one. Every room's empty. Doors are locked. It must have been the house. Echoes. Temperature shift on the boards. Something." Her eyes shifted to his face. In the dim light from the clock, they looked darker than usual, the pupils wide. "The footsteps were not inside," she said softly. He frowned. "What do you mean?" She swallowed, voice barely above a breath. "They were not above us, Caleb," she whispered. "They were under us." The sheep arrived on a Wednesday, though the day felt strangely unpinned from the week, like a loose page in a calendar that had blown free and landed wherever it pleased. Caleb had driven into town that morning, the truck rattling down the long dirt road, the valley shrinking in his rearview mirror, but never quite disappearing. He met a man at the small auction yard on the edge of town who was happy to part with 8 ewes for a decent price. "Good for testing fences," the man had said, clapping him on the shoulder. "If they find a way out, you will know where the trouble is." It sounded practical. Clean. A simple task with simple parameters. The drive back felt longer with the trailer hitched on, every bump transmitting through the frame. The sheep shifted and bleated softly, a low murmur that filled the cab like distant conversation. The sky was a clear, brittle blue, but the air held a dryness that made it seem as if a storm were hiding just out of sight. As he turned into the long drive leading to the farmhouse, The valley opened in front of him again. A wide bowl of land held between the ridges. The house sat where it always did, watching. The cottonwoods along the creek, leaning in slightly. The barn, with its barred windows and deep-shadowed interior, waited. Grace was already outside when he pulled up, arms folded around herself, despite the mild temperature. She watched him back the trailer toward the small fenced pen they had chosen near the barn. The pen's posts were old but solid, wire mesh stretched tight between them. He had walked it 3 times the day before, checking for gaps, loose staples, low spots where an animal might squeeze through. It had seemed secure. "New residents?" he called as he opened the truck door. Grace did not smile, but her eyes flicked to the trailer. "They are loud," she said. "They will settle once they get used to the place," he replied. "Like us." Mara appeared on the porch, drying her hands on a towel. "You got 8?" she asked. 8, he confirmed. "It is a good start. We will see how they do, then think about more." He lowered the ramp and stepped aside as the sheep hesitated, then trotted down one by one into the pen. Their wool was thick and slightly matted in places, their bodies solid and warm under the dirt and lanolin smell that washed up from them. They clustered together at first, bumping shoulders, eyes rolling white as they adjusted to the new space. The hum under the ground, which had become part of the background of his days, seemed to pick up a little as their hooves struck the packed earth. "See," Caleb said, hands on his hips. "Fenced, watered, sheltered. They will be fine." Grace watched them without moving closer. One of the sheep glanced up at her, ears flicking, then turned to butt gently against another. Nothing unusual, nothing dramatic. Still, she did not step nearer. "That one," she said, nodding toward a smaller ewe near the back. "She does not like it here." "How can you tell?" Mara asked, half indulgent, half wary. Grace looked at her mother, as if surprised she had asked. "She is listening too hard," she said. "The others are just eating. That one is listening." Caleb followed her gaze. The ewe in question did seem more alert, head raised, ears pricked, nostrils flaring as if tasting something on the air only she could sense. He pushed the thought away. "Animals always get jumpy in a new place," he said. "They will settle by tomorrow." He checked the gate latch twice before stepping back. It had a solid weight to it, the metal sliding cleanly into place. No gaps. No weaknesses. He almost felt guilty for testing the sheep on something so mundane as fence integrity, as if dragging them into his ongoing argument with the land. That night, he dreamed of white shapes moving in a field of black, their bodies dissolving into mist each time he tried to count them. He woke with the taste of wool and dust in his mouth, and the faint echo of bleeding in his ears. The clock on the nightstand read 5:27 a.m. The world outside the window was still a shade lighter than true night. The sky thinking about dawn, but not committed yet. He pulled on his boots and jeans quietly, not wanting to wake Mara, and headed downstairs. The floorboards creaked under his weight, answering his steps with small, sleepy groans. The hum under the floor matched his pace for a moment, then continued on without him. Outside, the air was cold enough to sting his lungs with the first breath. A thin frost clung to the grass in places where the shade of the house lingered, delicate crystals turning each blade into something fragile and sharp. The sky over the ridge was streaked with pale gray. The sheep pen came into view as he rounded the corner of the barn, 7 heads lifted at once, ears flicking toward him. 7 bodies shifted. 7 pairs of eyes watched. He stopped. There were supposed to be 8. He counted twice, 3 times, marking them out with his gaze. The smaller U Grace had pointed at yesterday was not among them. The others stood clustered near the far side of the pen, their bodies tense, backs lined up as if they had pressed away from something in the center. The gate was closed. The latch was still in place, the fence untouched. Caleb's stomach dropped in a slow, sinking way. He forced himself to walk the perimeter of the pen, checking every inch of wire, every post. No break, no sag, no sign of forced exit or entry. The ground outside was undisturbed, except for his own boot prints, making a fresh path through the frost. In the center of the pen, where the missing U should have been, the earth looked different. He stepped carefully closer. A ring, about 4 feet across, marked the spot. A perfect circle where the ground had been scorched into a darker, almost black color. The frost was gone from that patch, though it clung to the soil inches away. When he crouched and reached out, his fingertips brushed the edge. It was cold, not just cool from the morning air. There was a depth to the cold, a sinking quality, like touching the surface of stone that had never seen the sun. His fingers tingled, the chill crawling up his hand into his wrist. Beneath that cold, something else trembled. A faint rumble, too weak to be heard, but strong enough to vibrate in the bones of his hand. It was not constant. It came in slow, irregular pulses, like a distant engine trying to turn over. Each pulse seemed to rise from some point far below and spread outward. He drew his hand back, rubbing the tingling away on his jeans. The sheep shifted nervously, their hooves scraping the ground. One of them bleated, a short, unhappy sound that broke off too quickly. Maybe she jumped, he muttered to himself. Maybe she found a weak spot in the fence, got out. Even as he said it, he knew it was wrong. There would be tracks. Wool snagged, a bent staple, something. He forced himself to complete the circle, checking again. Nothing. The gate remained stubbornly solid under his hand. Behind him, the hum under the yard took on a slightly higher pitch, as if it were paying more attention. By the time he went back inside, Mara was at the kitchen table, nursing a mug of coffee. Her hair was pulled back, and she had that particular look she wore when she was already trying not to worry. "You are up early," she said. "Everything all right?" "One of the sheep is missing," he answered, trying to keep his voice neutral. She set the mug down carefully. "Missing how?" "Pen is closed. Fence is intact. No tracks. No blood. Nothing." Grace appeared in the doorway, as if the word itself had summoned her. "The small one," she said. Mara turned. "How do you know that?" Grace did not answer. She walked past them, opened her sketchbook on the table, and flipped to a blank page. Or what should have been a blank page. Caleb felt the muscles in his neck tighten. The paper was no longer empty. A rough outline of a sheep stood in the center of the page, sketched in thin, pale lines, as if the graphite had barely touched the surface. Around it, the air had been drawn as broken space, crackled and sharp, a web of jagged lines radiating outward like fractures in glass. "What is that supposed to be?" he asked, though he already knew. "She fell through," Grace said softly. Mara's voice came out thinner than she intended. "Fell through what?" Grace lifted her eyes. They looked tired, older than her years. "The lines," she said. "The places where the air is wrong." She traced one of the cracks with her fingertip, not touching the paper, just following the curve. "The valley has seams," she went on. "If you step on one at the wrong time, it opens." Mara shook her head before he could. "Grace, you did this drawing when?" "I did not," Grace said. Caleb stared at the page. The pencil lay on the table, untouched. There were no other marks, no faint smudges where a hand might have rested, no erased strokes. The drawing looked like it had been there for a long time and had only now decided to be seen. He reached out and closed the sketchbook gently. "I will check beyond the fence," he said. "Maybe she got farther than I thought." He took his boots back out into the yard, heading toward the pen again. The sun had climbed higher, washing the frost from the grass in bright patches. The scorched ring in the center of the pen remained, its dark circle stark against the lighter soil. He climbed through the rails, landing with a dull thud inside. The remaining sheep shuffled away from him, uneasy. He went to the far side and stepped through the narrow gap to the outside, scanning the ground for any sign of passage. Nothing. Undisturbed earth. Aside from his own prints from earlier, he began to walk the length of the fence line, boots pressing into the soft ground, leaving clear impressions. The air felt still, heavy. He went 10 paces, then glanced back to gauge how far he had come. The prints he had made behind him were gone. He stopped. The earth where he had stepped seconds before was smooth, not even a hint of disturbed soil. No scuff, no compressed grass. It was as if he had floated instead of walked. Very slowly, he lifted his right foot and set it down again, watching as his weight pressed it into the dirt. The print formed clearly around the sole. The heel, the tread, the small stone stuck in the edge making its own little notch. He took 2 more steps, counting them under his breath. 1, 2. Then he turned. The most recent print remained, sharp and exact. The one before it was already fading, edges softening. The one before that was gone. He watched, cold spreading in his chest, as the middle print blurred as if something unseen were smoothing it from below. In the span of a breath, it vanished entirely, leaving only undisturbed ground. The last print, his most recent step, lingered a moment longer, then began to erase itself as well, the depression shallowing, the pattern of the tread dissolving. It was like watching the land make an active decision. With every step he took, the valley accepted the evidence of his passing, then slowly, deliberately, erased it. The missing sheep, the cold circle burned into the earth, the way his own footsteps had been quietly erased behind him. It all sat inside Caleb like a weight that refused to settle. He had spent the afternoon pretending productivity, stacking tools, checking hinges, moving boxes from one side of the barn to the other. None of it stuck in his mind. What he remembered was dirt rising to meet his prints and smoothing them away, as if the valley were politely declining to acknowledge him. As the light began to thin, he found himself walking toward the creek without consciously deciding to go. The air had cooled, gaining a faint dampness that brushed along his skin. The cottonwoods along the bank stood in partial silhouette against the sky, their leaves whispering in a language made of friction and wind. The water itself moved in a slow, steady sheet, catching what was left of the sun in narrow streaks. He followed the worn path down the slight incline, hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched against a chill that had very little to do with temperature. The hum under the ground, always present, was more noticeable here. The creek did not drown it out. It braided with it, creating a layered, restless sound that somehow felt both natural and wrong at the same time. He told himself he was looking for tracks. Any sign that the missing you had somehow staggered this far before, whatever had happened. A disturbed patch of mud, a tuft of wool snagged on low branches, something to pin the whole event to, something he understood. The bank gave way to a flat stretch of mud on one side, stones on the other. He chose the stones, not wanting to see more dirt shifting where it should not. His boots clicked softly against them, each step careful. The sky above the ridge was changing color, trading the washed-out blue of afternoon for something deeper, streaked with purple and the faintest trace of orange near the horizon. A breeze moved down the slope, sliding across the water and bringing with it the smell of wet soil and something sharper beneath, like metal having been left out in the rain too long. He reached a bend in the creek where the water slowed and deepened, reflecting the sky in a narrow, dark mirror. The cottonwoods here leaned closer over the bank, their branches forming a loose canopy. The air beneath them felt thicker, as if time moved differently in this small pocket of the valley. He stopped, listening. For a moment, there was only the rush of water over stone and the soft rattle of leaves. Then, under those sounds, something else began to bleed in, faint, wavering, like a radio caught between stations. A hiss, a crackle, a thin thread of static. He frowned, turning his head slightly, trying to locate the source. There was no power line anywhere near, no obvious source for electronic interference. The sound did not seem to come from above or below. It was simply there, in the air, humming in the space directly in front of him. The hair on his arms lifted. He squinted, eyes adjusting to the dim. The space between two of the cottonwoods, about 10 yards ahead, looked wrong. The air there had a density to it, a wavering thickness, like heat distortion above asphalt on a summer day. But the evening was cool, and the effect was vertical, not rising from the ground. He took a slow step forward. The distortion sharpened as he approached, resolving into a defined shape. A rectangle, roughly the size of a door, turned sideways and stretched taller, its edges shimmering with a pale, colorless light. It hung a foot above the ground, not touching the creek or the bank, suspended in open space. It was like looking at a slice of water standing upright. Within that slab, the world was different. The sky seen through it was not dusk. It was a bright, stormy blue, heavy clouds rolling across it in uneven layers, their undersides dark with rain that had not yet fallen. Light in that other place seemed harsher, more direct. It made the landscape beyond the slab, if that was what it was, hard to parse at first glance. There were shapes there, landforms, angles that did not quite match his own horizon. The static thickened, matching the tremor of the shimmering edges. Caleb's heart thudded in his chest, heavy and deliberate. He knew he should turn away, walk back to the house, tell himself it was some trick of tired eyes and failing light. But his feet held their ground, rooted by a fascination that was as much dread as curiosity. As his eyes adjusted, he began to see movement inside the slab. At first, it was just the play of shadow over those strange slopes, the shifting of light as clouds passed overhead in the other sky. Then slowly, the shadows resolved into clearer shapes. Figures, distant, small against the landscape, but unmistakably upright. They walked along a ridge there, echoing his own, their proportions slightly wrong, too tall, too thin, limbs moving with a strange, slow precision. They did not move like animals or like any people he had ever seen. Their strides were measured, their heads keeping to a consistent level, not bobbing the way human heads naturally do. He realized, with a small twist of unease, that their path on that side ran parallel to his own, as if they had been walking there as long as he had been walking here. The static in the air fluttered, then steadied. It did not grow loud enough to hurt his ears. It just remained, a persistent, crackling whisper that made the skin on the back of his neck crawl. He swallowed, his mouth dry. "This is not real," he said under his breath, though the words held no conviction. "This is stress, dreams, something." One of the figures in the distant scene slowed. It stopped. The others continued along their path, their motion smooth and uninterrupted. But this one fell still, standing at a slight angle to the rest. For a long moment, it did nothing at all. Then its head turned. The motion was abrupt and exact, like a hinge swinging shut. One moment, it was facing forward. The next, it was facing him. Though the distance between them should have been immense. Between worlds, if that was what he was seeing, Caleb felt the focus of that head turn like a physical pressure. The static jumped an octave, a thin whine threading through it. He could not make out features. There was no face he could define, no eyes to meet. But absence has weight, and he felt that emptiness lock onto him with a clarity that punched through his chest. His breath caught. The hum under the ground surged, rising to meet the pitch in the air, the two vibrations overlapping until they felt like one note, resonating in his bones. The figure did not move closer. It did nothing more than stand and direct its attention through the slab of distorted air. But in that moment, Caleb was certain of two things. It knew he was there, and it had not expected to see him. A flicker ran along the edges of the rectangle, a shimmer like sunlight on broken glass. The storm sky within seemed to stutter, a single frame of motion jerking out of sync with the rest of the world. Then, without warning, the slab snapped shut. There was no cinematic swirl, no fading. One instant it was there, a window into a storm bright somewhere else, figures walking along foreign ground. The next, the space was empty air again, the cottonwoods visible through it, the fading light of his own sky settling back into place as if it had never been interrupted. The sound cut out too. The static vanished so completely that the absence of it roared in his ears for a heartbeat. The creek rushed. The leaves rattled. The valley exhaled around him. Caleb staggered back a step, boots sliding slightly on a damp stone. He looked at the space where the slab had been, waiting for the air to ripple again, to betray some lingering trace. It did not. The air was just air. He realized his hands were shaking. The hum beneath his feet dropped back to its previous level. Once again, a distant throb instead of a pressing presence. If he had not felt the chill sweat on his skin, if he had not still seen the afterimage of that storm sky burned into his mind, he might have questioned whether anything had happened at all. He stood there until the last of the light slid fully behind the ridge, and the creek became a black cut through darker grass. Only then did he turn back toward the house, each step careful, the memory of a turned head and a sudden, searching absence walking beside him all the way home. The fog came early that morning, thick, pale, and strangely warm, as if it had risen straight out of the ground rather than drifted in from the ridge. It sat low against the grass and wrapped itself around the barn in soft folds, muting the valley into a quiet so deep it felt padded. Even the creek sounded muffled, its usual whisper reduced to a slow, indistinct murmur. Caleb stepped outside before sunrise, drawn from sleep by a feeling he could not name. The house had felt restless during the night, creaking in long, slow stretches, as if something heavy had been leaning its weight against the walls. The hum beneath the floorboards had been louder too, steady, rhythmic, almost like breathing. Now, the fog pressed against his face in damp currents, smelling faintly of soil and cold metal. He rubbed his hands together and began walking toward the barn, planning to check the sheep pen again, though he already knew it would bring him nothing but frustration. Halfway across the yard, he stopped. Something stood beside the barn, a tall shape, too tall, thin in a way that suggested not frailty, but deliberate narrowness, as if it had been pressed flat and stretched upward. Its silhouette was perfectly still, a sharp, vertical slash against the softer contours of the fog. It stood near the corner of the building, partly obscured, partly revealed, like it had been waiting for him to notice. Caleb blinked, squinting through the haze. The shape did not dissolve. It grew clearer. The figure was close to the barn wall, but not leaning. Its posture was too straight, its presence too exact. No sway of breath, no fidget of stance. It was simply there, occupying a space that seemed to darken around it. A dry pulse of fear thudded through Caleb's chest. His instinct wavered between stepping back and advancing, but his feet dug into the earth. "Hello?" he tried, though his voice sounded thin and swallowed by fog. No answer. He took a slow step forward. The figure responded, not with words, not with motion he recognized as human. Its head tilted, a smooth, deliberate tilt, too slow to be natural, too controlled to be casual. It angled its head to the side in one unbroken motion, as if studying him with an interest that was neither friendly nor hostile, something more clinical. Caleb felt a coldness spread across his scalp. Another step forward. The fog swirled at his ankles, the grass brushing damp against his boots. He could feel the barn's shape ahead of him, a dark slab anchoring the mist. The figure had not moved since the tilt. It held that angle, leaning into its own curiosity. "Who are you?" he called. Silence. The hum under the ground shifted, a deeper note, almost like acknowledgement. He took another step, then another. Only 20 feet separated them now. The fog parted slightly around him, and for the first time, he saw more detail. Long limbs, too long, body narrow at the chest, widening slightly at the hips, as if the proportions belonged to something used to a different gravity. The fog clung to its surface instead of passing through it, revealing a faint outline. Caleb's breath hitched. He wasn't imagining this. Whatever it was real enough to interrupt airflow. He ran. He didn't plan to, not consciously. Something primitive in him surged forward, the instinct to confront instead of flee. The same strange momentum that sometimes drove him through nightmares. His boots hit the ground hard, sliding slightly in the wet grass. The figure did not retreat. It waited. 10 feet. 8. 5. And then right as he reached out, the entity folded. Not crumpled, not fell. Folded. Its form compressed inward, collapsing in a silent, impossible motion, like a sheet of paper being pinched between fingers. Its vertical height shrank, its limbs bending in angles not meant for flesh or bone. The fog swirled violently around the collapse, pulled inward as though sucked through a tiny opening. In one blink, the figure was still there, tall, thin. In the next, it was the size of a man's hand. In one more, it was gone. The fog closed over the empty space. Caleb stumbled to a halt, gasping. He stared at the corner of the barn, then down at the ground where the figure had stood. The earth looked disturbed, not trampled, but subtly shifted, as if the soil had sagged under a brief, unnatural pressure. He crouched, running his hand over the spot. The soil was warm. Behind him, a soft creak carried across the fog. He spun, heart pounding, but the barn door remained shut. The hum under the ground throbbed once, a deep pulse that felt almost satisfied. Grace was waiting in the kitchen when he came back in, her sketchbook open in front of her, one leg tucked under herself at the table. She didn't look up when he entered. "You saw something," she said. Caleb froze in the doorway. "Grace?" She turned the sketchbook toward him without meeting his eyes. There it was, the figure, tall, thin, head tilted at an unnatural angle, exactly the pose it had taken near the barn. The lines were crisp, confident, nothing like the soft, tentative strokes she usually made when drawing the valley. The page around it shivered with faint marks, as if numerous lines had been drawn and erased quickly, leaving ghost impressions behind. "When did you draw that?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "I did not," she murmured. "It was there when I woke up." Mara, who had been pouring coffee, stopped with the pot halfway in the air. "What do you mean it was just there?" Grace traced a finger down the figure's long arm, not touching, just following the lines. "It is learning shapes," she said quietly. "Sometimes it puts them in here before I see them out there." Caleb swallowed hard. "It folds," he said, "like paper." Grace looked at him then, her eyes dark and steady. "It is not supposed to be flat here," she whispered, "but it tries." He did not tell them every detail. Not about the warmth in the soil. Not about the sound. Soft, almost like fabric collapsing in on itself. He didn't know how to explain it without sounding unmoored, and they had enough to fear without his imagination feeding theirs. The rest of the day passed in a fog of its own, thick, heavy, pushing at the edges of consciousness. Caleb found himself checking windows, glancing at corners, scanning the yard for any sign of impossible geometry. The figure never returned, but night did. And with it, something else. Around 1 a.m, as the ridge hour crept toward its midpoint, Caleb woke to the sound of the house inhaling, a soft, deep breath that traveled through the walls. He sat up, blinking into the darkness. "Mara," he whispered. She made a small sound of acknowledgement, half asleep. He slid out of bed, careful not to wake her fully, and opened the bedroom door. The hall stretched out in both directions, dimly lit by the small nightlight they'd placed near the stairs. The boards looked the same as always, normal. He took one step forward, then another. Something above him creaked. He looked up. For a moment, he thought it was just shadows, uneven patches of dark across the ceiling. But as his eyes adjusted, the shapes grew clearer. Footprints, mud-smeared, elongated footprints, pressed into the ceiling as if something had walked upside down along the hallway. He stood frozen, breath caught in his chest. Each one faced toward the bedroom, toward him, and the last footprint, directly above where he stood, was still wet enough for a drop of mud to fall. landing silently on his shoulder like a fingertip. The morning light came into Grace's room in fractured pieces, slipping through the cottonwoods outside her window and shifting across her walls like something alive. She sat cross-legged on her bed, her sketchbook balanced across her knees, the dull graphite of her pencil already smudging the side of her hand. She had woken before the sun again. She always did now. The dreams pushed her up and out of sleep like a tide rolling her onto shore. By the time Caleb knocked softly and stepped into her room, she had filled half the page. The drawing was quiet, deliberate. A field, a fence, a cow lying on its side. Grace was shading around its ribcage, adding depth to the curve of the spine. Caleb felt the hair rise along his arms as he recognized the posture, its wrongness, the way the animal's legs bent, the position of the neck, the hollow where its eyes should have been. He forced his voice to stay calm. "Sweetheart," he said gently, "what made you draw that?" Grace didn't look up. "You will find it," she murmured. Caleb stepped closer. "Find what?" She tapped the page with the end of her pencil. "Her, before the sun gets high." He swallowed. "Grace, did you see this somewhere? A picture? A TV show? Anything?" "No," she said. And this time she met his eyes. "I heard her." A chill slid down his shoulders. "You heard a cow?" "It was more like a memory of a sound," she whispered. "It was inside the ground, like something remembers the shape of the noise she made." Those words landed in him like a stone dropped into deep water. He crouched beside her bed. "Grace, drawings don't have to mean anything real. Sometimes our minds make stories. Sometimes pictures just happen." She turned the page toward him fully, so he would see all of it. The cow's empty sockets, the twisted front leg, the dark smudge pooling beneath her jaw. There was no ambiguity. It was an image of death. Not dramatic, not exaggerated, just exact. "The fields are loud today," Grace whispered, closing the sketchbook. "You should go before it spreads." He tried to shake off her words as he walked the fields, the frost melting under his boots. But the world felt wrong from the start. The air had a bite to it, sharp in the lungs, and the hum under the earth moved in slow, heavy beats, as if the valley were pushing something upward. The morning sun climbed enough to cast long shadows across the grass, and with every step, the land felt off balance, like he was walking through a room after someone had just rearranged the furniture in the dark. He found the cow near the far fence line. At first, he thought it was just lying down, sleeping, resting. Then he saw the angle of the neck, then the curve of the spine, then the socket where an eye should have been, hollow and clean, as if scooped by something that did not leave marks. He froze 10 feet away. His throat tightened. His breath hitched. It was exactly the scene Grace had drawn. Exactly. The same twist in the leg. The same odd arch of the back. The same dark pool beneath the head. Not similar. Identical. For a moment he could not move. The wind shifted through the grass, brushing the cow's fur as if trying to wake it, but the body was still, heavy, already stiffening. There were no tracks, no drag marks, no blood trails, nothing to suggest a predator, nothing to suggest anything at all. As he stared at the dirt, something under his boots vibrated, just once. A short, sharp tremor that felt like a knock from below. He stepped back instinctively. The ground felt wrong beneath him, the soil too loose in places, too compact in others, as though something massive had recently moved through it. The hum changed, became steady, rhythmic, listening. Caleb forced himself to breathe. Mara couldn't see this. Not yet. Grace couldn't come near it. He pulled his shirt higher over his mouth and moved closer, checking for signs of disease or injury he could explain away later. But there was nothing. The body looked untouched, except for the missing eyes, the twist in the leg, the unnatural bend of the neck. Like the sheep. Like the field had opened for a moment, taken something, and closed again. As he backed away, the hum under the earth softened, as though it were satisfied he had seen enough. He didn't look back at the cow again. When he stepped into the kitchen, Mara was washing dishes, humming quietly under her breath. It was the same tune she always used when she wanted to keep her mind from spiraling. "How were the fields?" she asked, not turning around. "Fine." He lied too quickly. She paused, hands still in the water. "Caleb? Just the usual," he added, making his voice softer, more worn. "One of the cows was down, probably old. I handled it." She turned then, frowning. "Handled it how?" "I moved her. It is done." "That quickly?" He nodded. "Yeah." It wasn't a strong lie. It wasn't even a good one. But Mara was tired, and he could see her choosing to accept it, at least for now. Grace stood in the doorway, still in her pajamas, her sketchbook pressed to her chest. "You are lying," she said softly. "Grace," Mara whispered, half warning. But the girl's gaze was already locked on Caleb. "You do not have to lie to her," she said. "It does not change what is coming." Something cold slid down his spine. "What's coming?" Caleb asked. Grace hesitated, then opened her sketchbook to the next page. He felt his stomach drop. The drawing showed him, Caleb, standing in the far field near the place where the fence bowed slightly. But the focus wasn't on him. It was on the shape behind him. A shadow loomed over his figure. Not a cast shadow, an independent one. Something tall. Something without clear edges. The graphite lines blurred at the margins, as if the pencil had refused to contain it fully. It didn't have a face, or a head, or a body shaped like any creature he knew. It was just presence, mass, intent. "What is that?" he asked, voice low. "I don't know," Grace whispered, "but it was standing there before you got home." Mara exhaled sharply, setting her dish towel aside. "Grace, honey, sometimes drawings—" "It was watching him," Grace said, louder now. "It stands where the ground hurts the most." Caleb's breath caught. "Hurts?" Grace nodded. "The soil knows when something heavy has been there." He sat down heavily at the table, running both hands over his face. Every part of him felt pulled thin, every nerve stretched out like wire. "Grace," Mara said softly, crouching beside her, "did you draw this before or after your father left this morning?" The girl's eyes lowered. "Neither," she whispered. "It was already on the page when I opened the book." A silence filled the kitchen, dense, thick, pressing down from every corner of the house. Outside, a gust of wind hit the siding, rattling the porch rail. Then faintly, under the floorboards, a new hum. Not rhythmic, not steady. Something moving, something riding the earth beneath their feet. Caleb looked toward the far fields through the window, the place where Grace had drawn the shadow, and for a moment, just long enough to doubt his own eyes, he could have sworn he saw the grass folding outward, as though something massive and invisible were brushing through it. The day had the kind of false calm that made Caleb feel more exposed than any storm. Clouds hung high and thin, stretched into pale veils that let the sunlight through without giving it much warmth. The fields were a patchwork of dull gold and green, grass bending in slow waves under a breeze that felt almost thoughtful. From the porch, the valley looked quiet, manageable, like a place that could still be tamed by fences and feed schedules and routine. He knew better now. He walked the pasture with a practiced eye, counting shapes at a distance, noting the positions of each cow. He had always prided himself on knowing his animals, not just their markings or weight, but their moods, their minor quirks. Out here, that attention felt less like skill and more like defense. One of the cows grazed near the middle of the field, alone, a little further from the rest than he liked. She raised her head occasionally, as if listening for something he couldn't hear, then lowered it again to tear at the grass. The hum beneath the ground had been restless since morning. Not louder exactly, but more changeable. It ebbed and surged in uneven patterns, with occasional sharp pulses that seemed to travel from one side of the property to the other. Caleb paused on a slight rise and scanned the horizon. Nothing obvious. No predators, no stray dogs, no vehicles on the distant road. Just the barn behind him, the creek to his left, the ridge far off, lifting the sky. Then something moved, not in the grass, but in the air above it. At first he thought it was a trick of light, the way heat sometimes warps the view above asphalt. But the day was cool, and this disturbance wasn't shimmering upward. It was moving sideways, a ripple, like someone had taken a transparent sheet of glass and pushed it quickly through the field. The distortion traveled low, no more than a few feet above the grass, bending the background as it went. Fence posts bent slightly out of alignment, distant trees smearing at the edges, as if seen through warped glass. The ripple made no sound. It did not stir the grass. It just slid forward in a smooth, unnerving glide. Caleb's breath caught. The ripple was heading straight toward the cow. "Hey!" he shouted, as if noise could disrupt something he did not understand. "Hey!" The cow lifted her head, ears flicking, but she wasn't looking at the ripple. Her gaze tracked something behind it, or beneath it, that he couldn't see. The distortion reached her. For a split second, it seemed to pass right through her body, bending the lines of her form like a reflection smeared by a passing hand. Then her legs buckled. She dropped. Just dropped. No stagger, no attempt to catch herself. One moment she was standing, solid and alive, fur glinting in the thin light. The next, she was on her side in the grass, neck twisted at an angle no living thing should wear. The ripple kept going. It slid past her fallen body without pause, cutting through the field in a straight, unwavering line. Caleb watched, frozen, as it continued toward the fence, the air bending until it reached the wire. At the boundary, it did not stop. It simply faded, like breath disappearing from glass, leaving the world behind it unnervingly normal. The hum under the soil pulsed, low and satisfied. Caleb realized he was running only when his lungs started to burn. The ground blurred beneath him, his boots pounding the earth in a rhythm out of sync with the valleys. The cow lay still where she had fallen, eyes staring at nothing. "Come on," he muttered, though he didn't know who he was talking to. "Come on, get up." He skidded to a halt beside her, dropping to his knees. His hands moved automatically, checking flank, feeling for breath, searching for any sign of life. There was none. The warmth of the body was already fading, faster than it should have. He forced himself to look at her face. Both eyes were gone, not torn, Not clawed, not shredded by teeth, just absent. The sockets were strangely clean, the edges of the tissue darkened, as if touched by intense heat for a brief surgical second. No blood, no gore, just two perfect hollows in a head that still looked like it should be blinking. His stomach lurched. He leaned back, fists digging into the ground. A soft, powder-fine dust shook loose from a nearby blade of grass, falling in a straight line. Little crumbs, shaken loose by a vibration he couldn't fully feel yet. Then he did feel it. Footsteps, far off at first, heavy enough to tremble the soil, but not close enough to hear. The vibration traveled through the ground like a wave, rolling toward him from somewhere near the barn. He stood slowly, every instinct screaming at him not to run, not to draw attention. The next tremor hit, harder. Dust trickled down from the underside of the nearby fence rail. From here, he could see the barn at the edge of his vision, its roof line solid against the sky. The air between him and it was clear, but the vibrations were unmistakable now, rhythmic, heavy, spaced too far apart to belong to any normal person. Something large was moving through the land, not over it, through it. What do you want? The question slipped out of him before he could stop it, aimed at nothing and everything. The valley did not answer. By nightfall, the air had gone strangely still. The wind died entirely, leaving the cornfield, a small, stubborn patch of green near the eastern fence, standing motionless, its leaves hanging heavy and silent. Caleb stood on the back porch, flashlight in hand, the beam angled toward the ground. He told himself he was only out there to check the locks, to make sure no real, tangible threat could slip in while they slept. But his eyes kept drifting toward the dark outline of the corn. Mara had gone to bed early. Exhaustion had claimed her quickly. Grace lay awake, he knew, eyes open in the dark, listening to whatever the house decided to say. Derek's warning echoed in Caleb's mind. Do not go wandering between 1 and 2. Do not look at the ridge. Do not feed the valley's attention. The clock in the kitchen read 12:41 a.m. He should have gone inside. Instead, he stepped off the porch. The grass was cool under his boots, damp with the kind of moisture that comes not from rain, but from the land breathing out after a long day. The flashlight beam cut a white path through the dark, illuminating the ground in a narrow cone. He walked toward the corn. As he approached, a sound reached him, faint, odd. Not the rustle of wind through leaves, not the small movements of nesting birds or restless insects. It was more like friction, stalks rubbing against each other in a straight, unnatural line. The corn was parting. He stopped at the edge of the field. Rows that should have stood straight in uniform now bowed away from an invisible path. Leaves bent. Stalks swayed just enough to reveal a narrow corridor slicing through the plants, moving steadily from one end of the field to the other. As the unseen presence passed, the corn leaned aside, then slowly eased back into place, like water closing over something that had just slipped beneath the surface. The path was coming toward him. Caleb's heart hammered. He lifted the flashlight, hand trembling, and aimed it straight into the corridor of moving plants. The beam shone out, bright and sharp, then bent. Instead of projecting in a clean, unbroken line, the light curved, arching around something directly in front of him. The illuminated dust motes didn't travel in a straight path. They warped, outlining the shape of an absence. For one impossible second, he saw the contour of it. Tall, narrow, inches away. The light clung to its edges and then slid along them, as if refusing to enter the space the creature occupied. It was like shining a flashlight at a blank piece of glass, only to discover it had depth. Caleb's breath stuttered. He took a half step back without meaning to. The bent beam tracked for a moment, wrapping around the invisible obstacle. Then, just as suddenly, it straightened, shooting forward into the night as if nothing had interfered with it at all. The corn behind the invisible presence rustled softly, closing in, the parted rows knitting themselves together. The hum under the ground pulsed once, hard enough to jolt through his soles, up his legs, into his teeth. Whatever had been standing inches from him did not touch him. It did not speak. It just moved on, continuing its slow, deliberate path through the field, leaving the plant swaying lazily in its wake. He stood there long after it was gone, the flashlight beam shaking on the stalks. When he finally lowered the light, the night seemed darker around him, as if a layer had been peeled back and something older, hungrier, was now looking up from underneath. The rain came in the night, a thin, uncertain drizzle that barely qualified as weather, but left its mark anyway. By morning, the sky had cleared again, washed pale and empty, and the air smelled sharper. Wet earth, old wood, something faintly metallic drifting up from the ground. Caleb stepped out onto the porch with his coffee, expecting the usual, the creak of the boards, the stretch of the valley, the low, steady murmur of the creek. For a moment, that was exactly what he got. The world looked almost ordinary in the early light. The barn stood quiet. The cottonwoods along the creek gleamed with a fresh shine on their leaves. Then he looked down. The mud captured every story from the night before, and the story laid around the porch was not one he wanted to read. Footprints. They ringed the front steps and trailed along the side of the house in jagged arcs, as if something had paced there, stopped, turned, paced again. The soil was still damp enough that every impression was clear, each print holding a thin sheen of water. He crouched, the mug dangling forgotten from his hand. They were long, too long. Each print stretched nearly the length of his forearm, narrow at the heel and widening subtly toward the front. But it was the front that turned his stomach. The elongated pads dividing into multiple segments, 3 at least, maybe 4, each connected by joints that bent at slightly the wrong angles. Not splayed like a bird's, not padded like a dog's, not flat like a human's. Too many joints, too many places for something to bend. The toes, if that was what they were, ended in sharper points, not quite claws, but not blunt either. There were tiny gouges at the edge of each depression, as if something hard had bitten into the mud for purchase. He followed the prints with his eyes. They circled the steps once, twice, then wandered toward the corner of the house. Some overlapped, but never perfectly. Each pass shifted a little, as if whatever made them were experimenting with its own balance. None of them led away. They just stopped, vanishing into undisturbed soil, as if the creature had simply decided to no longer make contact with the ground. He swallowed, the coffee in his hand suddenly bitter. "Deer," he said aloud, as if speaking the word might make it fit. Or elk. Something big. The rain distorted them. The lie didn't even sound convincing to his own ears. Behind him, the hum under the floorboards thrummed faintly, in time with his pulse. He thought about calling Mara out to sea, then stopped himself. She was already carrying images of rearranged cabinets and clawed reflections. Adding this to her catalog seemed cruel. He stayed on the porch a moment longer, memorizing the shapes without wanting to, then went back inside. The house seemed heavier that day, as if the overnight rain had soaked into the wood as well as the soil. The air was thick, dense with damp and dust. Every sound traveled differently, absorbed and released in a way that made it hard to pinpoint where anything came from. Grace dozed on the couch mid-morning, her sketchbook resting face down on her chest. The TV was off. The silence seemed to insist on itself too much for background noise. Mara moved quietly through the living room, collecting a few stray cups and setting them on a tray, trying to impose her own order where the house refused to keep any. As she passed the couch, Grace murmured something. Her voice was low, soft, the distinct tone of someone still half dreaming. "They walk funny," she said. Mara paused. "What, sweetheart?" Grace's eyes stayed closed. Her lips moved slowly, as if the words were thick. "They walk funny because they do not like our gravity," she whispered. "It presses them in the wrong places." A small shiver crawled up Mara's arms. "Grace?" She tried again, voice careful. No response. The girl's breathing evened out, settling back into the steady rhythm of sleep. The sketchbook rose and fell slightly on her chest. Mara stood there a moment longer, then forced herself to move on. It was easier to focus on the tangible tasks, the empty mugs, the smudges on tables, the boxes still waiting to be unpacked upstairs, then on phrases that felt like they belonged to someone else's nightmare. She carried the tray into the kitchen and set it by the sink. The microwave door still bore the faint mark of the cloth from the night she'd seen the stretched, shadowy reflection. She refused to linger on it. She turned instead toward the hallway that led to the small room they'd started using as a closet, a catch-all for coats, boots, and the things they hadn't decided where to put yet. The door was closed. She remembered closing it that morning, turning the knob until the latch clicked. Some small, sensible part of her liked knowing certain doors stayed shut when she left them that way. She opened it now, intending to straighten the shoes and maybe hang the jackets properly. The smell hit her first, not rotting, not mold, something drier. The scent of old wood shavings and frayed fibers, like a carpenter's workshop after someone had sanded a door within an inch of its life. The light from the hallway spilled in, revealing rows of hanging coats and a few boxes on the floor. She took a step inside, and her eyes caught on the inside surface of the door. 4 long gouges ran from shoulder height down toward the floor, spaced evenly like fingers that had dragged slowly, deliberately downward. The wood around them was splintered inward, not outward. Whatever had scored the marks had been on the inside of the closet, raking toward the interior of the house. Her breath snagged. The marks were fresh. Pale, raw wood showed through, not yet darkened with age. Tiny curls of shaved fibers still clung to the edges in places, as if they had dropped only hours ago. She reached out, hand shaking, and brushed the side of one groove. Slivers broke away under her fingers, falling in a soft drift to the floor. She turned slowly, scanning the small space. No sign of an animal. No holes in the walls or ceiling. No evidence of anyone, or anything, having been trapped in there. She backed out of the closet, heartbeat climbing, and closed the door more quickly than she meant to. The latch snapped into place with a sound like a swallowed syllable. The house hummed under her feet, a faint vibration she could feel through her socks. "Caleb," she called, her voice quieter than she would have liked. He was outside, she remembered belatedly, checking the fence along the cornfield again. For a moment, she wished she had not sent him. Night in the valley now came with an added tension, as if the darkness were actively choosing whether or not to fall. The sky above the ridge was a deep, dense black, the stars sharp enough to hurt the eyes if stared at too long. The fields lay quiet under it, but quiet did not mean calm. Caleb sat on the edge of the bed around midnight, shoulders bowed, elbows resting on his knees. Sleep tugged at him in heavy waves, but each time his head started to dip, some small noise, the tick of the baseboard, the sigh of the house, the distant hitch in the hum under the floor, jerked him back. He didn't want to sleep. More accurately, he didn't want to lose track of himself. He remembered the erased footprints. He remembered the ripple in the air, the cow dropping as if a string had been cut. He remembered the flashlight beam bending around something that had not been there, and yet had very much been there. Mara slept beside him, her face turned toward the window, her brow smoothed only by exhaustion. He did not want to wake her with his pacing. At some point, he lay down, telling himself he would just rest his eyes for a moment. He blinked, and the world was gone. No slow drift of consciousness, no sense of sliding into a dream. Just one blink in a dark bedroom, and another in an open field. He was standing, barefoot, cold earth pressed against the soles of his feet, dampness seeping into the skin. The sky above him was enormous, a wide, star-thick dome, stretching from ridge to ridge. The house was nowhere in sight. Neither was the barn, or the familiar line of the creek. For a second, he thought he might be dreaming. The air felt too crisp, the stars too sharp, edges outlined with unnatural clarity. But the chill on his skin was real. The wind brushing against his legs was real, and the faint ache in his lower back from standing too long was definitely real. His heart slammed against his ribs. He spun slowly, trying to find an anchor. Grass in every direction. Waist high in places, bending slightly, the tips brushing his hands as if in passing. The scent of it rose thick and strong, layered with the deeper smell of turned soil. The hum under the ground was louder out here, the vibration clearer, as if he were standing closer to its source. He opened his mouth to call out, to Mara, to Grace, to anyone, then stopped. Something was breathing behind him. He felt it before he heard it, a rush of air that pressed lightly against his back, cool and heavy, followed by a pause, and then a slow, drawn-out exhale that carried the smell of damp earth and something older beneath it, something that made his teeth ache. The grass behind him moved with the breath, bowing in a ripple that spread outward. He did not move. He stood there, every muscle rigid, while the unseen lungs filled and emptied again. Inhale. The hairs on his arms rose. Exhale. The sound was huge and close, but not loud. It was quiet in the way large things are quiet, confident, unconcerned with needing to announce themselves. His mind, frayed and stretched thin, offered a single, desperate thought. If I do not turn, if I do not see it, it is not real. If I turn, I will not come back the same. He turned anyway, slowly, as if speed might provoke whatever waited there. The grass rustled gently. He completed the rotation and found nothing. Just the field, just the stars, just the faint imprint of where the grass lay flatter in a wide, tall shape, as though something enormous had stood there a moment before and chosen, at the last possible second, to step somewhere he could not follow. The breath was gone. The hum under the ground simmered back down to its usual level. Caleb stood alone, barefoot in the damp field, his own breathing the only sound left. Far in the distance, the house lights burned, a pair of small, warm squares in the dark, too far away for him to be sure they were real. He did not remember walking there, and he did not remember how long it took him to walk back. The morning broke softer than usual, the kind of pale gold light that seemed to settle rather than spread, as if the sun were unsure whether it wanted to touch this land at all. Mist clung low across the lower pasture, drifting in long, slow coils that almost resembled breath. The air held a hush to it, not silence, but something quieter, deeper, the way sound feels inside a cathedral before anyone speaks. Caleb stood at the fence overlooking the meadow, arms braced on the chilled wood. He had come outside early to clear his head, to breathe in something other than the claustrophobic hum of the house. But the valley had its own ideas about quiet. The meadow was not empty. It was listening. He could feel it in the stillness, in the way the grass shivered without wind, in the faint rhythmic tremor beneath the soil that had grown more pronounced every day. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the morning settle around him. And then he heard it, a sound that didn't match the land. At first it was faint, almost buried in the rustle of grass. A murmur, a low, layered whisper, like multiple voices speaking over each other in different tones, different ages, different depths. It reminded him of a crowd behind a wall, dozens of conversations overlapping, none distinct enough to understand. He leaned forward, straining to pick out something he recognized. The sound swelled, not louder, closer. The voices rose from the lower pasture, drifting upward through the mist, weaving between the cottonwoods and catching on their branches like strands of invisible thread. He could hear cadence, intonation, but no actual words. It wasn't English. It wasn't anything. It was a texture of sound rather than a language. Then something in the murmur sharpened. A shape within the noise. A single line cut clear through the layers. Caleb. He straightened, breath catching in his throat. The meadow exhaled a slow roll of mist. Another whisper slipped free. Caleb, come here. His heartbeat hammered. He stepped back from the fence, shaking his head. The voice had been unmistakable. Familiar, too familiar. It had been his own. Not Mara's voice, not Grace's, his, calling to him. He blinked hard, trying to steady himself, and turned sharply toward the house. Mara stood on the porch, arms wrapped around herself against the chill. She looked pale, drawn, the kind of weary that sleep no longer fixed. You heard that? He asked. She frowned. Heard what? The voices, he said, stepping toward her. Down in the meadow. They were... He swallowed. Mara, I heard my voice, calling me. She stared at him, brows knitting. Caleb, you didn't say anything. You've been out there alone. He shook his head again, more forcefully this time. No, it was me. I know my own voice. I know what I heard, she replied, voice soft but steady. And you didn't speak. The ground vibrated faintly beneath their feet, a small tremor that passed more quickly than a heartbeat. Neither of them looked down. They both felt it. Behind them, the porch light flickered, even though it should have been off in daylight. A second vibration followed. Grace stepped out from behind Mara, her sketchbook pressed to her ribs. She wasn't looking at the house. She wasn't looking at her parents. Her eyes were fixed on the meadow, wide and unblinking. They were talking again, she said quietly. Caleb turned to her. "Grace, what did you hear?" Her lips parted, but she didn't look away from the pasture. The wind stirred, soft but off-tempo, with the usual patterns of the valley. The mist shifted in long streaks, as though brushed aside by shapes too tall to belong to anything known. "They were not calling us," Grace said. "They were talking about us." A chill rolled across Caleb's spine. "What do you mean? Like we're not here?" she said. "Like we're just something to point at, something to describe." The voices in the pasture rose again, soft, layered, rhythmic. Less like speech now, more like breathing filtered through static. A second whisper curled upward, higher pitched, warbling at the edges, like a tape stretched too far. Grace's fingers tightened on her sketchbook. "They don't hear us," she whispered. "They're not trying to. They're just noticing." Something moved near the creek. A faint glow. No, two glows. Small, drifting orbs of pale light hovering just above the surface of the water. They slid across the current without disturbing it, swaying slightly like lanterns caught in an invisible tide. The mist around them recoiled, as if frightened to be touched by their light. Mara stepped closer to Caleb. "Caleb, what are those?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. The orbs drifted nearer, their glow pulsing faintly in a rhythm that didn't match any earthly heartbeat. The voices shifted tone again, an urgent edge, a rising cadence. Then, a third light blinked into view, this one larger, bluer. It hovered on the far side of the pasture, brighter than the others, casting a fractured glow across the grass. The smaller lights drifted away from it, as if avoiding contact. The blue orb pulsed once, twice. The tremor under the soil deepened. Caleb grabbed Mara's hand. "Inside," he said. She didn't argue. They backed up the porch steps, Grace following, still staring at the meadow. The voices swept upward one last time, louder, closer, and suddenly cut off, as though a door had slammed shut on whatever world they came from. The blue orb flickered. For a split second, Caleb saw something behind it, a shape, too tall, too thin, standing partially obscured by its glare. Then the orb drifted backward, and the shape vanished with it, swallowed by mist. Grace finally looked up at them. "They're learning how to talk about us," she said softly. Caleb swallowed hard. "Grace, what does that mean?" She hugged the sketchbook to her chest like armor. "It means," she whispered, "they're not done." The night held its breath in a way that made Caleb's skin prickle before he even understood why. It had begun with a soft flicker near the barn, a faint reddish blink that he'd mistaken at first for a reflection, maybe a glint of metal catching the moon. But reflections didn't pulse, and they didn't float. This one did. A fist-sized orb drifted lazily between the fence posts, glowing like a living ember. Its light wasn't steady. It pulsed in a slow, rhythmic throb. Soft flare, dimming, soft flare again. The cadence reminded him of something biological, something with a pulse. The glow timed like a beating heart suspended in midair. Red, then dark. Red, then dark again. He watched it hover just above the frost-stiff grass, drifting as if it weighed almost nothing. It made no sound, no hum, no buzz. Just light and absence, moving in gentle curves along the barn wall. Grace had named them before he ever saw one. "The red ones are curious," she had said. He didn't understand the word until now. Curious wasn't threatening exactly, just aware. The orb moved with the deliberate hesitation of something cataloging its surroundings. But then a second light appeared, this one further down the field, then a third near the tree line. All of them red, all pulsing. He felt the valley tighten. He turned to go back inside, to call Mara, to get Grace away from the windows. But Grace was already behind him in the doorway, sketchbook in her arms, eyes wide and strangely calm. "You're not seeing the dangerous one yet," she murmured. He opened his mouth to ask what she meant. That was when the temperature shifted, not gradually, not in a way that could be mistaken for a night breeze. The cold dropped like a stone. One breath he exhaled was warm. The next turned into a cloud of white vapor floating from his lips. Grace stepped backward, hugging her sketchbook. "The blue one," she whispered. "It's close." The reds flickered once, sharply, as if startled, then scattered, drifting outward into the field, until their lights became faint, nervous sparks among the shadows. The cold spread faster, rolling along the ground in a wave that coated the grass with a thin skin of frost. The boards beneath Caleb's feet creaked as they contracted. The porch rails shimmered with a fragile glitter, frost forming in swirling patterns like frost flowers blooming in fast forward. He felt something behind him, a presence, not a shape. He turned. At first, he thought the sky had cracked open. A sphere of light, larger than any red orb, the size of a basketball, hovered 3 feet above the ground near the edge of the porch. Its color wasn't simply blue. It was a shifting shade, somewhere between deep ocean and electric lightning, shimmering with glacial edges. Tendrils of faint, translucent energy curled from its surface like the trailing filaments of a deep-sea jellyfish. Grace already had her sketchbook open. She drew quickly, almost feverishly, as if her pencil were being pulled by the orb itself. The lines traced the curling tendrils, the way they swayed in water-like motion. The orb's center shimmered, swirling like a held breath. The air around it distorted, not the way heat distorts air, but the opposite. Sound bent. The night seemed muffled, as if a thick blanket had been thrown over the world. Even the creek went silent, its constant chatter smothered into nothing. "Caleb," Mara whispered from somewhere behind them, her voice flattened and warped by the distortion. "Do not go closer." But he already had. Some mix of awe and fear walked him toward the blue orb, step by slow step. It didn't move away. It stayed perfectly still, as if waiting for him to decide what happened next. His breath fogged in front of him. He was close enough now to feel the cold radiating from it in uneven pulses. Not steady, more like a heartbeat, but not human, not animal. Something slower, ancient, as if it had been beating long before the land had a name. Grace's pencil scratched faster. "Do you feel it?" she whispered. "It's reading you." Caleb didn't speak, didn't blink. The blue orb flared once, bright enough to bleach the shadows. And then he saw it. Inside the orb, reflected on its surface, a silhouette. His silhouette. But wrong. The reflection was him, but delayed by a second, as though the orb were replaying his movements a moment after he made them. He moved one hand slightly, just a twitch, hardly a gesture. The reflection followed, 1 second later, perfectly. His heart slammed against his ribs. He stepped backward instinctively. The reflection stepped backward too, 1 second behind. Now it turned its head, slowly, toward him. But Caleb hadn't turned his head at all. His breath froze in his lungs as the silhouette inside the orb tilted, studying him independently now. No longer a mirror, no longer a delay. Something else. The orb dimmed. The air thickened. Grace's pencil skidded to a stop. "It likes you," she said softly, "but it doesn't know what shape you're supposed to be." The orb pulsed again, brighter, colder. A pressure filled the space between them, pushing against Caleb's chest, like gravity had shifted sideways. Then, a crackle of static rippled outward from the orb, distorting the air like the pop of a radio detuning. The frost on the boards shattered into tiny crystals. The world seemed to momentarily tilt. The blue orb flickered, then blinked out. Gone. No drift, no rise, no fading. Just gone. Instantly, the temperature rebounded. The night rushed back in. Normal sound, normal air, normal gravity. The reds were nowhere to be seen. Only Grace moved. She turned the page around. The sketch was finished. The orb was perfect. Blue, tendrils drifting. But beside it stood the silhouette she'd drawn. Not Caleb. Something taller. Something wearing his shape like a poorly folded costume. Grace traced the outline with her finger. "It watched how you move," she whispered. "Now it's deciding if it should try." Caleb shut his eyes, just for a moment, and the valley hummed beneath them, not with threat, not with welcome, with hunger. The dog arrived the way most important things in hollow places do, without announcement, stepping quietly over the edge of their lives as if it had been there all along. It showed up near the creek one gray afternoon, thin but not wasted, ribs visible beneath a matted coat the color of old wheat. Caleb spotted it first from the barn, a pale shape lapping at the water's edge. It noticed him almost immediately and froze, head lifting, ears pricked, eyes dark and wary. "Easy boy," he called softly, though he had no idea if it was male. The word just came. The dog watched him for a long moment, then trotted a few cautious steps up the bank. It kept its distance, muscles taut under its mud-streaked fur. The hum beneath the ground pulsed once, as if the valley itself had registered the new arrival. Mara approached more carefully, keeping her hands visible, voice low and warm. "You lost, sweetheart?" she murmured. The dog's tail twitched once, neither tucked nor wagging, something halfway between fear and hope. Grace, who usually kept back from strangers, came forward with a quiet surety that startled them both. She crouched at the edge of the yard, arms resting on her knees, and extended her hand palm up. "It is okay," she said. "We are not the ones you should be afraid of." The dog tilted its head, sniffed the air, and took 3 measured steps toward her. That was all it took. By evening, it had a bowl of water by the back steps and a share of leftover meat in an old dish, which it ate with careful, ungreedy bites. Its eyes followed them everywhere, bright but tired, as if it had seen enough of the world to know that kindness was something you moved toward with caution. They named it Scout, because it seemed like the sort of creature that had spent a long time watching the edges of things. Scout never came into the house, no matter how much they tried to coax it. It slept on the back porch, curled against the wall, close enough to feel the warmth leaking through the boards, but far enough from the door that it could bolt if it needed to. At night, when the hum under the floor grew restless, its ears would twitch, tracking sounds the humans couldn't hear, a low rumble building in its chest. For a few days, the presence of the animal softened the valley's edges. Mara found herself talking to it while she hung laundry on the line, telling it small stories about Denver, about the noise of traffic and the way city dogs had to learn to walk on leashes. Caleb felt less alone on his walks along the fence line with Scout, padding a few yards behind him, sniffing the air, occasionally stopping to stare hard at empty corners of the land. Even Grace seemed almost childlike with the dog, a rare thing now. She would sit on the back steps with her sketchbook, drawing the line of Scout's spine, the tilt of its ears, the careful way it tasted the air before drinking from the creek. "He hears them," she said one evening, as Scout lifted his head sharply toward the lower pasture. "But he does not understand the words. That helps him?" "What words?" Mara asked. Grace did not answer. She shaded the dog's eyes instead, giving them more light than the paper could hold. The night it happened was unusually clear. The sky was so full of stars that looking at it for too long made Caleb dizzy, as if he could fall upward into it. The air carried a faint chill, not yet winter cold, but crisp enough that every breath felt newly made. The hum under the ground had been quiet for most of the day, but as the sun sank behind the ridge, it picked up. Small pulses at first, then longer waves. They sat together for a while after dinner, the three of them on the back steps, Scout stretched along the boards beside them, muzzle resting on his paws. The dog's eyes slid half closed, but his ears remained awake. The creek whispered. The cornfield rustled in gentle, almost reassuring movements. It might have been peaceful, if not for the way the valley watched. Eventually, Mara went inside to make tea, and Grace followed, drawn by the promise of warmth. Caleb stayed a little longer, letting the night wrap around him. Scout lifted his head, nostrils flaring. The dog growled. It was low at first, a sound that vibrated against the wood, then deepened, rising from his chest like something pulled from far underground. His gaze locked on the dark line of pasture beyond the barn. Caleb followed his eyes. At first, he saw nothing, just the field, flattened by night, the grass reduced to a darker shade of shadow, the trees by the creek, a jagged silhouette against the stars. Then, a point of blue light winked into existence above the grass. It hovered there, perhaps 4 feet off the ground, its glow a muted echo of the orb Caleb had seen near the house days before. This one seemed more distant, its color slightly dimmer, but he felt the temperature change immediately. The air cooled by several degrees in the space of a breath, moisture crystallizing in the edges of his exhale. "Not now," he whispered to the valley, as if it were a thing he could reason with. Scout didn't wait. The dog surged to his feet, hackles rising, teeth bared. He let out a sharp bark that sounded too loud in the stillness, then leapt off the porch, paws thudding against the damp ground. Caleb shouted without thinking, the word carrying more fear than command. "Scout!" The dog did not look back. He sprinted across the yard, body a blur of pale movement, heading straight for the hovering blue light. The orb pulsed once in response, brighter, then dimmer, as if feeling the approach. The ground hummed beneath Caleb's feet, the vibration climbing with each of the dog's strides. "Caleb!" Mara's voice came from the half-open kitchen door. "What is—" He held up a hand, not taking his eyes off the field. "Stay inside." Grace appeared in the doorway beside her mother, a shadow with wide eyes. Scout tore across the boundary between yard and pasture, racing through the grass. The blue orb floated lazily, almost mockingly, backing away just enough to stay ahead of him. It glowed with a cold intensity, the air around it warping, smearing the stars behind it. The dog was 10 feet away, then 8, then 5. The orb pulsed again, harder. It began to fold. The surface of the blue light dimpled inward, as though something were pressing from all sides at once. The glow tightened, shrinking in upon itself with a sound like distant static through a radio, muffled but urgent. Tendrils of light curled inward, wrapping around a center Caleb couldn't see. Scout leapt. In midair, stretched at full extension, he vanished. There was no impact, no howl, no sudden, awful sound of injury. One moment, he was there, a living body, muscles tensed, fur catching the faint light. The next, the space was empty. The orb snapped into itself with a sharp flash. Then it exploded outward, not as light, but as ash. Gray particulate rained down from the place where dog and orb had met, drifting silently over the field. It sparkled faintly in the starlight, falling in slow, spiraling paths, landing on the grass, on the fence posts, on the dark earth. The ash did not smell like wood or paper. It smelled faintly of ozone and something faintly charred. On the porch, Caleb's knees buckled. He clutched the railing, fingers digging into the wood, as if that alone might keep him anchored. "Where is he?" Mara whispered, one hand over her mouth. Grace's voice trembled. He is not anywhere," she said. "He was here, and then he was not." The blue orb was gone, leaving only a hollow cold that seeped into the wood under their feet and the bones of the house itself. The valley hummed long and low, a sound with no emotion he could recognize. Caleb did not sleep that night. Neither did Mara. Grace lay awake staring at the ceiling, listening to the way the house creaked, as if someone heavier than them was pacing through its bones. At first light, the world looked almost gentle again. A soft mist hugged the low places, and the cottonwoods along the creek glowed faintly with dew. The fields showed no obvious wounds, no scorch marks, no torn earth. Just grass, moving slightly in the morning breeze. They searched anyway. Caleb walked the pasture where Scout had run, scanning the soil for any sign, prints, hair, any physical trace the valley might have missed in its strange, indifferent rewrite. Mara trailed behind him, her face hollow, calling Scout's name with a voice that already knew the answer. Grace wandered toward the creek in a slow, drawn line, her sketchbook hanging from her hand. She did not call out. She moved as if following a thread only she could see. The ash from the night before had settled into a thin, gray film on certain patches of soil and the lower leaves of plants. When Caleb crouched and touched it between thumb and forefinger, it dissolved like cold dust, leaving a faint tingling on his skin. "Where did you go?" he murmured, staring at his hand. Grace's voice floated over the grass a few minutes later. "Dad." Something in her tone froze him. He found her standing beneath one of the taller cottonwoods near the creek, head tilted back, eyes locked on a spot high up in the branches. The morning light filtered through the leaves, dappling her face in shifting patterns. "What is it?" he asked. She didn't answer right away. She just lifted an arm and pointed. Caleb followed the line of her finger. There, dangling from a branch at least 13 feet above the ground, hung Scout's collar. The worn leather looped over the limb, swaying slightly in the faint breeze. The metal clasp glinted dully, catching the sun, looking impossibly ordinary in the strange geometry of the valley. No rope, no broken chain, no visible path it could have taken to get there. Caleb's throat tightened. He reached up on instinct, fingers stretching, but he fell short by several feet. The tree seemed taller than it had the day before. Mara came up behind them slowly, breath catching when she saw it. "That is not possible," she whispered. Grace stepped closer to the trunk, placing a hand against its rough bark. "He did not fall," she said softly. "He was put." Caleb found a fallen branch and knocked the collar down with a few careful strikes. It dropped into the grass with a muffled thud. He picked it up with both hands, as if it were something fragile. The leather felt warm, not sun-warmed, deeper, like it had been resting against a living body only moments ago. He closed his hand around it, fingers shaking. The collar weighed almost nothing. The absence weighed everything. At first, Mara told herself it was just the stress. New place, new routines, the weight of all the unsaid things between her and Caleb. The way Grace kept waking in the night to stare at the corners of her room as if something were trying to decide whether it fit there. Anyone in her position would struggle, she thought. That was normal. But the house had its own ideas about when she was allowed to drift. She lay awake more often now, staring at the faint cracks in the ceiling above their bed. The hum under the floorboards came and went in long, slow waves, sometimes so low she had to hold her breath to feel it, other times rising just high enough that her teeth buzzed faintly in her jaw. The night stretched, thin and brittle. Hours where her body was tired, but her mind stayed sharp, listening. Caleb slept beside her in snatches, his breathing uneven. Sometimes he mumbled, groping for words that never quite surfaced. Sometimes he rolled toward her and clutched her as if afraid she might slide out of the bed and away from him. On those nights, she held him back, fingers threading through the hair at the nape of his neck, telling herself that the tremors in his shoulders were just dreams and not the valley shaking him awake from underneath. She almost got used to the creaks. Old houses talked. She had grown up in one, had fallen asleep to the groans of wood expanding and contracting, the faint rattles of pipes and radiators, and the settle of insulation. She had even loved it once, the way a home could feel alive without being threatening. This was different. One night, just past 3, she heard footsteps in the attic. Not in the hallway, not on the stairs. Directly above the bedroom ceiling. Soft at first. A tread. A pause. Another tread. The sound traced a slow, careful path from one side of the room to the other, the boards above their heads flexing in response. The pattern was unmistakable. Someone walking, turning, walking back. She rolled onto her back, heart ticking faster. "Caleb," she whispered. He didn't answer. He was finally, deeply asleep, his face slack, his body too heavy with exhaustion to respond to anything less than a shout. The footsteps continued, back and forth, back and forth. She stared up at the ceiling plaster. There was no access hatch, no pull-down ladder. The inspector had made a point of mentioning it. Attics sealed. Been that way for decades. Just insulation and dust up there. Nothing to worry about. He had thumped the ceiling once with his knuckles, as if to prove it. Now, something paced in that sealed space, the weight of it gently bowing the joists. Mara gripped the edge of the blanket until her fingers ached. Her mouth went dry. She tried to tell herself she was mishearing, that the sound was the wind in the eaves, or the distant thud of the barn settling in the night air. The valley didn't let her have it. The footsteps stopped directly above her side of the bed. Silence stretched out, thin and tight. She lay there, every muscle locked, listening. The house exhaled, a long, slow creak that ran from one end of the frame to the other. A low vibration thrummed through the mattress. Then very softly, something dragged along the attic floor. Not a heavy scrape, more like fingertips or claws tracing a line across old boards. She closed her eyes, but it didn't help. She could feel the pressure of the movement above her skin. By dawn, the noises had faded, replaced by the usual morning chorus. The creek, the birds, the faint rustle of wind through the cottonwoods. Caleb woke with shadows under his eyes and apologized for snoring. She didn't correct him. Some lies were small acts of mercy. Grace stopped truly sleeping around the same time. She would lie down when they told her, pull the covers up, turn off the lamp. But when Mara checked on her a few hours later, the girl would be sitting up again, back against the headboard, sketchbook open on her knees. Sometimes her eyes were red-rimmed, her pencil moving in slow, steady strokes. Other times, she stared at a blank page, pencil poised but not touching the paper, as if waiting for something to arrive on its own. "You have to sleep," Mara said one night, crouching beside the bed. "Even if it is just a little. Your body needs it." Grace blinked, as though being pulled in from a long distance. "If I sleep, I miss things," she murmured. "Miss what?" "They change the story when we close our eyes," she said. "The drawings help me remember what was true before." Mara's throat tightened. She brushed a strand of hair from her daughter's face. "Not everything in your head has to be true," she said quietly. "Some of it can just be imagination." Grace looked down at her hands, smeared with graphite. "Imagination is how they get in," she whispered. "It is the only place we cannot lock." Mara wanted to argue. The words wouldn't come. That night, Grace drew until the sky turned gray. In the bathroom one morning, Caleb stared at his own face and caught himself flinching. He had been shaving, the dull hum of the electric razor buzzing against his jaw, when something in the mirror's reflection made his eyes stutter. For a moment, no more than a fraction of a breath, his reflection lagged behind him. Not much, not obvious, but enough. He moved the razor away from his neck. The reflected hand moved a heartbeat later. The delay was so slight he almost dismissed it. Then he blinked, turned his head, and saw it again. The faint hitch in the mirrored motion, like a skipped frame in an old tape. His heart thudded. He dropped the razor into the sink. "Come on," he muttered to the glass. "This isn't funny." He lifted his hand and wiggled his fingers. The reflected hand followed on tempo this time, perfectly synchronized. He lifted both arms. The reflection rose with him. Then, as he watched, the shoulders in the mirror squared just a little too late. The hum under the floor rose, a thin vibration he could feel through the tiles. He stepped back. The man in the mirror stepped back too, this time in perfect sync, gaze hollowed by lack of sleep and something more. "Stress," he told himself, gripping the edge of the vanity until his knuckles whitened. "Sleep deprivation, that is all." His reflection's mouth shaped the same words, but there was a moment, just for a heartbeat, where the eyes in the glass did not seem convinced. At night, Mara's world shrank to the radius of the lamp by her bedside. She started leaving it on, even when Caleb pleaded for darkness. I cannot do this in the dark," she told him, half ashamed, half defiant. The lamp's glow painted their room in soft amber, pushing the corners back just enough that she could see they were empty, at least at first glance. On the worst nights, when the pacing in the attic grew more insistent and the hum under the mattress climbed into her bones, she would slip out of bed and walk the hallway, bare feet quiet against the old wood. She checked each door twice, listened outside Grace's room for the scratch of pencil. Sometimes she stood at the top of the stairs and just breathed, counting her inhales, counting her exhales, trying to anchor herself to something simple. On one of those walks, she stopped by the small hall mirror, just a cheap rectangle in a warped wooden frame, the kind she'd barely paid attention to before. Her face in it looked thinner, her eyes too big, skin sallow from too many bad nights. She almost did not recognize herself. "It's still you," she whispered, as if trying to convince the glass. The house groaned softly around her. She turned to go back to the bedroom. That was when she heard it, her own voice, right behind her ear. "We are not alone in your skin," it whispered. The words were hers, but the tone was not. There was a stretched quality to it, as if someone had taken a recording of her voice and pulled it tight, thinning it, sharpening the edges. She felt the breath of it brush the tiny hairs at the back of her neck. She spun around, heart crashing against her ribs. The hallway was empty. The mirror, catching her movement, reflected her wide eyes, her open mouth, the tremor in her hands. For a fraction of a second, the reflection smiled, a slow, unfamiliar curve of lips, while her real face did not move at all. The storm announced itself long before the first drop of rain ever touched the valley. All afternoon, the sky had been gathering weight, dark clouds knitting themselves together over the ridge in slow, deliberate layers. The air felt dense and metallic, as if someone had scraped a spoon along the inside of the horizon and left a taste of tin behind. The hum under the ground, which had become a constant in their lives, changed pitch, deeper, more focused, like something turning over in its sleep and deciding it had rested long enough. The animals sensed it first. The remaining cows drifted closer to the barn, their movements restless, tails flicking at flies that did not seem to be there. Birds tucked themselves into the cottonwoods earlier than usual, their silhouettes vanishing into the thickening leaves. Even the creek seemed to hold itself differently, its water tensing against the banks as if bracing. Inside the house, windows rattled in their frames as a gust of wind rolled down off the ridge and shouldered its way across the property. Mara moved from room to room, closing latches, checking the seals on doors, making sure nothing would blow open in the night. She could feel a pressure behind her eyes, a low, slow throb of an oncoming headache that seemed to have more to do with the air than anything in her own body. Grace sat on the living room floor, legs crossed, sketchbook open. Her pencil moved steadily, tracing jagged lines across the page. She wasn't drawing the house or the barn or the creek. She was drawing the sky, split open by lightning that had not yet arrived. "It hasn't started," Mara said softly, watching her. Grace did not look up. "It has," she murmured. "It is just not happening in our part yet." The first roll of thunder came from far away, a low, distant growl that vibrated along the bones of the valley without fully settling into them. The hum under the floorboards answered with a faint, expectant tremor. By the time darkness fell, the clouds had pooled directly above Hollow Creek, heavy and close. There was no twilight, only a quick dimming, the sky going from gray to black, as if someone had turned down a dimmer switch. The wind picked up, rushing against the house in uneven bursts, testing the siding, whistling briefly under the eaves. Rain arrived in a sudden, hard sheet, drumming against the roof and slapping the windows with flat hands. The creek changed its song, water hitting rocks with more force, churning around its bends. The lights flickered. Just once at first, a brief dip, a shiver in the bulbs, then again. They would dim for a heartbeat, then flare back to full strength. Dim, flare. Each pulse matched a vibration from below, the electricity and the hum syncing as if they belonged to the same system. Great, Caleb muttered, standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. Power lines out here probably sneeze and the whole grid falls over. Mara sat on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders, watching the lamp beside her. "It is not random," she said quietly. "Listen." The lamp glowed steadily. The floor thrummed. Dim. Flare. The pulse rolled up through the joists and into the furniture, subtle but undeniable. "Like a heartbeat," Grace whispered. Thunder cracked overhead, so loud the house seemed to jump. The lamp blinked out for a full second, plunging them into a closet of darkness before the overhead light snapped on again in a harsh white flash. The timing was wrong. The fixtures that belonged to different circuits in the house all rose and fell together, as if obeying one command. "Candles," Mara said, standing, "in case we lose it for real." They gathered in the front room as the storm thickened, the three of them drawn toward the big window that looked out over the yard toward the tree line beyond the creek. The glass trembled with every strong gust. Outside, the world was a smear, rain slanting sideways, the shapes of the cottonwoods blurred into a curtain of darker shadow. "Remember what Derek said," Caleb murmured, half to himself, "about looking at the ridge after midnight." Grace hugged her knees to her chest on the floor. "It is not midnight," she said, "and they already know we are watching." Thunder rolled again, closer this time. Flash, then rumble, the familiar count between light and sound narrowing with each strike. The next lightning bolt split the sky in a clean, white sheet. For a fraction of a second, the world outside the window was as bright as day. In that harsh illumination, the tree line leapt into focus. The trunks stood like pale bones against the dark sky, branches thrown into crooked gestures by the wind. The pasture between the house and the creek glowed with wet silver, and along the trees, spaced unevenly between the cottonwoods, stood a row of tall, thin shapes. Just silhouettes. Just darkness, denser than the night around it. The light vanished. The room dropped back into storm-lit dimness. Thunder crashed over the house. What was that? Mara's breath caught. Caleb swallowed. Trees, shadows. The light can... The valley's hum climbed, cutting across his lie like a slow, low note. Another flash. The figures were still there, closer. They stood no longer pressed between the trunks, but a few feet out from them, feet, if they had feet, planted in the open grass. Their bodies were lank and narrow, heads misshapen by the angle of the light, each one tilted slightly, like listening. The thunder followed almost instantly. You saw them, Mara said, not asking. Caleb didn't answer. He dimmed the lamp, then turned it off entirely. The only illumination came now from the erratic flashes outside and the faint glow leaking in from the hallway nightlight. They move only when we cannot see, Grace whispered. Lightning streaked across the sky again, a jagged claw of light tearing through cloud. The shapes had moved halfway across the field, close enough now that he could tell they were not simply tricks of contrast. The rain passed right through them without changing their edges. They cast no shadows of their own. For the space of that single burst of light, Caleb could make out the long angles of their arms, the wrongness in the way their shoulders hung, The darkness flooded back. Thunder shook the window pane. The hum under the floorboards rumbled in time with the storm, like something beneath them was waking up in stages. Mara grabbed Caleb's hand. Her skin felt cold, fingers stiff. "Do we close the curtains?" she asked. He thought of Derek's warning, "Do not stare too long at the hills." He thought of Grace's drawings, of blue orbs and vanishing dogs, of footprints that didn't belong to anything that walked right. "Not yet," he said hoarsely. "If they are coming, I want to see." Grace's eyes reflected the next flash before it hit. The lightning burst was brighter, closer, its line of descent visible for a split second as it clawed down toward the ridge. The figures were almost at the creek now, lined along the bank like sentries. Some of their heads had turned toward the house. The thunderclap that followed shook dust from the ceiling and rattled the dishes in the kitchen cabinets. The lights in the house flared so bright they hummed, then snapped dark. This time, the electricity did not come back. The only illumination now was from the storm itself, the intermittent, merciless honesty of lightning. "Flashlights," Mara said, her voice thin. "No," Caleb said quickly. "Let our eyes adjust. Just wait." The storm roared over them, the wind howling under the eaves, rain battering the siding. The valley's hum had become a continuous drone, low and vast, vibrating through the floor and into their bones. It felt less like the echo of a distant machine and more like the throat of something living, clearing itself. Another flare of white tore across the sky. The shapes had crossed the creek. They stood in the yard now, spaced unevenly across the wet grass, some nearer the barn, some angled toward the porch. In that chilled, frozen moment, Caleb could see that they were taller than he'd thought. Some reached almost to the lowest branches of the cottonwoods. Their bodies seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. No eyes, no faces, just smooth plains where features should be, heads tilted in a uniform, disquieting curiosity. Then darkness swallowed them again. Mara made a sound in her throat, a small, involuntary whimper she tried immediately to smother. "It is not possible," she whispered. "They cannot be that many." The sky flashed again. This time, there were fewer at the far side of the yard. Several were missing from the line. The thunder came quicker, rolling over the house like something thrown. "Where did they go?" Caleb heard himself ask, even though he knew better than to expect an answer. Grace did not look away from the window. "They do not all walk," she said. "Some just step." The next flash came almost immediately, the storm building to a frantic rhythm. Light, sound, light, sound, without enough darkness between for anyone to catch their breath. Only a handful of figures remained visible out in the yard. The others had stepped out of the strobe's reach. Caleb's heart hammered in his throat. "Mara," he said softly, "do not stand close." The sky cracked open directly above the house. For one blinding, white-blue instant, the entire world outside the window snapped into perfect clarity. The remaining shapes in the yard froze in their new positions. And on the porch railing, inches from the glass where Mara stood, balanced with impossible stillness on the narrow strip of wet wood, a single figure leaned forward. It was taller than the window. Its head tilted in that same wrong angle, close enough now that if the glass were not there, its non-existent face would have been almost touching hers. The light etched nothing where features should have been. An absence cut into the brightness. Mara saw her own reflection superimposed over the smooth blankness, her wide eyes floating where its eyes were not. Time stretched, the lightning seeming to hold for a beat too long, as if the storm itself wanted them to understand there would be no pretending this away. Then the light snapped off. The thunder that followed swallowed her cry. When a weaker, distant flash finally brushed the yard in a pale flicker, the railing was empty. The shapes at the tree line were gone. Only the rain and the dark remained, pressing against the glass, listening to the three of them breathe. The morning after the storm had the brittle quiet of a room that had just heard something it should not have. Clouds still clung to the tops of the ridges, torn and gray, but the valley below was strangely bright. The air was washed clean, the colors too sharp, grass too green, sky too blue, the creek glinting like a cut vein of metal. Puddles lay in shallow depressions, each reflecting a slice of sky that did not quite match the one above. The house felt hollow when Caleb stepped outside. The walls had spent the night shaking. The glass had rattled in its frames. The lights had died and stayed dead. At some point, Mara had pushed herself away from the window, lungs working too fast, and Grace had fallen asleep, sitting on the floor, her head tucked against her knees, like she had folded herself into the smallest shape possible. Caleb had not slept. There was a limit to how long a person could pretend to be the solid one, the reasonable one. He could feel the edge of that limit somewhere behind his ribs, thin and fraying. Still, habit carried him down the porch steps, across the damp yard, into the fields. You count them. You walk the fence. You check what's left. The ground sucked softly at his boots, each step leaving a dark print in the loosened earth. The hum beneath the soil was different this morning, less like a background tone, more like a slow, gathering inhale. He made himself look at the places where the fire from the sky had hit. A few fence posts were blackened, one split near the top. A patch of earth near the creek was charred into a perfect oval, the grass around it unburned. The cows, what remained of them, clustered together in a tight group, their bodies pressed flank to flank in a ring of damp hide and contained panic. All except one. He saw her from a distance, at first not understanding what he was looking at. She was alone, out past the others, near the shallow dip in the field where a seasonal stream sometimes formed. The ground there was soft and dark, still slick from the night storm. She was not grazing. She was not lying down. She was hanging, 3 feet above the ground. For a moment, his brain refused to register the height, insisting she must be standing on some unseen rise. He walked closer, slowly, heartbeat ticking in his throat. As he approached, the illusion broke. There was no rise, no mound, no hidden platform. The cow's body simply floated, hooves dangling over the mud, tail hanging straight down. Her head was tipped slightly to one side, tongue slack between her teeth, eyes half-lidded. She did not move. She did not breathe. He stopped 10 yards away, then 5. The air cooled with every step, the temperature dropping in a gradient he could feel against his skin. By the time he reached the edge of the soft ground, his breath came out in faint puffs of steam. The hum beneath his feet intensified, a low, steady vibration that made the muscles in his calves and thighs buzz. Up close, the wrongness was total. The cow's body did not sway in the light wind. The rainwater crusted on her hide had frozen into tiny, perfect beads. Her shadow did not fall where it should have. It smeared across the ground at a strange angle, as if cast by a light that was not the sun. He took another step, boots sinking slightly into the saturated soil. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, coating the back of his tongue. The same taste he'd noticed before storms, before the orbs, before things bent around what should have been empty. "Enough," he said to no one. His voice cracked. The valley did not answer. Something changed in the air around the cow. A shimmer, subtle at first, tightened around her outline, like heat ripples reversed. The space immediately around her seemed to pinch inward, lines bending, the background distorting as if seen through warped glass. The hum peaked, then flattened into a single sustained note that he felt in his spine. The cow's body folded, not snagged, not torn, not crushed, folded. It began with her midsection, the rib cage compressing in on itself as though an invisible hand were pressing from all directions at once. The skin did not burst. The bones did not snap with audible force. Instead, they seemed to buckle silently, curves collapsing into angles, then into shapes that were not made for meat or bone. Her legs curled inward without bending at the joints, hooves drawn toward her center, spine twisting in on itself in a slow, impossible spiral. Her head dipped forward, then backward, then straight through where her chest had been, the muzzle vanishing as it passed some boundary his eyes could not see. The air around her tightened further, pulling her in. She grew smaller. With each fold, with each impossible compression, her bulk decreased. Not in chunks, not in pieces, but as if her entire mass were being packed into a smaller and smaller space. The shadow on the ground shrank with her, edges blurring, like someone erasing in frantic, careful circles. Caleb could not move. His hands hung limp at his sides. Tears he hadn't felt forming stung at the corners of his eyes. The metallic taste thickened. His breath shortened. A faint, high sound laced through the larger hum now. Not loud, but sharp, like the squeal of strained metal played very far away. The cow's body was the size of a large dog now, then a rabbit, then a fist. Each fold sped up, the spiral tightening, until she was no more than a dark, trembling knot in the air, barely the size of his cupped palms. For one suspended second, that knot hovered, quivering. The space around it warped, like the surface of a bubble. Then it snapped. There was no bang, no flash, no outward explosion. The knot vanished inward, collapsing into a point so small his eyes could not follow it, and then even that point was gone. The space where she had hung was empty. The hum cut off. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. He stared at the empty air, waiting for something. Blood to fall, ash to drift, a scorched ring to appear. Nothing came. The ground beneath where she had floated was smooth, undisturbed mud, glistening with a thin sheen of water. It was as if the valley had taken back a piece of itself and decided it needed less space to hold it. He felt his knees give. He sank into the mud, not caring about the cold soaking through his jeans. His breath hitched, then broke. The tears that had been threatening finally fell, hot against his chilled skin. He bowed his head, shoulders shaking. The grief wasn't just for the cow. It was for the sheep that had vanished, for the dog that had turned to ash, for the countless small human things being gently, methodically unraveled around them. It was for the realization that this was not a haunting, not a glitch, not something that could be prayed away or patched over with rational explanations. This place was learning, and it was practicing. I cannot do this, he whispered. The words ripped raw. I cannot keep you safe here. I cannot keep any of us safe. The valley listened. It did not comfort. It did not threaten. It simply considered. The soft squelch of a small footstep in the mud behind him made him flinch. He scrubbed at his face with the back of his hand and turned. Grace stood a few feet away, boots sinking slightly, hair tangled from sleep she hadn't really had. Her sketchbook was clutched to her chest. Her eyes were dry, but there was a fixed, far-away look in them, as if she were also seeing something else layered over this scene. How long have you been there? He asked, voice hoarse. A while, she said. She looked past him, to the empty space where the cow had been. You saw? He managed. She nodded once. He expected her to cry, to run to him, to turn away. Instead, she took a slow step closer, the mud pulling at her boots. They're getting better, she said, very softly. His stomach twisted. Better at what? Folding things, she replied, making them smaller, making them gone. He shook his head, tears spilling again. It is just the animals, Gracie. It is horrible, but no, she interrupted gently. They are practicing. Her voice did not rise. It did not tremble. The calm in it made the words land harder. She looked him in the eyes then, and for a moment he saw not just his daughter, but something older, looking out from behind her exhaustion. Next time, she whispered, it will be one of us. They began packing the next morning, but it felt less like a choice and more like finishing a sentence the valley had already written for them. The decision had not been a single moment, a dramatic declaration at the kitchen table. It had come in pieces, small agreements made in the quiet between terrors, the night of the storm, the collar in the tree, the cow that folded into nothing while the air tasted like metal and grief. By the time Grace said the words out loud, we cannot stay here anymore, she was only voicing what all three of them already knew. The house seemed to know it too. The air inside was different that last day, oddly light, as if some pressure had lifted just enough to let sound travel more easily. The hum under the floorboards was still there, but subdued, a low, distant throb instead of the constant weight it had become. The rooms felt hollow even before the boxes were filled, like the house had pulled itself slightly away from their things. They worked in a silence that was not entirely empty. Mara moved through the kitchen with slow, certain hands, wrapping plates in newspaper, stacking mismatched mugs into boxes labeled with clumsy marker. Each clink of ceramic sounded louder than it should have. She kept expecting something to move on its own, cabinets to rearrange, drawers to slide open. But today, everything stayed where she put it. It was almost worse. The quiet feels wrong, she murmured once, more to herself than to anyone else. Caleb was in the living room, pulling books from shelves, sorting them into keep and leave piles. So many of them had come with the house. Old paperbacks, faded hardcovers with cracked spines, titles about weather patterns and soil management, and histories of counties no one remembered founding. He touched the cover of an atlas that still had a previous owner's name written neatly on the inside front page. How many people tried before us, he wondered, and thought they could stay. He put the atlas in the leave pile. Grace sat on the floor near the front window, legs tucked beneath her, sketchbook open on her lap. Pencils lay scattered around her knees in an untidy halo of graphite and wood. She had not said much since the field and the folding. Her face had a tight, pale look, like she had grown around something heavy she was determined not to drop. Every so often, she would glance up at the house, Not the way a person looks at walls and windows, but the way someone might look at another person who is about to speak. "What are you drawing?" Caleb asked gently as he walked through, arms full of books. "Last thing," she said. He paused, wanting to ask what that meant, but the set of her shoulders made him keep moving. Some answers would not help. He loaded another box by the doorway, the cardboard sagging slightly with the weight. His hands shook at odd moments, small tremors when he tried to tape a seam or write a label. He told himself it was just exhaustion. It was not only exhaustion. Every time he crossed a room, ghosts of what had happened there walked with him. The pantry door nudging open by itself. The inside of the closet door scored with fresh claw marks. Muddy prints on the ceiling. The blue light bending around invisible shapes. He could feel each memory pressing against him like points in a map, marking a place he had brought his family and failed to protect them in. With each box he sealed, the word failure repeated itself in his chest. In the early afternoon, the sky outside turned hazy, clouds smearing their edges across a pale blue. The creek whispered its way past the yard. The cottonwoods watched with their many narrow leaves. Mara came into the living room, wiping her hands on her jeans. Streaks of newsprint smudged along her fingers. She looked at the growing stack of boxes, at the scuffed coffee table, at the impression in the couch cushions where Grace had slept on the night she was afraid of her own room. "That is most of the kitchen," she said. "What about the barn?" "I will do a last sweep," Caleb answered. "Tools, anything valuable. The rest..." He let the sentence trail off. The rest belonged to the valley now, whether he liked it or not. Mara nodded, then glanced at Grace. "How is the last thing coming?" she asked softly. Grace did not answer immediately. Her pencil moved in slow, careful strokes. Mara sat down beside her on the floor, knees popping quietly. She leaned over, not too close, and looked at the page. The drawing was of the house, not as it was in the listing photo, bright and distant, or as it had looked the day they arrived. Sun on the windows and grass still hopeful in its color. This was the house the way it was now. Weathered, a little tired, with hairline cracks at the edges of the foundation and a slouch in the porch rail. Every deadbolt was drawn in, every iron ring in the hallway. Even the chipped paint on the front steps had been faithfully rendered. Around the house, in the yard, and along the tree line, and standing half hidden between the cottonwoods, were the figures. Tall, thin silhouettes, heads tilted, arms hanging in long, wrong lines. They formed a loose ring around the house, facing inward. "I do not like that," Mara whispered. Grace's hand did not stop moving. "We are not in it yet," she said. Mara's gaze shifted to the foreground. There, near the bottom of the page, stood three shapes: Caleb, Mara, Grace. At least, it was them in outline. Hollow outlines. No shading, no eyes, no expressions, no details. Just the suggestion of bodies. Empty. "Why are we like that?" Mara asked. "So the valley cannot keep us," Grace said quietly. "If I draw us solid, it remembers more." The logic settled into Mara's bones with a strange, sad inevitability. Caleb came back in as she was closing the sketchbook. "Barn's done," he said. "We have more junk than I thought." He looked tired, older, the kind of worn that did not come from years, but from intensity, from feelings compressed into a short, brutal span of time. "We are almost there," Mara said. "Just clothes and the last boxes." He nodded, but his eyes were somewhere else. Later, with the truck half loaded and the sun sliding lower along the ridge, he stood in the middle of the living room, and turned slowly, taking it in one last time. The grooves, where the couch had been, the faint discoloration on the wall where a picture had hung, the corner near the window where the red orb had hovered before it chose elsewhere to go. He swallowed against the tightness in his throat. "I am sorry," he said suddenly. Mara looked up from the box she was taping. For what? He gestured weakly, as if he could indicate all of it with one movement. For bringing us here, for thinking I could fix everything with space and quiet and new land, for not seeing what it was in time. Grace watched him from the doorway, her fingers worrying the edge of the sketchbook. "I failed you," he said, voice rough. "I failed both of you. I was supposed to keep you safe, and instead..." Mara crossed the room before he could finish. She put her hands on either side of his face, forcing him to look at her. "You brought us together," she said firmly. "You did not fail us. This place is not something a person can win against. You saw that. You believed us. You did not let your pride keep us here. That is not failure, Caleb." His eyes glistened. "I thought I was bringing us a future." "You did," she said, "just not the one you imagined. We are walking out of here together. There are people who would have stayed and lied and said nothing was wrong until the house started answering for them." Grace stepped a little closer. "It tried to keep us separate," she said softly. "In different rooms, different fears. You did not let it. That is why it is annoyed." The floor throbbed faintly under their feet, as if the house had heard and was clearing its throat. They shared a long, tight embrace in the middle of the emptying room. For a moment, the valley's hum faded beneath the sound of their breathing. Then the spell broke into practicalities. Another box, another armful, another check of the closets to make sure nothing essential had been left behind. The sun dipped lower, throwing long, gold-tinged shadows across the yard. At last, there was nothing left inside that was theirs. The walls were bare. The floors swept. The house echoed when they walked. Grace was the last to step over the threshold. She paused in the doorway, palm resting briefly against the frame. "Thank you," she whispered, so quietly it barely counted as speech. For what, she did not know. For letting them go. For not breaking them completely. For being what it was, without pretending to be kind. They walked together toward the truck. The gravel crunched under their boots. The air tasted less metallic out here, as if distance diluted whatever the valley exhaled. Caleb helped Mara climb in, then reached back for Grace, boosting her up into the back seat. He took one last look at the fields, at the crease of the creek cutting through them, at the cottonwoods bending in their private conversations. He shut the truck door. Behind them, the house stood, with its windows catching the last of the light, a pale, tired shape against the darkening sky. The front door, which they had left standing open in their last hurried trips outside, swung inward. Slowly. No wind gust preceded it. No draft tugged at it. The air was still. The door eased shut until the latch clicked into place with a soft, decisive sound. Not angry, not threatening, just final, as if the house had closed its own mouth and, in some strange, unfathomable way, said goodbye. The gravel road that led away from the house felt different when they drove it in reverse. When they had first come up it, the valley had opened around them like a held breath, the hills lifting away to reveal a wide, quiet bowl of land. Now, as the truck rumbled slowly down the ruts, The bowl seemed to tilt, the whole place sloping back toward the house they had just left, as if unwilling to let go. Caleb kept his hands steady on the wheel, fingers tight, eyes fixed on the road. The rear-view mirror held a shrinking version of the farmhouse. White paint washed almost gray, porch leaning just slightly, windows catching the last smear of daylight. He watched it until the slope of the land and a stand of low trees swallowed it. Only then did he let himself exhale. Mara sat rigid in the passenger seat, one hand braced on the dash, the other clenched in her lap. Her jaw worked as if she were grinding down words she did not trust herself to say. The cardboard boxes stacked in the back seat shifted slightly with each bump, their cargo of books and plates and shared objects rattling quietly. Grace sat between them, seatbelt cutting a diagonal line across her chest, sketchbook closed but held upright like a shield. She stared out her window at the field sliding past, eyes tracking the fence posts, the dips in the ground, the place where the creek curved out of sight. None of them spoke for the first mile. The sky ahead was a flat, washed-out blue, the kind that meant the sun would be gone quickly once it reached the ridge. Behind them, where the land lifted into long, low spines, the clouds were thicker, stacked in uneven layers, bruised with a deepening gray. The hum had followed them into the truck. It was fainter now, but still there. A low vibration in the frame, a tremor in the steering column, a faint buzz under their feet that had nothing to do with the engine. It rose and fell in irregular waves, as if the land were adjusting to their movement. "We are almost to the main road," Caleb said finally, more to fill the silence than because he believed distance meant safety. "Once we hit the highway, it is just pavement, and billboards all the way to Denver." Mara nodded, but did not look away from the windshield. "Good," she said. Her voice sounded thin and far away. Grace turned a page of her sketchbook without opening it, thumb worrying the corner. As they crested a small rise, the valley behind them came into view again for a brief moment. A spread of fields, the dark line of the creek, the cottonwoods standing shoulder to shoulder along its banks. The house itself was hidden by distance and contour now, but its position was implied by the way the land gently cupped a particular hollow. Something trembled under the tires. The hum deepened, vibrating up through the seat and into their spines. Caleb felt it in his teeth, a faint, drumming pressure. "Do you feel that?" Mara asked quietly. "Probably just the road," he said automatically. But the lie was thinner than ever, worn almost transparent. Grace looked over her shoulder, back toward the ridge. "The road is not humming," she said. "It is saying goodbye to itself." The words didn't make sense, but they fit. He almost kept driving. Almost. Then the light changed. The world outside the windshield dimmed by a fraction. Not a shadow, not a cloud, crossing the sun, but a thinning of brightness, as if someone had adjusted the saturation of the valley. The sky above the ridge darkened in a long horizontal line, a seam of deeper blue-white cutting across the clouds. Caleb slowed without thinking, foot easing off the gas. "Caleb," Mara warned, fingers tightening on the dash. "I see it," he murmured. The line in the sky widened. At first, it looked like a strange vertical cloud formation, a strip of brightness tearing slowly open, revealing a different shade of sky behind it. But as it widened, the edges remained too straight, too precise. The tear ran parallel to the ridge, a glowing seam of blue-white light that did not belong to this dusk. Inside the seam, the sky was not theirs. It was brighter, almost midday blue, turbulent with high, fast-moving clouds. The angle of the light was wrong, casting stark shadows across shapes they could not yet fully make out. The whole truck vibrated now, not from the road, but from the ground beneath it. The loose coins in the cup holder jingled faintly. The dashboard plastic buzzed against itself. The valley hummed in a single, elongated note. Grace pressed her palm against the window, as if she could steady the view with her hand. "It is waking up again," she whispered. Caleb pulled the truck to a slow stop on the shoulder, gravel crunching under the tires. He did not turn the engine off. He did not take his hand from the wheel. He just sat there, staring at the tear in the sky. They watched as figures moved inside it. At first, they were only suggestions, lengths of shadow crossing pale ground, pauses in the motion of clouds, dark smudges against the too bright blue. Then, as the seam widened, those suggestions sharpened into forms. Tall, thin, pacing along a horizon that was not their own. They walked parallel to the ridge, a line of silhouettes moving back and forth inside the open slice of other sky. Their proportions were off in the same way the shapes at the tree line had been. Limbs slightly too long, heads angled in that same curious tilt. The light inside the seam made them almost crisp, their edges sharper than any shadow had a right to be. Mara's breath came quicker. "We are leaving," she said, voice firm but shaking. "We are leaving. We are not stopping here. We are—" "They know that," Grace said softly. As they watched, one of the figures in the seam paused. It turned. Not toward the house, not toward the fields, but toward the road, toward their stopped truck. Caleb gripped the steering wheel harder. His knuckles ached. The ground trembled again, harder this time. The rearview mirror rattled, giving back a blurred image of his own eyes, wide and dark. The seam brightened, its edges glowing with a cold, electric light. "Seat belts tight," he muttered, the old automatic parent reflex surfacing even at the edge of something he could not understand. Just in case. The figures inside the tier shifted, as if conferring. The hum rose a little higher, a tone that vibrated in the soft tissue of the ear more than in the bones. Then the seam flickered. For a second, it narrowed, the bright other sky squeezing into a thin line. The figures blurred, stretched, their shapes distorting as if pulled sideways. The light stuttered, like a television losing signal. Grace's fingers dug into the fabric of her jeans. "Do not pick us," she whispered. The seam flared open again. Something stepped closer to the edge. It was not one of the tall, thin walkers this time. It was low to the ground, moving with a smooth, predatory grace. At first, all they could see was the suggestion of back and shoulder, the way it cut across the light. Then the shape came fully into view against the bright sky inside the tier. A canine silhouette, elk-sized, too long in the body, too high at the shoulder. Tail lowered in a calm, deliberate curve. It walked along the inner edge of the seam, as if testing it. Paws landing on a ground they could not see, head raised toward their world. The light from the tear haloed its outline, making the fur along its back glow pale. Even from this distance, they could see the head turn. The seam's light struck its face. There were no eyes, just smooth hollows where absence lived, catching the brightness and giving nothing back. Mara's hand flew to her mouth. Caleb felt something clench in his chest, a memory slamming into the present. The first day in Hollow Creek, a pale animal gliding across their pasture, friendly and wrong. jaws closing around the head of a calf. "It followed us," he breathed. Grace did not look away. "It was never just here," she said. "It was wherever the crack was. This is just another angle." The canine silhouette paused directly behind the tear's threshold. For a heartbeat, it looked as if it were standing on the far side of a vertical river, watching their tiny truck on a dirt road far below. The valley hum vibrated so hard the steering wheel shook in Caleb's hands. Then it stepped. Its front paw crossed the seam. For an instant, the line of its leg bent wrong, as if adjusting to a new gravity. The blue-white light clung to its fur, stretching, snapping. The tear wavered, its edges rippling around the intrusion. The hum pitched higher, a strained metallic whine that made all three of them flinch. The paw landed on nothing, on air, on a surface his eyes couldn't find. But the weight of it thudded through the ground beneath the truck. The seam shuddered, shrinking and swelling around the animal's advancing form, as if resisting and allowing at the same time. The canine pushed its head forward, muzzle emerging into their sky for the space of a single, elongated blink. It inhaled. Even at this distance, they felt the pull. Their breath hitched, chests tightening, as if the air in the truck had been briefly claimed by something else. The seam flickered, once, twice. Then the blue-white line snapped shut, like a slit in fabric being pinched together, swallowing the brightness and the figures and the half-emerged canine in an instant. The sky above the ridge was just cloud again, gray, heavy, ordinary. The hum under the ground dropped, fading back into the deep, almost inaudible throb they had first noticed when they came here. The truck's vibration eased. The coins in the cup holder stilled. No lights, no tear, no watchers. Only the valley, lying still and wide behind them, as though nothing had happened at all. Caleb turned the wheel back toward the road. "Do not look back," Mara whispered. He eased his foot down on the gas. In the back seat, Grace opened her sketchbook with slow, deliberate fingers. On the blank page, before she could touch the pencil to it, a faint line had already appeared. The curve of a long back, the suggestion of a lowered head, as if the road ahead was not the only direction in which the story intended to go. The road east out of Hollow Creek was little more than a pale scar scratched across the dark land, narrowing and widening in patient turns. By the time the truck reached it, the sky had begun to thin at the edges, bruised blue lifting slowly to something softer. Dawn was not here yet, but it was on its way, waiting just beyond the curve of the world. Caleb eased the truck up to a steady speed, the tires humming over packed dirt and broken asphalt. The house, the barn, the cottonwoods, all of it slipped behind the last rises and folds of the valley, swallowed by distance and the small mercy of topography. He watched the road ahead, the twin tracks of pale dust, the distant line of fence posts jogging in and out of view. Each mile felt like a layer peeling away. The hum under their feet, that deep, strange vibration that had become part of their days, did not vanish all at once. It diminished in steps. For the first few minutes, it still rattled faintly in the frame, a ghost of resonance haunting the metal. Then it dwindled to something he might have mistaken for engine noise. Then, for one long stretch, he realized he did not feel it at all. He let out a breath he had not known he was holding. Beside him, Mara watched the horizon with a kind of wary relief, as if expecting the hills themselves to rise up and block the way. Her eyes were ringed with darkness, her skin pale, but there was a looser set to her mouth now, a fraction more space between her teeth and whatever words she had been biting back for weeks. "I can smell other people again," she said quietly. He glanced at her. "What do you mean?" She nodded toward the cracked windshield, toward the faint hint of highway miles and towns waiting somewhere far ahead. Gas stations, bad coffee, cheap soap and rest stop bathrooms, cities. It feels like the world is real in that direction. He almost smiled. "That sounds like a very low bar for reality." "Right now, I will take it," she replied. He reached over without thinking and found her hand resting on her knee. His fingers slipped into her palm, rough thumb brushing against the bones there. She squeezed back, not hard, but steadily, as if anchoring them both. In the back seat, the boxes knocked gently against each other with every bump. A corner of one had split slightly, revealing the spine of a book, the handle of a mug, the familiar shape of a lamp base padded in old shirts. Their life, reduced and stacked. Grace had slumped sideways against the window, seatbelt cradling her in a diagonal harness. At some point, after they had passed the last familiar bend, sleep had finally reached her and refused to let go. Her sketchbook lay face down across her lap, fingers still curled loosely around it, as if she'd simply run out of waking. Her face looked younger like this, without the tight lines of concentration, without the weight of watching. She seemed small again, cheeks slack, lashes dark smudges against pale skin. A faint smear of graphite ran along one knuckle, where her hand had rubbed against the page. Mara twisted in her seat for a moment, watching their daughter. "She is out," she whispered. "Truly out. Look at that." Caleb did, and something inside his chest unclenched. "She earned it," he said. The dawn gathered with them on the road. The sky brightened slowly, clouds thinning into long, translucent streaks that caught the first hints of color. The fields beyond the ditch shifted from black to gray to washed-out brown. A distant farmhouse appeared and vanished again. Then a stand of trees. Then a glimpse of a road sign telling them a highway was coming, with its promises of exits and numbers and destinations that meant nothing to the valley and everything to them. With each mile marker, their breaths came a little easier. Caleb turned on the radio more out of habit than hope. The speakers crackled with static at first, long stretches of empty hiss, then gradually found a distant station half-heartedly playing something soft. The music broke in and out, weaving behind the hiss, but it was human-made sound. It had timing and mistakes and advertisements. It helped. He glanced once in the side mirror, checking for other cars on the empty road. There were none. He checked again in the rear view. Something pale moved there. At first, he thought it was a reflection of the light in the glass, a smudge from the rising sun catching some angle in the cab. But the shape held. It moved. It trotted where the road narrowed into a thin strip behind them. A pale silhouette, low and long, shoulders high, back sloping in a familiar wrong line. It followed the faint plume of dust their tires kicked up, trotting in an easy, tireless rhythm. It never gained ground. It never fell behind. It kept the same distance from the truck, as if attached by an invisible rope. Caleb's hands tightened on the wheel. The road stayed empty in front of them. He tried to tell himself it was just a trick of his eyes, a ghost of headlights, a shadow thrown by some unseen structure. But with every glance in the mirror, the shape remained. Sometimes the light caught its back, washing it into brightness. Sometimes It seemed darker than the road beneath it, absorbing the color around it. He did not see eyes. He did not need to. His heart climbed a notch in his chest. Mara sat inches away, her hand still in his. She followed his gaze briefly, but only saw a man looking at a mirror, the way anxious drivers do. "Everything okay?" she asked. He considered telling her, saying, "Yes, except the valley sent its first emissary, and it is pacing us like a sheepdog that has not decided which way to tug the flock." But she had left so much already. Left the locked doors and the clawed wood, the humming floors and the folded animals, the nights of listening to her own voice whisper things she had not said. He could give her this small mercy. "Road's just empty," he said instead. "Feels strange after all that space back there. I keep expecting someone to come around the bend." She nodded, accepting it, perhaps wanting to. He looked back at the mirror. The shape still trotted there, unhurried, as if it had all the time in the world. He told himself to stop looking. His eyes went back to the asphalt ahead, to the dark strip leading them out of one life and into whatever waited next. The truck's engine hummed in a steady human rhythm. The radio fuzzed and mumbled. The sky edged closer to morning proper. Behind him, in the back seat, Grace shifted slightly, the sketchbook sliding a fraction of an inch. Her eyes remained closed. "Dad," she murmured, voice thick with sleep, words hovering in that strange place between dreams and waking. "Do not look back for too long." He swallowed. "Why not?" Her lips barely moved. "It learns your shape when you stare." Her breathing evened again. She did not wake. A small chill wound its way through his ribs. He kept his gaze fixed on the road after that. When habit or fear made his eyes flicker toward the rear view, he forced them away, letting the pale smudge in the glass become just that, a smudge, a suggestion, nothing more. The highway appeared at last, a thin band of concrete cutting across their path, adorned with reflective signs and the distant promise of other engines, other stories. The truck rolled up the on-ramp, the tires changing pitch as they met a surface countless vehicles had worn smooth. The valley fell behind them in stages, first as land, then as an idea, then as a pressure loosened from their shoulders. Mara dozed for a while, head leaning against the window. Grace slept deeper, mouth slightly open, one hand still touching the edge of the sketchbook, like a bookmark in an unfinished chapter. Caleb drove. Ahead of them, the sky brightened into full morning, clouds burning off one by one. Billboards announced gas stations, motels, chain restaurants, worldly concerns. The radio found clearer stations. The hum under the floorboards of the truck was just what it was supposed to be. Mechanics and friction, not something older pushing up through steel. In the rear view, the road behind them narrowed to a single line, and then to nothing at all. Later, much later, when someone asked them about Hollow Creek, if they ever told the story at all, they would disagree on certain details. They would argue about which night the storm had been worst, which noise in the house had been the first undeniable one. Memory is like that, even without a valley pressing its fingers into it. But some questions would hang in the air between them, unspoken. Do places remember us when we leave them behind, the way we remember them? Or do they simply close over the space we occupied, erasing our weight the way the soil erased Caleb's footprints, smoothing the surface as if nothing meaningful had ever pressed there? Was Hollow Creek a valley with strange things living in it? Or was it something else entirely? A doorway, that had learned to wear a shape, a field that had become a threshold, a patch of land where the edges between stories had thinned enough that things that walked in one place could slip their paws into another. These were not questions with answers that fit neatly into daylight. Somewhere, very far behind them now, the house stood with its door closed and its bolts quiet. The creek continued its long, patient work. The cottonwoods leaned together and whispered. And if, in some narrow sliver of sky above that place, a seam of blue-white light opened for a moment, and a pale shape trotted through, following the curve of a road long after a single truck had passed, well, that would be just one more story among many, waiting in the dark for whoever came next, or for whoever lay awake at night and wondered which parts of their own life were places and which parts were doorways. Second story, it begins with breathing. Not your breathing, not yet, but a slow, dampened rasp inside a helmet. Each inhale drags faintly against the microphone. Each exhale clouds the edge of the visor for a heartbeat before vanishing into the dry, unreal light. Underneath it, like a distant undertow, there is the steady hiss of oxygen flowing, the small, constant lifeline between a human chest and the dead powder beneath his boots. There is no blue above him, no stars either, not from where he stands. Only a black so absolute it feels less like sky and more like an absence carved into the universe. The ground is all one color, a bleached, indifferent gray, stretching away in every direction, pitted and pocked, as if the surface has been rubbed with an enormous, rough thumb for 1 billion years. He moves. Each step forward ends in a muted crunch, the lunar dust swallowing the impact and sending it blooming up in slow, reluctant arcs. It does not behave like earth dust. It hangs, almost thoughtful, before falling back into place. The prints he leaves behind are too sharp, too perfect, as if the world here does not quite know how to blur the edges of what has touched it. In the reflection of his gold visor, you can see the lander behind him, squat, ungainly, its legs splayed like something that never evolved to kneel. Beyond it, a low hill cuts across the horizon, its rim set on fire by a harsh sun that shines with no warmth at all. There is no air to soften the light, no haze, no clouds, just shadow and glare locked in combat. He is not supposed to walk this far. There was a line on a chart back on Earth, drawn across a map of this landing site. A safe radius, a circle of distance calculated by engineers and doctors who understood oxygen reserves, comms lag, the margin for error a human nervous system can tolerate in a place where every mistake is final. He has already crossed it by 3 careful paces. He tells himself he wants a better angle on the hill, a cleaner line of sight for the camera mounted on his chest. The real reason is quieter, harder to admit, even inside his own mind. The world is too close in the lander's shadow. Out here, in the wide, empty glare, he feels like he can breathe, even though the air in his lungs has never been less his. He pauses. The next step hangs there, intention without motion. For a moment, all sound falls away, except his own pulse ticking through the fragile bubble of his suit. The weight on his chest is not the suit, not the pull of 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It is something else, something that feels like the air growing heavier, even though there is no air here at all. It is the feeling of being observed. There is nothing in front of him but rock and dust and the ragged lip of the horizon. There are no trees to hide behind, no doorways, no windows. Yet the sensation is unmistakable. The hair at the back of his neck prickling against the lining of the suit, the old animal part of his brain whispering that there are eyes on him. He turns his helmet. The cameras mounted at the corners of his visor try dutifully to follow. For a fraction of a second, the feed that Earth will later review catches a smear of something at the very edge of the frame. Not a shape, not yet. Only a darker segment of shadow that does not match the geometry of the lander or the hill. Then the picture tears sideways in a jagged bloom of static, white noise spitting across the image. The glitch is brief. On Earth, someone in a control room will log it as a minor signal anomaly, the kind of thing that happens when you bounce fragile bits of information across a chasm of vacuum and electromagnetic fury. Up here, inside the helmet, there is no log entry, only the feeling of his throat closing for an instant, as if he has just turned his head too fast towards something that does not wish to be seen. His voice, when it comes, is small and too loud at the same time. The microphones make everything intimate. They are not. It is not a sentence yet. It is the beginning of one. It trembles on the wire between worlds, half-born. There is a second, 2 seconds, in which he could add another word and nail down the shape of the thought forever. They are not what? Alone. Rocks? Hours? The recording cuts. Not neatly, not like a tape stopped on purpose. The audio phrase, disintegrating into a low howl of interference, as if the channel itself has been physically tugged away from his mouth and turned towards something else. For less than a breath, there is another sound under the static. Not quite a voice, not quite a song, and then there is nothing at all. The moon remains silent, its gray skin unmarked by any reaction. The astronaut stands where he is, pulse hammering, the broken half-sentence burning in his throat. Far away from him, impossibly far, your room is very quiet. The transition is sharp but gentle, like a blink. One moment, the world is all dust and blackness, and the thin, frantic noise of life support systems. The next, it is cotton, wood, and soft light. The angle of vision lifts away from his visor, away from the lander, away from the pitted surface, and settles down into a much smaller universe. The rectangle of your bed, the faint glow of your phone screen, the warm cone of a bedside lamp. You are on your back or your side, the fabric of the pillow cool against your cheek. The ceiling above you is not a distant void. It is a familiar stretch of paint, maybe with a crack you have noticed 100 times and forgotten each time you looked away. Beyond your walls, cars murmur past on a distant road, tires whispering on asphalt. Somewhere in the building, plumbing sighs, a fridge hums, a neighbor coughs. Your breathing is not amplified by microphones. It comes and goes softly, rising under the blanket and falling again, as normal and unremarkable as the tick of the clock on the wall. The air has weight here. You can feel it gently pressing against your skin, filling your lungs without effort. No one has ever had to calculate your oxygen margin for the night. If you glance toward your window, you might see a pale square where the curtain does not quite meet the frame, a slice of outside light edging in. The world out there is not gray dust and perfect shadows. It is a mix of street lamps, porch lights, the diffuse spill of a city or a quiet neighborhood. Somewhere beyond all that, high and very small, the moon is hanging in its usual place, pretending to be familiar. The story you just stepped into, with that first breath in the helmet, is not a live broadcast. It is not playing out in real time above your head. It is an echo, a reconstruction. The astronaut whose rasping inhale you heard is not listed in any mission summary you could look up on a public site. The half sentence he spoke does not appear in any official transcript. What you heard on that channel, the glitch, the broken phrase, the silence that followed, all of it comes from somewhere stranger and more fragile than an archive of flight data. It comes from a notebook. Many years after those boots pressed into that dust, a man whose name you do not know sat under a different lamp at a different desk and tried to catch that moment on paper before it vanished from the world completely. He was not an engineer or a pilot. His job was to listen to the things that did not fit into checklists, stammered confessions in small rooms, dreams muttered into cupped hands, the kinds of sentences that trail off into "it was probably nothing" before they are allowed to land. He wrote down a description of an unnamed astronaut walking 3 steps beyond a safe radius, turning his head, beginning to say, They are not. Before being cut off by an interference no technician could ever quite explain. What you just witnessed was not footage. It was not even memory. It was a story salvaged from the margin of someone else's fear, pieced together from the private notes of a forgotten psychologist who once sat too close to the edge of the moon without ever leaving the earth. You are lying in your own bed now, lungs full of ordinary air, heart ticking at its familiar pace. The moon is far away. The tape is not running. The only thing awake between you and that dark, silent world is this story. And for tonight, it is content to whisper. For most people, the moon is not a memory. It is a picture. A round, pale disk above a childhood backyard, a blurred circle on an old television, a glossy photo in a school textbook, with tiny gray footprints marching away from a spidery machine. It hangs there in our sky so steadily that it feels less like a world and more like a habit of light, something that has always been there and always will be. Once, for a short while, it was not just a picture. There were 6 landings in all, if you line them up the way history books do. 6 journeys where human beings left the comfort of oceans and air to stand in that gray, airless glare. They planted flags that snapped in a wind that did not exist. They left behind footprints that will probably outlive our cities. They gathered rocks that looked like ordinary stones until you held them and understood that they had never known rain, never heard thunder, never felt the warmth of a single summer afternoon. The last pair of boots left the lunar surface and climbed a ladder home. A final voice crackled across the void, promising we would return. The engines lit, the dust rose in slow wings, and the lander climbed back into blackness. After that, the story most people remember begins to flow in another direction. The 1970s were busy. After the moon, there were other crises to fill the news. Wars that did not end when they were supposed to. Oil that grew too expensive. Leaders who smiled on television and then fell from their podiums in disgrace. New scandals came and went like weather systems. Televisions that had once shown ghostly gray astronauts walking in impossible slow motion now played sitcom reruns and breaking news and game shows with spinning wheels. Space became a background hum. There were still launches, still satellites and stations, but the sharp, breathless feeling of watching someone step onto another world smoothed out into something softer, less urgent. The moon went back to being a familiar lamp in the sky, and the camera turned inward, toward our own streets, our own living rooms. If you were very young then, you might remember being lifted up to see the screen as a grainy figure bounced down a ladder. The adults around you were quiet in a way that felt unusual. Some of them had hands over their mouths. Someone shushed the room without thinking, as if the astronaut might hear their noise from so far away. Maybe you did not understand the words, but you felt the weight of the moment like a hand on your shoulder. Then the broadcast ended. Your parents went back to washing dishes, folding laundry, arguing in the kitchen about money or time or nothing at all. The moon did not go away, but the intensity of it did. The miracle became a story, and the story slid into the same mental drawer where people keep old weddings, old funerals, old first loves. Important, yes, but wrapped in tissue paper and set gently aside so that daily life can continue. There is nothing wrong with this. The human nervous system is not built to live forever at the edge of awe. You cannot keep your mind pressed to the glass of the universe without eventually feeling it crack a little. Even the most extraordinary days of your own life have become quiet with time. The moment you said goodbye at a hospital bed, the instant you realized you were in love, the night you lost something you thought you could not live without. They were huge then. Now they are folded into you, not gone, but no longer burning at the surface. It is the same with the moon. Officially, the reasons for not going back are practical, prosaic, almost comforting. Budgets shrink, priorities shift. New technologies promise better returns closer to home. Why spend so much to stand in gray dust again when there are satellites to launch, probes to send elsewhere, problems to solve under gravity? The story is neat and reasonable. We went, we saw, we proved we could, and then we moved on. This is the story we tell ourselves, and it is not entirely untrue. It just is not complete. Somewhere beneath the clean graphs of trajectories and fuel consumption, beneath the lists of sample weights and instrument readings, there is another layer of record keeping. If you could sit with the raw mission logs, the ones that were never converted into press releases, you would find little phrases tucked in the margins like burrs caught in fabric. Unusual auditory phenomenon during orbit pass. Visual anomaly observed near horizon, likely lens artifact. Subject displays psychological response beyond expected fatigue. Small words, easy to step over if you are in a hurry to reach the next data point. None of those notes ever made it into the triumphant montages, the slow motion footage of flags and footprints set to swelling music. Nobody wanted to lean too heavily on the moments where the explorers themselves sounded uncertain about what they were seeing. The world wanted heroes, not humans who woke in the night with their heart racing because the dark in their bedroom suddenly looked too much like the dark above a dead world. You, lying there now, know this pattern in a quieter way. You have had days that look perfect from the outside, celebrations, successes, moments everyone else thought were nothing but joy. And then there were the pieces you did not show, the thoughts that visited you in the bathroom with the door locked, the way your hands would not stop shaking an hour after everyone else went home. The public version and the private version, the main archive and the little scraps that never find a folder. The space program was no different. Between the televised miracles and the neat endings, there were rooms with closed doors where people spoke haltingly about things they did not understand. There were transcripts that were never transcribed, tapes that played only once and then slept in dark drawers, reports that were filed under headings like miscellaneous and quietly ignored. not because anyone was part of some grand, elegant conspiracy, but because human beings are very skilled at looking away from discomfort when they do not know what to do with it. It is all right that we move on from miracles. It is all right that we soften the edges of our fear with time. Yet, just because a story has been wrapped up does not mean that all of its pieces are truly settled. Beyond the public archive of the moon, the one filled with trajectories, fuel usage, rock catalogs, and high-resolution photographs, there is another archive that most people never hear about. It does not live in a single building. It lives in old boxes and basements, in private notebooks, in the faded ink of forgotten case files. It is not about where the ships went or how much they weighed. It is about what the journeys did to the people inside the suits. In that other archive, the units of measurement are not kilometers or kilograms. They are night sweats, sudden flinches at certain sounds, dreams that repeat with too much detail to be written off as random, quiet admissions that something on the surface did not look quite like a rock, but could not be called anything else without changing the shape of the entire mission. Someone had to listen to those pieces. Someone had to sit in small, undecorated rooms, while men and women who were supposed to embody calm and control picked at the edges of memories that would not lie flat. Someone had to write down the words that did not fit into official forms and decide in the end whether to let them vanish or to keep them somewhere for a future that might care. His name was Dr. Elias Mercer. The files that matter most in this story did not begin in mission control or in laboratories full of gleaming equipment. They began on his desk, under the steady yellow cone of a lamp, in the careful handwriting of a man whose job was to listen to the things we decided not to remember. The first room where Elias Mercer appears is not grand. It is barely larger than a storage closet, a rectangle cut off from a longer corridor, lit by a single recessed bulb whose light never quite reaches the corners. The walls are an institutional off-white, the kind of color chosen not to offend anyone and not to be remembered. There is a table, metal legs, laminate top, 2 chairs. On the table, a tape recorder the size of a shoebox, its reels empty for the moment, and a glass of water that has not been touched. Mercer sits in the chair that faces the door, waiting. He is in his late 40s, hair thinning at the temples, the first silver threads visible in his beard if you stand close enough. British vowels soften his speech, but years of working alongside Americans have worn some of the sharper edges down. He is not tall, not imposing, not the sort of man anyone would put on a poster. His hands are long-fingered and still, resting on a yellow legal pad lined with his small, precise handwriting. He was not hired to plant flags or take giant leaps. He was hired to sweep up afterward. Someone in the agency calls him, half-jokingly, a psychological custodian. His contract uses kinder language: post-mission adjustment specialist, mental health consultant. In simpler terms, he is the cleaner of minds, the one who sits with the men and women who have gone farther than most human beings will ever go, and helps them find a way to fit back inside their own lives without cracking at the edges. The door opens. An astronaut steps in. The man has the rigid posture of someone trained to withstand pressure, both physical and political. His uniform is neat, badge gleaming, but his eyes are tired in a way that no amount of sleep seems to touch. He sits across from Mercer like someone taking a test he has not been allowed to study for. "Thank you for coming in," Mercer says quietly. His voice is soft, but not weak. It has the quality of wool pulled over sharp corners. Something that will not cut, but will still keep its shape. He reaches forward, presses the red button on the recorder. The reels begin to turn with a gentle hiss. The questions at first are ordinary. How is your sleep? Any headaches? Any trouble concentrating? The astronaut answers in clipped professional sentences, the same way he would report fuel levels or hull integrity. Fine. No. No more than usual. Mercer nods, makes a note that does not match the spoken words. Up close, he can see the man's thumb tapping against his own thigh. A small, repetitive motion, like someone knocking on a door too softly to be heard. On the legal pad in front of him, other notes already fill the page. From previous sessions, previous missions. Nightmares persist. Reports of being watched on surface. Hearing sound with no source. Some of the phrases are underlined once, twice, circled. Beside them, in smaller handwriting, he has written 3 letters. NIOL, not in official log. He looks up. Walk me through it again, he says, from the moment you began orbit. The astronaut's jaw tightens. This is not the first time he has told this story. He has recited the clean version in press conferences, in debriefings full of uniforms and tape recorders and stern faces. This room is different, but the habit of editing himself runs deep. Mercer does not rush him. He lets silence sit there for a moment, not as an accusation, but as an invitation. In the hallway outside, footsteps pass. A door closes. The subdued murmur of a coffee machine starting up drifts through the thin walls. The world goes on. Inside this little box of light, they stay still. Up there, the astronaut begins, and then stops. Mercer waits. Up there, the man says again. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own blood. We had the usual chatter, the checks, the jokes. And then, during the third pass over the far side, we started hearing something. He glances at the tape recorder as though it might object. Mercer's pen hovers, ready but unthreatening. Something, he repeats, not listed in the mission audio. The man gives a short, humorless laugh. No, that part got trimmed. Mercer writes that down too. He has heard versions of this story before. Hissing sounds that do not match any equipment malfunction. Whistles that seem to carry a pattern. A sense, described again and again in slightly different words, of not being alone in a place where, by every official definition, you absolutely are. If he were a different kind of man, he might dismiss it all as stress. He has the training to do so. Adrenaline, sleep disruption, sensory overload. An endless list of neat labels to press down over untidy experiences. But he grew up in a different kind of house. When Elias was a boy, his mother told him stories about the moors that stretched beyond their village. Places where fog clung to the ground like a thinking thing. Where light sometimes bobbed at night with no lantern to explain them. She spoke of rivers that remembered the faces of those who drowned in them, of empty fields that grew heavy with a feeling when certain names were spoken aloud. Some places listen, she would say, tucking him into bed. Some places watch. You do not have to be afraid of them, but you should never pretend they are deaf. Those tales left a mark that no amount of academic training ever fully erased. Later, when he studied the mind in lecture halls and hospitals, he learned to distinguish between hallucinations and perceptions, between trauma and superstition. He learned to respect evidence, but he never entirely lost the small, cautious part of himself that knew not everything which stirs a human heart into panic is a trick of synapses. So here, in this cramped debriefing room, framed by humming fluorescent light, he does not say, "That is impossible." He says, "Tell me what it sounded like." The astronaut closes his eyes. "Like breathing," he says eventually, "but not human. Slower, deeper, and coming from outside the hull." Mercer writes it down, hearing sound with no source. He underlines it once, then draws a small dot beside it that means something only to him. There are 2 stacks of folders in his office. One is tall, color-coded, perfectly aligned. It holds the official reports he is required to file, structured assessments with checkboxes and scales, summaries that translate tangled human experiences into numbers and categories. Anxiety, mild. Sleep disturbance, transient. Recommendation, no further action. The other stack is smaller and older. Its folders are mismatched, edges soft from being handled too often. These are not supposed to exist in any formal capacity. Inside them, on creased sheets, and in the margins of typed transcripts, he keeps the things that will not fit into any diagnostic code. The dreams that recur with settings no one has ever walked through. The confessions given at the end of sessions, when hands are already on door handles. The times when an astronaut says, "This is going to sound insane," and he replies, "Say it anyway." At night, when the building is mostly empty and the corridors echo, he sometimes goes back to the tape room. It smells of warm plastic and old coffee. The machines sit on their metal racks like quiet animals, waiting to be woken. He slides a reel onto its spindle, threads the brown ribbon through the guides, and presses play. On this particular night, the tape is labeled only with a mission code and a date. Lunar orbit, raw comms. The official transcript has a few bland lines, routine system checks, observations of surface features, minor course corrections. What he hears under the crackle is more crowded. Voices weave in and out, the astronauts talking about fuel levels, angle of approach, small jokes. They sound tired, but steady. Beneath them, just at the edge of perception, there is a low murmur. At first, he mistakes it for interference, some artifact of distance or the limitations of the recording equipment. He turns a dial. The higher frequencies thin out. The voices retreat a little. The murmur stays. It does not resolve into words. It does not shape itself into melody. It is simply a rhythm, a slow in and out, in and out, like air being drawn through a throat that does not quite match any anatomy he knows. It is almost too slow for a human chest, the pauses between pulses stretching longer than is comfortable, then resuming again with relentless patience. There are no other life signs on the mission manifest, no extra crew, no stowaways. Every heartbeat on board has been measured, graphed, and logged. He sits very still, listening to something breathing with them in the dark. After a while, he reaches out and stops the reel. The silence that follows is not empty. It is full of the ghost of that sound, the way a room feels strange after a refrigerator hums for so long that you no longer hear it until it stops. He takes the tape off the machine and holds it in his hands. The reel feels ordinary. Plastic, light, unremarkable. Everything it holds is invisible. Everything it suggests is too large to name without changing himself in the process. On the spine of the box is a blank white label, waiting for him to write the mission code, the date, some neat description like audio orbit pass 3. His pen hovers. Then, very deliberately, he sets the pen down. Instead, he draws a small symbol in the corner of the label. It is not a letter, not a number. Nothing that would mean anything to anyone but him. A circle, not quite closed, with a tiny dash just outside the gap. He slides the tape back onto the shelf among dozens of others, all properly marked and cataloged. This one stands out only if you are looking for it. As if, even on paper, he is afraid to give a name to the thing that exhaled in the static where no breathing should have been. The tape room was quieter than the rest of the building knew how to be. During the day, it hummed and clicked and breathed along with the people who moved through it. Every reel-to-reel machine spinning out its thin brown tongue of tape, while technicians called timings back and forth. At night, after the overhead lights were switched off and the doors along the corridor had been locked, it shrank into a dim red box of air, full of sleeping machines and the faint metallic scent of dust and warm electronics. Mercer let himself in with a key that did not look like anything special. The door closed behind him with a padded thud, the outer world collapsing to a line of light at the bottom of the frame and then vanishing altogether. The soundproofing swallowed the distant coughs, the late laughter, the rumble of cleaning carts. It left him with his own breathing, the slow tick of cooling metal, and the tiny, incessant buzz of the indicator LEDs on the equipment racks. He had not meant to come back after hours. He had gone home, made tea, stood at the kitchen window while the kettle hissed, watching the moon float above the parking lot like a pale coin. Sleep had refused to come. The words from his sessions that day had moved through his head in restless patterns. Breathing outside the hull, whistle in the static, not in the official log. By the time he admitted he would not be able to lie in his own bed without bringing all of their voices with him, he was already halfway back to the facility, his car's headlights carving out a narrow tunnel in the dark. Now, in the tape room, he moved with a kind of practiced reverence. He did not turn on the overheads. He left the room lit only by the soft red glows and the rectangular halo of a single desk lamp, its light falling in a warm pool over the counter where the machines waited. The reels stood in rows on the shelf, plastic circles in cardboard sleeves, each labeled in blocky handwriting. Mission codes, dates, Pass 1, Pass 2, raw comms, filtered. He ran his fingers lightly along their spines, the way a reader might brush the edges of book covers in a library, not yet sure which story to pull free. He stopped at one he had been avoiding. Its label carried a familiar mission number and the notation, Orbit, Far Side, Unfiltered. In smaller writing, someone had added, Whistling noted, probable RF interference. On the bottom edge, almost invisible unless you knew to look, was the small symbol he had started to use for his own private reasons. A circle not quite closed, a dash hovering just outside the gap. He slid the reel gently from its box. The tape was cool under his fingertips, the plastic center smooth and impersonal. He set it on the supply spindle of the nearest machine, checked the take-up reel, threaded the brown ribbon through the guides with the easy, automatic motions of someone who has done this too many times to count. The tape whispered as it slid through his hands. The switches clicked with satisfying solidity as he brought the system to life. A soft hum rose from the motor. The reels began to turn, slow at first, then settling into a steady, patient spin. The little VU meters on the front panel twitched, their needles rising and falling with the ghost of sound waiting in the magnetic grains. He put on the headphones. They were heavy, padded, the kind that cupped his ears and pressed the outside world even further away. For a second, there was nothing. Then with a faint pop, the past poured in. Static greeted him first, a gentle ocean of noise. Behind it, almost shy at the beginning, came the voices. Confirm on 3-5. Copy that, 3-5. Attitude is steady. They were thin and tinny, flattened by distance and by technology that had been remarkable in its time and now sounded a little tired. The astronauts talked about fuel reserves, about angles of descent, about a cluster of craters on the surface that looked, one of them joked, like a face staring up at them. The banter was tight, controlled, the laughs shorter than they might have been on the ground. Mercer listened, only half attending to the content. He had read the transcripts. He knew the shape of this exchange. He was waiting for the part that had not been captured in neat columns of text. A few minutes in, he heard it. It slipped into the space between words, a soft, high thread running behind the dialogue, almost lost in the static. The first time he might have mistaken it for a glitch. A faint whistle, rising and falling in a way that did not quite match the pattern of any machine he knew. He pressed a finger to the speed control and nudged it down. The tape slowed. The voices dropped in pitch, became languid, underwater versions of themselves. The whistle stretched with them, elongating, its shape more visible now that it was not racing past his ears. It was no longer a thin, accidental squeal. It had rises and falls. It had breath in it. He slowed the tape again. The astronauts' reports became submerged, too low to parse. The whistle deepened further until it sat in his headphones like a slow wind moving through a hollow space. He could feel it against his skull more than he could hear it with his ears. It was not music, not in the way people usually mean. There was no melody, no tune you could hum back. But there was pattern. In, out, in, out. It reminded him of breath drawn through something that had never been meant to breathe, through stone pipes, through caverns, through the cracked teeth of an impossibly large mouth. The sound seemed to catch on unseen edges, to rasp slightly on each exhale, like air passing over carvings in a tunnel that had been dug before anyone remembered who built it. He sat there, motionless, his own lungs automatically trying to sync with the rhythm and then failing. Too fast, too needy. His heart stuttered once in his chest, an ancient animal alarm saying, "No, this is wrong. This is not one of us." Fear moved through him, but it was a peculiar kind. It was not the bright, sharp panic of immediate danger. There was no threat in the room with him, nothing reaching out from the shadows, but the familiar shapes of machines and racks and the lamp's steady glow. The fear was bigger, colder. The fear of realizing that you have stumbled by accident into hearing something that was not intended for you. He thought of the men in the tape. They had been strapped into a metal shell thousands of miles above any ground, floating around a world that would kill them in under a minute if anything went wrong. They had heard this same sound in real time, not slowed down, braided into their headset audio, with nothing between themselves and that slow, rasping rhythm, but a few inches of alloy and faith in the calculations of other people. A wash of compassion rose up through the cold in him, unexpectedly strong. He had seen some of those faces in his small debriefing room, had watched their hands flex on the table when they spoke about weird whistling, probably interference. He had read the way their eyes slid away when they said it, as if addressing the ceiling instead of him. He reached out and adjusted the levels, isolating the frequency band where the breathing seemed strongest. The rest of the noise fell away a little more. The sound grew closer. The imaginary stone pipes narrowed around his head. On the tape, one of the astronauts spoke, his voice stretched, but still comprehensible now that Mercer knew the words. "You hear that?" The question floated out into the space between them. The other man did not answer right away. The slow, hollow rhythm continued behind his hesitation. "Say again?" the second voice asked. The first voice drew breath, ready to repeat himself. Just then, the chant stopped. It did not fade. It did not shift to another register. It cut off, cleanly, on the edge of the next inhale, leaving the tape full of nothing but static and human words. Mercer froze. The needles on the VU meters still danced, but at a lower range now. The tunnel of his awareness narrowed to the absence of that sound. In the silence behind the men's exchange, he could almost feel a listening. The astronaut cleared his throat, a small, nervous sound. "Thought I heard." "Never mind," he said, and laughed a little too loudly. The kind of laugh meant to fill a space that has suddenly opened up beneath you. The conversation moved on, back to angles and checklists. Mercer let the tape run. 40 seconds later, without any apparent cue, the low, rasping breath slid back under the dialogue. Same rhythm, same depth. As if something had waited politely until the humans were done speaking. He sat there with the headphones on, the only person in the building hearing this moment in this way, and felt the skin crawl along his arms. It was a small thing, barely a blip in hours of audio, easy to overlook, easy to explain away if you needed the world to stay simple. Yet the timing was precise enough to leave a clear, cold fingerprint on his thoughts. Whatever that slow, patient sound was, it did not like to talk over people. They met again, in a room with a window this time. Years had passed since the mission, enough that the photos on magazine covers had yellowed and curled at the edges, enough that people had started to use the word historic when they mentioned the crew's names. The astronaut sitting across from Mercer wore a dark civilian jacket now, instead of a flight suit. His hair had thinned and gone more silver than brown. Lines had dug themselves in around his mouth and eyes, the kind etched not by laughter alone, but by long, quiet nights. His hands, folded on his knees, still shook. "Off the record," he had said on the phone. "Completely off the record, Elias. I am not doing this for the agency, and I am not doing it for a report. I need someone who was there to hear it." So Mercer had booked a small side office at the clinic, where he now worked a few days a week, away from the base. The door was solid, the walls thicker than in the old debriefing rooms. Outside, you could hear traffic, the occasional bark of a dog, someone's radio from a nearby workshop. Inside, the sound fell to a soft hum, like a distant tide. "No tape," the astronaut said as he sat down, glancing automatically at the tabletop. "No tape," Mercer agreed. His notebook lay closed beside him. His hands were empty, resting loosely on his own legs. "This is just between us." For a while, they talked about ordinary things. Retirement, grandchildren, knees that complained more now when the weather changed. The small, safe topics people use as a bridge to something heavier. Then the astronaut's gaze drifted past Mercer, toward the window where late afternoon light smudged itself on the glass. "I still hear it," he said softly. Mercer did not ask what. He knew. He waited. "In my sleep," the man went on. "Not always, not every night. It comes and runs. It will leave me alone for months, sometimes years. Then it starts up again, like it never stopped. He rubbed the heel of his hand over his chest, just above his sternum, as if trying to soothe the pain that lived there. In the dream, I am walking, he said. I know it is the moon, but it is not quite the place we mapped. It is wrong. The ground is the same gray powder, the same little craters, but the shapes of the hills are off. The distances do not behave. His eyes had gone unfocused, looking instead at something behind his own forehead. There are no stars, he said, not even when I look up and try to find them. The sky is just, he gestured, groping for a word. A lid, a dark dome, like someone put a bowl over everything. And the sound? Mercer asked, quietly. It comes from behind the ridge, the astronaut said. The same ridge every time. Low, to my left. I am not in the ship. I am out there, walking. I can feel the suit on me, the weight of it. But there is no lander anywhere. No tracks, no flag. Just me and that ridge with the sound behind it. He swallowed. It is the same sound, he whispered. The whistle. The breathing. Like air moving through a throat that is too big, too old. It does not come through my ears in the dream. It comes through the ground, through my bones. I feel it more than I hear it. Every step I take, it comes up through my boots, into my legs, like I am walking on the ribs of something that is still alive. Mercer let his own breathing slow, matching the pace of the man across from him, offering calm by example. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Outside, a car door slammed, then faded. Does the ground show your prints? He asked. The astronaut's mouth tightened. That is the worst part, he said. No, I can see the dust puff when my boots hit. I watch it rise and fall in that slow, floaty way it does up there. But when I look back, there is nothing, flat, untouched. I am walking and walking, and nothing is marking that I was ever there. He laughed then, a small, sharp sound with no humor in it. Ridiculous, right? 50 years old, and I am scared of dust not remembering my feet. It is not ridiculous, Mercer said. He meant it. In his mother's stories, the land always remembered. A bog would hold the impression of a hoof print for days. A river would carry the ripples of a stone you threw into it long after the splash had faded from your ears. To move through a place and leave no trace was to be a ghost. The astronaut stared at his own hands. I never told my wife the truth, he admitted. She knows I have nightmares sometimes. She knows I do not like to be woken suddenly. But I told her it was about the launch, the re-entry, the usual fears. I did not tell her that the thing that wakes me up most often is the feeling that I do not exist under my own feet. There was a kind of shame in his voice, the shame of a man trained to be fearless, confessing a fear no one had trained him for. I feel stupid being afraid of something no one believes in, he said. There is no checkbox for this, no medal for spooking at shadows on a place we were supposed to conquer. Mercer leaned forward slightly, elbows on his thighs, eyes steady and kind. You were never asked to be fearless, he said. You were asked to go. You did. That is enough. Being afraid of something you do not understand is not a failure. It is a sign that your mind is still working. The astronaut's shoulders eased by a fraction. They sat like that for a while, the man talking in fits and starts. The dream, unfolding in pieces. The horizon line in it, he said, had a trick to it. When he kept his eyes on the ridge, it stayed where it was. When he looked away, to check the ground, to glance up at the black bowl overhead, he would feel the horizon move closer. Not by much. Just enough that, when he looked back, The ridge would seem a little too near, as if it had taken a step while he was not looking. The sound beyond it never got louder. It simply remained, a constant, slow thrum, like someone humming tunelessly in another room, separated by a wall not meant for human houses. "I never reach it," he said. "The ridge. I walk and walk, and my legs get heavy, and the suit feels thicker, like I am wading through something I cannot see. I never get to the top. I never see what is making it." Mercer did not tell him that some doors are better left closed. The man already knew that. His whole being radiated the tension of someone perched on the threshold of something and refusing, stubbornly, to step through. Instead, Mercer offered something simpler. "Can we try something?" he asked. The astronaut nodded, wary but willing. "Close your eyes," Mercer said. "Just for a moment. You are not on that plane right now. You are here, in this chair. Feel the weight of your body against the seat. Feel your feet on the floor. There is air in your lungs that did not come from a tank. There is gravity holding you, the familiar kind." His voice was low, even, the same tone he had used with dozens of patients who carried explosions and crashes inside their skulls. "Now," he continued, "match your breathing to my count. In for 4, hold for 2, out for 6. They breathed together, the rhythm slow and deliberate. In, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2. Out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again. The world outside the window might have vanished for all either of them noticed. "The next time you find yourself there," Mercer said softly, "on that plane that does not want your footprints, see if you can remember this rhythm. Not to get rid of the dream, just to give yourself a path out of it, a way to wake without your heart trying to climb out of your chest." The astronaut's face relaxed in small increments, the furrows in his brow smoothing as his body remembered that it was allowed to rest. "It will not erase what you saw," Mercer added. "It does not have to. It just gives you more control over what happens when it visits you." The session, for a while, became something like a guided meditation. Soft instructions, slow inhales, longer exhales, a gentle return, over and over, to the undeniable reality of chair, floor, air, heart. Only near the end, when the clock's hands had crept closer to the hour and the light outside had faded to a cooler gray, did the astronaut say, almost as if to himself, "It changed, the last time." Mercer opened his eyes. "How?" The man's fingers curled against his knees, digging into the fabric. "I was not alone," he said. "In the dream, I did not see anyone, but I felt something right behind my left shoulder, close enough that if I had reached back, my glove would have touched it. It was breathing with me, not the big thing behind the ridge, something smaller, closer. Every time I inhaled, I could feel another breath slide in half a second later, like it was trying me on for size." He shivered. "I woke up in the sleep lab," he said. "They have me doing studies, routine stuff. Old astronauts make good lab rats, you know." He tried to smile and failed. "I had the full kit on. Heart monitor, oxygen saturation, the works. The technician showed me the printout afterward because he thought the equipment had glitched." He looked at Mercer, eyes very dark. "For about 5 seconds," he said, "my heart trace splits. There is a second rhythm overlaid on mine, slower, out of sync, like something else was beating along with me, and then stopped." The room felt smaller for a moment, the walls leaning in. Mercer did not look at the clock. He did not reach for a form. He simply sat there, listening, his own breathing calm and steady, holding the space between the man and the thing that had once, however briefly, tried to share his pulse. Obsession, when it came for Mercer, did not arrive with wild eyes or sleepless rants. It came folded inside his habits, quiet and tidy, like an extra page slipped into a familiar file. He did not stop seeing patients. He did not forget to eat, or to pay bills, or to call his sister on Sundays. From the outside, his days went on much as they always had. Sessions in small rooms, notes written in small handwriting, coffee gone cold on desks he never quite cleared. The difference lived in what he did with his evenings. He began to collect sounds. It started with the whistle, the breathing rhythm he had peeled out of that one orbit tape. Once he knew it was there, he started to hear echoes of it in other places. A brief, irregular pattern in a landing transmission, a murmur beneath the crackle of a surface EVA, a pulse in a channel that should have been empty. On paper, these were all flagged as technical issues, static, crosstalk, glitches. He checked out the reels anyway. The tape room became his laboratory. He would stand in front of the shelves with a clipboard, making lists in his precise hand. Mission A, Pass 3. Hiss noted, Mission C, Surface Ops, Music, Test Signal, Lunar Orbiter, Tone Anomaly. He pulled them down one by one, stacking them next to the machines like a small magnetic cairn. He did not listen to them straight through. He scrubbed. He let a tape roll until his ear caught something off, then stopped, rewound a few seconds, played it again. He jotted down timestamps. He marked counter numbers. He moved from one machine to another, starting one, stopping another, the room filling with overlapping ghosts of beeps and voices and distant, fragile noises that had crossed a vacuum to reach him. When he found something that felt like the first sound, a hint of that slow, hollow rhythm, he copied the relevant fragment onto a new reel. The new tape grew in patches, short lengths spliced together with careful hands. The joins so smooth you could barely feel them if you ran a fingertip along the edge. On nights when the building was almost empty and the air vents hummed like a low chorus, he would thread this composite tape through a machine of its own. He would sit down, turn down the lights, and press play. The room filled with fragments. A sudden crackle from one mission dissolved into the tail end of a clipped, hear that, from another. A burst of feedback from a test run faded into a drawn-out, descending tone that someone had once written off as a malfunctioning sensor. Beneath and between these artifacts, something steady began to show itself, the way a shadow appears only when you step back far enough from the object that casts it. Mercer slowed the tape. The scraps of words dropped into incomprehensible groans. The beeps stretched into long electronic sighs. The underlying beat remained. It was not a bang, or a thump, or anything as obvious as a drum. It was a rise and fall in the noise, a swell, a dip, repeating with small variations. If he had to describe it in human terms, he would have said it was like a heart. Not quite, though. A human resting heart, if you have ever laid your ear against someone's chest and really listened, has a particular rhythm. There is a regularity to it, but also a softness, tiny hesitations, a kind of apology in every beat, as if it knows it could stop at any moment and is doing its best not to. This was different. The intervals were almost right, but not entirely. Some sequences moved a little too fast, as though whatever was making the rhythm did not tire in the same way. Then, every so often, There would be a pause stretched just long enough to make his own heart falter in sympathy before the pulse resumed again, unhurried. He charted it. Of course he did. He drew lines in his notebook, marking peaks and troughs, counting seconds between surges. The dates of the original recordings did not matter. The missions were years apart, some recorded with earlier equipment, some with later. The locations varied: orbit, approach, surface. The pattern, when he lined it up, did not seem to care. In the careful, slanting script of his private journal, he tried to give shape to what his graphs and numbers could not hold. It feels, he wrote, like something large and patient, listening back. He thought of a cathedral he had stood in once as a student, in a country older than his own. The main nave had been closed off for cleaning, a rope strung across the entrance. He had lingered in the side aisle, waiting for a friend, and heard faint voices drifting through the heavy doors. A choir was practicing, unseen. The sound was not meant for him. It reached him anyway, muffled and holy, and somehow unsettling, as though he had glimpsed a private ritual from the wrong angle. This was like that, as if the moon itself were a vast stone hall, and somewhere within it, on some scale he had no words for, something was rehearsing a song with no melody, only timing, on the nights when the weight of that idea pressed too hard against his ribs. He would stop the tape and reach for other sounds. He kept a small collection in his desk drawer, a vinyl record of ocean waves, recorded on some windy shore where gulls argued overhead, a cassette of city traffic, honks and footsteps and distant sirens, a few favorite pieces of ordinary music, piano, strings, a human voice singing in a language he did not speak but understood in the way its breath hitched on certain notes. He would swap the reels for the records, change the headphones for the small battered speakers on the corner of the desk. The sudden clutter of earthly noises would rush into the room, water crashing and receding, cars stopping and starting, people laughing too loudly, as if they are a little embarrassed to be heard. It was all irregular, imperfect, full of human error, comforting. He realized, sitting there with his eyes closed, how much of peace comes from that imperfection. The knowledge that every sound you hear was made by something as fragile and finite as you are. The moon music, in comparison, was too regular even when it stuttered, too vast even when it quieted. It felt like the difference between hearing a neighbor humming in their kitchen and catching the distant rumble of a continent shifting in its sleep. He told no one about his experiment, not because he believed in some grand threat, but because he did not know what anyone could possibly do with this knowledge except lose sleep over it. One night, the losing sleep part caught up with him. He had stayed later than usual. The rest of the building had gone dark hours ago, the last janitor's cart rattling past the tape room door and then fading into silence. The air felt thicker, as it sometimes does in places left empty too long. He told himself it was just the heat from the machines. He threaded the composite tape again, fingers moving automatically. Play, slow, adjust. The familiar swell and ebb of the hidden rhythm rose around him, carrying with it scraps of voices, broken numbers, the occasional half-joke sliced in half by the splicing. At some point, his body decided it had had enough. He did not remember closing his eyes. Only that, one moment, he was tracing the pattern in his head along with the sound, his chin resting lightly on his hand, and the next, he was jerking awake, his neck aching, a thin line of drool cooling at the corner of his mouth. The room was very still. The tape machine sat in front of him, reels motionless. The tiny counter on its face displayed a number he did not recognize, well past the mark where he remembered being. His headphones were askew, one padded cup pressed against his ear, the other slipping off. He frowned, disoriented, and reached for the stop button, only to realize it had already been pressed. For a long moment, he just listened to the silence, the ordinary kind, full of the faint whir of the building's ventilation, the distant shudder of plumbing, the blood in his own ears. No hidden breath, no subterranean chant. Then, because habit was stronger than unease, he rewound the tape a little. The reels spun backward with a soft flutter. He stopped, pressed play, and leaned in. Static. The low murmur of instruments. A clipped exchange between two crew members he recognized from another mission entirely. Then over it all, faint but unmistakable, another layer. A voice. His voice. Not the way it sounded in the room now, full-bodied and immediate, but thin and distant, as though it had been captured by a microphone it was never meant to reach. It rode in under the astronaut's words, just on the edge of the channel, and said, very softly, very clearly, "Can you hear us as well?" His skin prickled. He had no memory of speaking into any live input that night. The recording equipment for his experiments did not route back into the mission tapes. He had checked those circuits himself, obsessively, to avoid contaminating them. He sat there, replaying that brief phrase over and over, listening for some sign that it was a misinterpretation, a coincidence of noise shaped into something familiar by a tired brain. Each time, the same question slipped through the static. "Can you hear us as well?" For the first time since he'd started listening to the moon, Elias Mercer felt the uncomfortable sensation that whatever was singing in the stone hall might, at some point, have pressed its ear back against the door. By the time the envelope arrived, Elias Mercer had almost convinced himself that he had imagined most of it. The moon belonged to other people again. Younger men and women with different badges, different acronyms stitched over their hearts, different dreams of what should be built up there. His own days had narrowed to a gentler orbit, a small practice in a brick building near a park, sessions with veterans and retired pilots who carried more terrestrial ghosts, nightmares of runways, not regolith, the whine of jet engines instead of the hollow breath of a dead world. He had not been in a tape room for years. The machines he used to tend like temperamental animals had been retired, replaced by smaller, quieter boxes that lived in server racks. Sometimes, when he passed a construction site and smelled hot dust and metal, the old rhythm stirred in the back of his skull. But he knew enough now to breathe through it, to let it pass. It was a rainy afternoon, the kind that turns the sky into one continuous bruise and makes the street lamps flicker on too early. Mercer was at his kitchen table, glasses on the end of his nose, working through a stack of intake forms. Outside, water ran down the window in crooked lines. The kettle on the stove was just beginning to murmur. He almost did not hear the mail slot. The soft flap of metal against wood barely registered over the hum of the refrigerator and the distant hiss of the rain. It was habit more than curiosity that made him get up, rub his lower back, and walk down the short hallway to the front door. There, on the mat, lay a single envelope. It was heavier than a bill, lighter than a book. No return address, just his name, written in block letters that could have belonged to anyone, and a postmark from a state he had not visited in decades. The paper was damp around the edges from the weather, but the glue held fast. He closed the door against the chill, carried the envelope back to the kitchen, and stood for a moment with it in his hands, thumb resting on the unbroken seal. A familiar unease stirred under his breastbone, a subtle tightening, as if some part of him recognized the weight before his mind did. He opened it anyway. The air that puffed out smelled faintly of old chemicals and cardboard. Inside, there was no letter, no printed report, no disc. Only a stack of glossy photographs, their corners slightly curled, held together by the static of their own surfaces. He slid them out and onto the table. The first image filled his vision so quickly that for a second he could not place what he was looking at. Just an expanse of gray, grainy but high resolution, dotted with small pits and ridges. He blinked, his brain catching up, fitting the texture to a memory that had never been his own, and yet felt uncomfortably intimate. Lunar regolith. The topography sprawled out from the center, featureless at first glance, then resolving into subtle slopes and depressions. The lighting was harsh, shadows falling in hard black wedges where the sun carved its angle across the ground. Near the right edge of the frame, barely intruding into the composition, was a familiar shape. Part of a wheel, a hint of machinery. A rover's corner, cut off as though whoever took the shot had not been interested in the vehicle itself. Mercer's fingers tightened around the glossy edges. His throat went dry. He set the first photo down, careful not to smudge it, and lifted the next. This one was framed a little wider, the same gray expanse, the same merciless light. The rover's wheel further out of frame now, replaced at the edge by a sliver of its shadow, long and knife-thin stretching across the dust. In the middle of the image, more visible here, was what had been tugging at his attention without a name. Tracks. 2 sets of them. One set he recognized immediately. Years of reading mission logs, of staring at blown-up frames in windowless rooms, had taught him the pattern like a signature. The rover's wheels left a distinctive mark, a rhythmic, almost pretty series of rectangles and chevrons pressed into the dust, each tread leaving its own repeating motif. On Earth, tire tracks muddied and blurred with moisture and time. On the moon, they stayed knife-sharp, every edge crisp as if stamped into metal. These were there, marching diagonally across the lower portion of the frame. The other tracks did not belong to any vehicle he had ever seen. They ran through the center of the image, cutting across the rover's path at an angle, then veering away toward a shallow rise. Each impression was a clean crescent, scooped from the dust as if by a careful, blunt instrument. They were small and perfectly spaced, not in pairs like footsteps, not in a continuous smear like a dragging object, but in repeating groups. 4 crescents, then a gap. 4 crescents, then a gap. Over and over, without variation. They were too regular to be random, too precise to be natural scouring by micrometeorites or the weird tricks of low-gravity slides. Mercer realized he had stopped breathing. He set that photo down too, laid it beside the first, and spread the others out, one by one, until his small kitchen table was a patchwork of alien ground. In some shots, the rover's shadow loomed longer. In others, only the rim of one tire intruded. Whoever held the camera had moved around the scene, capturing the tracks from different angles, as if trying to convince themselves that what they were seeing would look more mundane from another point of view. It did not. No matter how he tilted his head, no matter how he squinted against the glare, the pattern remained. The familiar, clunky progression of human machinery intersected by something narrower, tidier, as if a careful hand had walked across the world before them and then turned away. His hands shook as he touched the nearest print, the gloss cool and slick under his fingertips. It felt like standing over an old wound he had once treated and discovering that someone had removed the bandage without telling him. The kettle shrieked behind him, sudden and shrill. He flinched. For a moment, the sound in the small kitchen was too close to the rising pitch of old feedback in his headphones. Then, habit reasserted itself. He reached out, turned off the burner, lifted the kettle from the red eye. He poured the water into a waiting mug, watching the steam billow up, clouding his glasses. The mundane ritual steadied his hands. Tea bag in, string over the rim. The deep, comforting smell of cheap black tea spread through the room, warm and humid. He wrapped his fingers around the mug and closed his eyes, letting the heat sink into his skin. It anchored him in the present, in creaking floorboards, in the distant thump of footsteps from the apartment above, in the soft drum of rain on the window. The moon, for a moment, retreated back into the two-dimensional confines of glossy paper. On the table, the photographs waited. When his heart had slowed enough that he could feel each beat instead of just a continuous tremor, he set the mug down and picked up the last image in the stack. At first, it looked like the others. Gray surface, harsh light, the twin trails of machine and mystery. But as he flipped it over to check the back for any printed codes or technical notations, he saw that someone had already written there. The ink had bled slightly into the paper fibers, the handwriting stiff, as if the writer had been cold or in a hurry. Just one line, centered on the otherwise blank white. They circle, but do not cross. No mission number, no coordinates, no signature. Mercer stared at the words until they blurred. Outside, a car hissed past on the wet street, tires parting the water in a brief, rushing whisper. Inside, in the small square of light over his table, a retired psychologist stood with a mug cooling between his palms and felt the same old rhythm awaken in his bones. Slow, patient, as if something very far away had just taken another step along a path it had walked many times before. Mercer found an old magnifying glass in the drawer beside his sink, the kind of thing meant for reading fine print on pill bottles or warranty cards. It felt oddly ceremonial to use it for this. He wiped a smudge from its lens with the corner of his shirt, then pulled his chair closer to the table and leaned in over the spread photographs. Up close, the prints were more than gray. The high-resolution film had caught subtle variations in tone, tiny flecks of brighter dust where sunlight caught on edges, darker pockets where the regolith had slumped into itself. The texture that looked flat from a distance revealed itself as a landscape of miniature cliffs and plains. The rover's tracks were easy to follow. 4 wheels, each leaving a distinct tread. The pattern repeated in a comforting mechanical rhythm. Block, gap, chevron, block, gap, chevron. On each wheel line, the same motif, marching forward. Mercer traced them with his finger in the air above the photo, imagining the vehicle's slow, patient crawl across the surface, its electric motors whining in the thin, almost non-existent gravity. The other path cut through the scene like a sentence written in a different alphabet. He shifted the glass. The crescents were smaller than he had first thought, each one scooped from the dust with a precise, consistent curve, their tips pointing in the direction of travel. They came in groups of 4, aligned not in a straight line, but in a slight arc, as if belonging to something that walked with multiple points of contact on each side. 4 limbs, 4 pads, 4, whatever they were. 4 impressions, small gap. 4 impressions, small gap. Over and over, a repeating punctuation. In some frames, the non-human trail ran parallel to the rover's tracks, just far enough away that the 2 paths could coexist without touching. In others, it crossed at an angle, slipping between the tire lines with an almost delicate avoidance, like 2 people passing each other on a narrow sidewalk without brushing shoulders. Never once, in any of the shots, did the crescent step on the tread marks. He checked. He moved from photo to photo, from one vantage point to another, tilting the magnifying glass, chasing shadows. The rover cut across the plain as if it had arrived late to a conversation. The other trail had already been there, threading the landscape with its strange, looping logic. Wherever the 2 intersected, it was always the machine that seemed to yield ever so slightly, its path bending just enough to keep clear. He could see it in one sequence in particular. In the first image, the rover's track line marched straight toward the middle of the frame, a determined diagonal. The crescent prints approached from the left, angled to cross. In the second image, taken slightly further along, the machine's tracks showed a subtle wobble, a deviation. By the third, the treads had shifted position, as if the driver had nudged the wheel, steering away. The crescents, by contrast, remained steady. Their spacing did not change. Their arc did not break. They walked the same invisible route they had always walked. The rover, a temporary inconvenience that would one day erode, if erosion ever happened there, leaving only the older path. Mercer lowered his head until his nose almost touched the photo, bringing the magnifying glass closer still. In a few places, the crescents were noticeably deeper than in others. The edges of those particular impressions cast sharper shadows, the dark pockets inside them a shade darker, as if, he thought, whatever made them had paused, shifted its weight, pressed down. He followed the trail with the glass from frame to frame, watching it lead toward a gentle slope that rose like the back of a buried animal. The crescents climbed it one measured step at a time, maintaining their intervals, cresting the low ridge near the top of the photograph's field of view and disappearing beyond its edge. He could not see what lay on the other side. The prince walked out of the frame and into whatever lived beyond the borders of the camera's attention. His mind, trained to both skepticism and story, filled it in. He imagined the original day, the rover out there with 2 suited figures aboard, the chatter in their helmets, the sunlight a white blade across the cracked surface, dust leaping up from under the wheels in graceful plumes, hanging in the weak gravity before settling again. They would have seen the tracks from a distance. The surface out there did not exactly teem with surprises. Any pattern stood out. "Hey," one of them might have said, voice distorted by the comm system. "You seeing that?" A pause, as the other lifted his head, adjusted the angle of his visor. "Yeah, looks like. I do not know. Tracks." "From what?" Silence. A small laugh, the kind used to paper over rising discomfort. "Probably some weird slide pattern. Dust does strange things out here." The rover would have rolled on. Maybe one of them would have suggested taking photos for the geology team. Maybe the other would have mumbled something about not wasting film. In the end, someone had taken the camera out, pointed it not at the horizon or at the lander, but down, at the meeting of two paths. Somewhere, in a control room 250,000 miles away, the remark might have made it onto a raw transmission. Unusual surface markings noted near coordinate. Later, on Earth, during transcript review, someone might have drawn a line through that line. Extraneous, irrelevant, not in mission objectives. Mercer lifted his head, eyes aching from the strain of close focus. The room around him felt smaller now, the walls leaning in. The rain had stopped at some point, leaving the world outside his window washed and dim. The kettle's earlier shriek had given way to a ticking quiet as metal cooled. He reached for his journal. The old leather cover creaked as he opened it. He found a blank page, the previous one filled with graphs and numbers from a different obsession. On the fresh paper, in his careful, slanted hand, he wrote, "The path is not random." He let the pen rest, thinking. He remembered his mother's voice, telling him of villages that once marked their borders with stones and charms. To keep out what? He had asked as a child. She had smiled, stirred the stew, and said, "Not always to keep out. Sometimes to keep in. Sometimes a circle is a kindness." There were stories, half remembered, of spirits that traced the edges of a place at night, guardians or prisoners, depending on who you asked. They would walk the same route over and over, skimming just along the thresholds of houses, never crossing into doorways uninvited, never stepping under lintels marked with certain signs. He looked at the photographs again. The crescents looping through the plain, curving gently, always avoiding a direct trespass over the marks left by the rover. Not exactly circling in the geometric sense, but tracing a path that felt deliberate, territorial. He wrote, "Protective, patrol, circling but never crossing." The phrase again. He reached for one of the prints he had not yet studied in detail, a mid-range shot where both sets of tracks filled the center of the frame. Holding it up to catch more light from the window, he brought the magnifying glass to bear. Here, the rover's path showed a more obvious deviation. The wheel marks, which had been running in a smooth curve, suddenly jogged. The line kinked to the right, then corrected itself. The whole pattern shifted sideways by a small but noticeable step. It was the kind of input you would expect if someone had yanked the steering mechanism for a second, jerking away from something in their path. He followed that kink to the middle of the frame, where the crescents marched on, undisturbed. Between one set of four and the next, in the bare strip of dust that should have been untouched, there was a mark. It was faint, half-formed, as if the surface had resisted being impressed, or the weight had been insufficient. But it was there, a shallow, elongated shape, interrupted by a little rectangle at one end. Not as sharp as the machine treads, not as alien as the neat crescents. Mercer's heart thudded once, hard. It looked very much like the toe of a human boot print, except it was facing the wrong way. The crescents walked northeast. The rover had been moving southeast. This little partial imprint pointed back, as if, for one brief, impossible moment, someone had stepped down, facing toward the rover, toward the camera, and then lifted their foot again before the dust could fully take the shape. The call came on a night that had already decided to be restless. Mercer had gone to bed at a reasonable hour, lights off, the small apartment settling around him with its usual size. Pipes ticked in the walls. The refrigerator grumbled and went quiet. Outside, somewhere down the block, a dog barked twice and then thought better of it. He lay on his side, one hand under the pillow, eyes half closed, watching the vague rectangle of the window glow faintly with borrowed streetlight. Sleep hovered, just out of reach. He had been thinking about the photographs again, the crescents, the sudden kink in the rover's path, that wrong-facing smear of a boot print. He let his mind drift over them the way a tongue probes a sore tooth, knowing it would only make the ache sharper, and doing it anyway. The phone on his bedside table rang once, 2 short electronic chirps, then paused. For a second, he thought he had imagined it. On the second pair of rings, he flinched upright, heart kicking. No one called him this late anymore, except wrong numbers and emergencies. He fumbled for his glasses, lifted the receiver. Hello? There was a moment of static, faint but familiar, as though the call were routing through more space than strictly necessary. Then a voice, roughened by age and cigarettes and something else that might have been time in thin air. Dr. Mercer? The tone hit him first. Authoritative, clipped. The kind of voice that had once said things like, "Copy that, control," and had been believed. "This is Mercer," he said. "Who is this?" A short, dry chuckle. "An old ghost," the man replied. "We have not met formally. I was told you were the one they sent us to talk to after." Mercer's hand tightened on the receiver. "After what?" "After we drove through someone else's house," the caller said. "Out there." He did not give his name. He did not have to. The cadence of his speech, the way he referred to driving as if the surface of the moon were just another track, marked him as rover crew. One of the handful who had bounced across that alien ground in a glorified electric buggy, 250,000 miles from home. Mercer swung his legs out of bed, suddenly too awake to stay horizontal. He turned on the lamp with his free hand. The warm light carved the room out of the dark, revealing the scattered books on the nightstand, the folded sweater on the chair, the photographs stacked on the dresser in a manila folder he had not yet decided what to do with. "What can I do for you?" he asked. There was a pause on the line, long enough that Mercer could hear the caller's breathing, rough and steady. Inhale, exhale, the old rhythm. "I got your address from a man who still owes me a favor," the astronaut said at last. "He said you would not laugh. I am too old to be laughed at, Doc." "I am listening," Mercer said. He meant it. "We found them," the man said. "The tracks. You know which ones I mean." Mercer glanced toward the dresser, as if the folder could hear. "They were there before us," the caller went on. "We came up over a rise, and there they were. Our treads and something else. Neat as you please. Like someone had been out for a stroll, and we just happened to roll over their footprints before the rain." "There is no rain there," Mercer said quietly. "That is the worst part, is it not?" A harsh, humorless exhale that might have once been a laugh. Things do not just wash away. If it is there, it is because something put it there, and nothing has come along to take it back. He described it in words that match the photographs with eerie precision. The crescents, the perfect spacing, the way they seemed to ignore the vehicle entirely, even as the vehicle contorted itself to avoid stepping on them. "We called it in," he said. "Of course we did. You do not ignore something like that when you are on a rock that wants you dead in 6 different ways before breakfast. Told ground we were seeing anomalous markings. Asked if any test packages had been dropped that we were not briefed on." "What did they say?" Mercer asked, though he could guess. "They said the caller replied, and his voice shifted into a dry imitation of a ground controller. We are not reading anything unusual on our end. Likely sensor glitch, gentlemen. Please do not waste airtime. Continue with planned survey. He drew the last words out, the bitterness barely hidden. Sensor glitch, he repeated in his own tone. We could see them, Doc, with our eyes. We could have climbed down and put our hands in them if we had been stupid enough. Were you tempted? Mercer asked. A silence that put weight on the line. I was terrified, the man said finally. Danger, I understand. You break something, you fix it. Meteoroid comes at you, you take cover if you can, you die if you cannot. That is a clean equation. But this, he groped for the words. This was like driving into someone's living room uninvited, he said. No lights on, no music playing, but all the furniture is just so, and you know they might be home. Mercer let that image settle between them. The room around him, with its familiar clutter, felt suddenly less private. We followed them for a while, the astronaut continued. What else were we going to do? We had a rover and power in the batteries, and a mandate to explore interesting geological features. These seemed interesting. He described the route, how the crescents led them gently away from their planned track, how each turn they made to stay with the trail put another small knot in his gut, how the plane began to rise almost imperceptibly and the horizon curled up like a lip. And then we came to the crater, he said. Mercer could see it in his mind as the man spoke. A shallow bowl in the ground, rim fractured in places, shadows pooling at the bottom like ink. The crescents marched up to its edge in their neat sets of 4, small, precise steps that carried some unseen walker to the lip. They stopped, the astronaut said. Right there. 4 little scoops, right on the rim. Then nothing. No marks going down. No marks coming up on the other side. Just gone. He swallowed audibly. I have sat with that more nights than I care to count, he whispered. You tell me, Doctor. What is that? Not just walking up to a cliff and turning around. There were no turnaround marks either. It was as if whatever was leaving those imprints just stepped off the world. Mercer closed his eyes for a moment. He could hear the crunch of regolith in his imagination, slow motion plumes of dust drifting into the void. We do not know, he said, choosing his words with care. And sometimes, when we truly do not know, the mind will file that moment under unsolved, rather than force an answer that does not fit. It is not a weakness. It is a kind of mercy. Mercy, the man echoed, as if tasting the word for the first time. You did what you could with the information you had, in a situation no one was prepared for, Mercer continued. You came home. You lived. The rest, you were allowed to leave some of it in the dark. There was a long exhale on the other end, the kind that sounded less like resignation and more like someone loosening their grip on something they had held too tightly for years. Maybe, the astronaut said. Maybe. The conversation drifted then to smaller things, the health of mutual acquaintances, the changing face of the program, the sense of watching newer, sleeker machines being rolled out by hands that had never felt the bite of a pressure suit seal. Mercer could tell the man was circling something, gathering courage. Doc, the caller said, just when Mercer thought the line might finally go dead. There is one more thing. I have not told anyone this. Not the flight surgeon, not my wife, not the lab boys when they wired me up for checkups. All right, Mercer said. His voice dropped even softer. I am here. I live in a single-story place now, the man said. Out in the country, nice and flat. No neighbors right up against the walls. You would like it. Plenty of sky. Mercer made a small noise of acknowledgement. Sometimes, the astronaut said, I wake up at night. No dream I can remember. No sound that jerked me out of sleep. Just awake. Heart going a little fast, nothing dramatic. And I lie there, listening. He paused. I swear I hear footsteps, he said. On the gravel around the house. Light ones. Not boots. Not the heavy kind you get with burglars or kids cutting through the yard. Just light. Careful. Circling. The hair prickled on the back of Mercer's neck. They never come to the door, the man went on. They never come up on the porch. They just walk around. Slow. All the way around. Once. Twice. I do not know. Eventually I fall asleep again, or the sound stops. In the morning, the gravel looks the same as ever. No prints. Just me, keeping myself company, I suppose. He tried to laugh. It did not quite land. I know what you're going to say, he added quickly. Stress. Aging. Ears playing tricks. I would probably say the same thing to someone else. But sometimes, when they are out there, I get this feeling that whatever it is, if it is anything, is not trying to get in. It is just keeping to its path. He hesitated, then finished in a low voice. They never come to the door. They never knock. They just circle. The words hung there, echoing the line on the back of the photograph in Mercer's mind. They circle, but do not cross. Mercer's hand tightened around the receiver until his knuckles ached. He thought of thresholds, of old stories about things that walk perimeters but will not step over certain lines, of circles drawn not to trap but to define. Thank you for telling me, he said. It was not reassurance, exactly. It was acknowledgement, a promise that the man would not have to carry this alone. Do not make me regret it, the astronaut replied gruffly. Then softer, good night, Doc. Good night, Mercer said. The line clicked, then went silent. In the small bedroom, lamp casting a warm puddle of light over the rumpled sheets, Elias Mercer sat with the receiver still pressed to his ear for a long time after the connection had ended, listening to the hum of his own house and to the quiet, careful way the night moved around its walls. By the time Project Selene 4 was conceived, the world had learned how to look away from the moon. The headlines had other places to be. There were crises on maps that spun much closer to home, flags planted not in regolith, but in soil watered with more immediate fears. Space, as far as anyone outside certain buildings was concerned, had become a place for satellites and silent drifting machines, not for human hearts. So when a short item appeared in a technical bulletin in the early 1980s, preliminary test of autonomous lunar landing hardware unsuccessful, contact failure, mission terminated, almost no one noticed. It was a paragraph in a report no one outside the industry read, the kind of thing that took up space between more interesting charts, a small failure in a program of small steps. That was the official narrative. Unmanned, experimental, a bump in the long, slow road back to the sky. Inside a secure conference room, with blinds permanently drawn and a projector humming at the back, the story was different. On the screen, a grainy image of the moon hung, crisscrossed with faint colored arcs. An older Apollo landing site glowed in one corner, highlighted. A second circle had been drawn near it, offset by a few dozen kilometers. The circle was unlabeled, its outline a tentative pulsing line, as if whoever had drawn it was not happy to commit to its shape. Celine 4, the man at the front of the room said, tapping the second circle with a pointer. Mission profile: covert, crude, limited surface operations. Official cover remains the unmanned test. We will not deviate from that, in this room or out of it. 2 people sat at the conference table, side by side. They wore no flight suits yet, only plain shirts with the agency logo stitched small over one breast, as if their uniforms had not quite caught up with their role. One was broad-shouldered, hair cropped short, a quiet weight to him that made other people straighten without knowing why. Commander Holt. The other was leaner, with a dark braid down her back and hands restless in her lap, fingers tapping out patterns only she understood. Specialist Vega. They had both flown before. Not to the moon, but high enough that most human beings never would. They knew checklists, system failures, the cramped intimacy of shared air. They knew the sound of engines awakening under them, like something old and hungry being offered fuel. They did not know why they had been called into this room. Not exactly. High-risk experimental landing, Holt had been told when the offer came. Limited public visibility, opportunity to validate systems the unmanned program cannot. His wife had listened in silence, their daughter playing on the floor with a stuffed animal, oblivious. "Is it necessary?" she had asked finally. He had looked at their child, at the small sneaker she was worrying the laces of, tongue between her teeth in concentration. They would not ask if it were not, he said. It was the only answer he could live with. Vega's briefing had been shorter, more blunt. "You always said you wanted to be first?" the director had told her, half smiling. "This is as close as anyone is likely to get for a while. We need your eyes, your engineering brain, and your ability not to panic when things get weird." When, not if, she had asked. He had not corrected himself. They both signed. The families were informed in the vaguest acceptable terms. A classified test, higher risk than usual, some communications blackout expected. Holt's wife nodded, lips pressed thin, and did not ask more. Vega's parents cried on the phone, old country accents thickening as they begged her to be careful, and then laughed at themselves through the tears, as if superstition could be disarmed by making fun of it. In the days before launch, their lives became a series of small, private goodbyes. Holt spent an entire afternoon doing something he had promised and failed to do a dozen times, fixing the loose board on the back porch steps. His daughter watched from the top stair, chin on her knees, narrating his progress as if he were a cartoon character. When he finished, he sat beside her and retied her shoelaces, fingers moving deftly, the knot neat and firm. "You always pull them loose," he said gently. "I will not be here to tie them again for a while." "I can learn," she said, serious. "I know you can." He kissed the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her hair like he was trying to memorize it. Vega found herself, repeatedly, in front of the same window in the crew quarters, late at night. The view was not romantic, a flood-lit pad, trucks, scaffolding, but beyond the harsh electric light, if she waited long enough for her eyes to adjust, she could see the moon. It hung there, not particularly large, not particularly bright, just another participant in the sky. She stared at it as if she could make out details from here, craters disguising themselves as shadows, seas pretending to be flat. She whispered under her breath, in a language she had not used since she was a child, half prayers and half bargains addressed to no one in particular. "Let me come back," she said. If you will not make it easy, at least make it quick. The mood around them was calm, professional. Everyone knew their roles. Technicians checked connection points with practiced hands. Engineers murmured over printouts. Physicians ticked boxes on forms. It was almost noble, the way they moved through the choreography. Human beings doing something difficult, together, with focus and discipline. And yet, under it all, there was a thin layer of wrongness. The feeling of a note held just slightly off key in an otherwise harmonious chord. Some of that came from what was not being said. There were no reporters swirling around the edges of the program this time. No documentary crews angling for the best shot of suit donning. There were no speeches being polished for broadcast. No commemorative patches being stitched by the thousands for public sale. The mission patch existed, but only a handful had been made, and they would never be worn outside secure areas. The flight plan included a curious emphasis on one stretch of ground near an old landing zone. Extra time allocated to traverse. Extra contingencies written around what might happen if communication were disrupted in that specific area. Small details, not big enough to alarm anyone who was not looking for them, but enough to make Holt's gut tighten when he traced the path with his finger on the map. "Why here?" he had asked once, in a meeting where the room was full of senior staff, eyes tired, budgets tight. "Because it is where we need you," the mission director replied. "Because there is data we do not trust from the unmanned recon, and we need human verification. Because you are good at not seeing monsters where there are none." It was meant as a compliment, that last part. It sat in Holt's stomach like a stone. Years later, long after the test that failed upon contact had faded to a footnote, a thin folder crossed a desk it was not meant to touch. Mercer saw it in a different building, under different lights. He was consulting now, brought in occasionally to review old psychological data for training purposes. The folder had been misfiled, its tab the wrong color. He might not have opened it, if not for that. Inside was a memoranda summary, heavily redacted, typewritten. The words, Project Selene 4, appeared near the top, struck through in black ink. Below, in a list the censors had missed or ignored, a line. Primary objective, site verification, anomalous activity logged near, redacted, reference to prior Apollo imaging, reference, redacted audio irregularities. Mercer's thumb hovered over those words. Not engineering then, not really. The lander, the new guidance package, the cover story about testing autonomous systems. Those were the wrapping. The gift inside had been simpler and stranger. Go back to where we saw something we did not understand and tell us whether it is still there. From a distance, the moon did its best impression of being simple. Selene 4 slipped into orbit on a thread of mathematics and fuel, the engine's last cough fading into the thin, metallic quiet of space. Beyond the narrow windows, the world they had left behind shrank into a blue and white marble, half lit, half shadowed. Ahead of them, filling more and more of the frame with each pass, lay the old gray face. "Approaching insertion point," Vega said, her voice low but steady. The cabin around her responded in little electronic sighs, soft beeps, indicator lights changing their minds from red to green. Numbers rolled on the screens in front of them like distant tides. "Copy that, Selene," came the murmur from far below. "Guidance looks good. You are go for PDI on our mark." Holt's gloved hands sat light on the controls, not touching, just there, ready in case something the computers did not anticipate needed a human small correction. He watched the instrument panel more than the window. Years of training had taught him to trust the dials over the view. Years of being mortal had taught him to glance outside anyway. "Mark," the voice from Earth said. The descent engine woke up with a growl they did not hear so much as feel, a push against their stomachs as the craft began to slow, its furious rush around the moon turning into a slow fall toward it. "Throttle at 60, Vega reported. Delta V nominal." "Attitude holding," Holt added. He listened to his own breathing in his ears, the slight edge to it. Calm but tight, like the voice of someone walking a narrow ledge and pretending the drop is not there. The surface grew. What had been a mottled disk became a landscape. Craters that had looked like pinpricks now yawned like empty amphitheaters. Shadows stretched from their rims in sharp black strokes, unsoftened by air. The old landing site's coordinates winked on the display, a ghost of a place where human boots had once made their improbable marks. "There," Vega said quietly. "Do you see that?" He followed the tilt of her helmet, squinting past the data overlays to where the terrain outside rolled under them. At first, all he saw was the familiar chaos of impacts and ridges, the scars of a world without weather. Then his mind picked out something that did not fit. A dark, angular shape near the edge of their planned ellipse. Not a natural curve, a broken geometry. "Control, Selene 4, he said. "We are picking up an object near target zone, requesting image enhancement." "Say again, Selene?" "We have only surface scatter on our end." The voice came back, a half-second delayed. "Transmit video." Vega had already switched the external camera to a tighter zoom. The shape swam closer in the frame, shaking slightly with the motion of the craft, resolving into more distinct lines. It looked, at first glance, like a lander, not like theirs. The proportions were wrong. The legs were stubbier, one buckled, one half buried in the dust. The descent stage looked crumpled, its panels peeled back in places like foil torn by impatient hands. No flag rose from it. No ladder glinted in the harsh light. "Old hardware?" Vega murmured. "We have anything on the books for a test in this sector?" Holt knew the answer before Control did. He had seen the stacks of mission profiles. There was nothing. Negative on prior landers in that area, the ground finally replied, after a few seconds of hushed conversation that bled through the loop. "Could be an impact artifact. Continue with descent as planned. We will review post-flight." He met Vega's eyes for the briefest fraction of a second, a silent confirmation passing between them. They both saw a ship. "Continuing descent," he said. The surface rose to meet them. The last phase of landing was all numbers and nausea, their bodies insisting they were falling even as the guidance system insisted they were controlled. At 3 meters, the dust beneath their engine burst upward in a sudden, soft-colored explosion, a bloom of regolith that spread and then slowly began to settle. "Contact light," Vega called. There was a thump, a shiver, the familiar, unnatural stillness of being pressed against an alien ground. They went through the checklists, voices a little too fast until they forced themselves to slow. Systems nominal. No alarms. Suits pressurized. When Holt finally rotated the handle and cracked the hatch, the sound that met them was the same deep, unenthusiastic silence that had greeted every human who had ever opened a door here. The first step onto the surface was not historic this time. There were no cameras broadcasting to living rooms, no speeches composed. Holt simply eased his boot down until he felt the dust take it, the fine grains shifting, accepting his weight as if this were a normal thing people did every Thursday. "Surface feels as expected," he said. No significant sinkage. Vega came behind him, her own boots joining his in the powder. Together, they turned. The broken ship was not far. Distance on the moon was tricky. The lack of atmosphere robbed the eye of its usual cues, but they had the laser rangefinder's cold assurance. A few 100 meters, close enough. Stay on the line, Control said. Telemetry stable. Proceed with caution. They walked. Each step pushed little clouds of dust up around their ankles, the particles floating in slow arcs before dropping. The horizon remained brutally static, a carved line where gray met black with no haze to soften the join. Above them, the sky was a constant depthless absence, a reminder that nothing here held any promise of mercy if they made a mistake. The closer they came, the less the wreck resembled any tidy concept of a lander. One leg had folded under the base, the pad half buried in a small crater of its own making. The descent stage's skin had been torn in jagged strips. Some edges bent outward, as if something inside had pushed, desperate to get out. Others were curled inward, as if something outside had gripped and pulled. Vega's breath hitched audibly in his ear. "That is not aerodynamic stress," she said. "There is no aero to stress it. That is mechanical." Holt did not answer. His throat had gone too tight. The details that waited around the wreck were worse. A helmet lay on its side a few meters away, half filled with dust. Its once clear faceplate had starred outward from a central impact point, a spiderweb of cracks radiating to the rim. The glass had not shattered entirely. Vacuum had not had time to claim it that way. But the force had been enough to compromise it, enough to leave a suggestion of violence that had nothing to do with falling. Beside another torn panel, something bobbed gently a few centimeters above the ground. At first, Holt's brain insisted it was a piece of insulation. Then it drifted a little, fingers stiffly splayed, and he saw that it was a glove, not attached to anything, empty, yet moving as if a hand were still inside, the low lunar gravity unwilling to quite let it collapse. Vega crouched as much as her suit would allow, steadying herself with one hand on a nearby strut. She brushed dust away from a chunk of metal, where paint still clung in stubborn patches. Underneath the scoring and discoloration, a faded insignia looked back at them. It was almost familiar, the curve of it, the color choices. It reminded Holt of diagrams he had seen in old briefings, of international programs shelved and restarted, of competing designs from another era. "Looks Soviet," Vega said, "but not like any series that ever flew." "Or ever officially existed," Holt replied. The words felt heavy in his mouth. They moved carefully around the hull, instruments recording what their minds would later struggle to file under any category but wrong. There were no scorch marks suggesting an explosion, no scatter from an impact angle that had gone bad. The way the metal had twisted did not speak of a single catastrophic event, but of repeated force applied again and again on different sides until the structure gave way. "Something grabbed it," Holt said quietly, surprising himself by saying the thought aloud. "Something grabbed it and pulled," Vega finished, "from both directions." She shivered inside her suit, a small motion that made her life signs tick up on the readout. "Whoever was here was not killed by the vacuum," she whispered. "Not at first." Holt's eyes caught on a crack in the hull where the metal had split but not entirely separated. Through the gap, a dark interior yawned, crowded with shadows and the stumps of wires. "Let us get a look inside," he said. "Negative, Celine," Control cut in immediately. "Do not enter. Repeat, do not enter the unknown vehicle. Limit to external survey. Understood, Holt replied. Though his hand still hovered near the torn edge, there was something almost magnetic about the darkness beyond. Not in any physical sense, but in the way unanswered questions have always pulled human beings closer to danger. Vega stepped toward a different breach, narrower, lower to the ground. A sliver of something metal glinted within, wedged between torn panels, as if it had been thrown there by internal upheaval. She extended the tool on the end of her arm, a little hook designed for collecting samples without risking a glove, and teased the object free. It came loose with a small shudder, bumping against the inside of the hull before drifting out. She caught it against her forearm and guided it down. Looks like a recorder unit, she said. Data block, old style. It was roughly rectangular, its casing scuffed but intact. A row of tiny ports lined one edge. On the side, beneath a layer of dust and micro scratches, the manufacturer's name was stamped into the metal. Vega brushed at it with the back of her glove, squinting. I know that logo, she said slowly. We used to see it in the training sims. Early equipment. They went under, though. Plant closed before I was even in grade school. Holt felt something cold settle in the pit of his stomach. The company whose mark stared up at them from the moon had ceased to exist years before this landing could have taken place. Control, he said, voice careful. We have recovered a data unit from the unknown lander. Branding indicates manufacture by. He read the name aloud, hearing its familiarity, the way it belonged to a past era. Requesting confirmation that any joint missions using this hardware were ever approved. Static. Then, after a pause long enough to hold more than just surprise, the ground replied, Selene 4, stand by. The gray plane around them said nothing. The broken ship hunched in its shallow crater like an animal that had died in pain and been left where it fell. Above, the black sky watched without blinking. For a while, they managed to pretend it was just an accident site. They walked their slow arcs around the broken lander, calling out measurements, cataloging damage, pointing cameras where ground requested. Holt kept his voice level, falling back on the familiar rhythm of checklists. Vega's commentary stayed clipped and professional, even when she had to name things that clearly did not belong on any expected diagram. Panel deformation at 40 degrees from origin, she said. No evidence of burn, no spall pattern. Suggest mechanical stress. Copy, Control murmured. Their own voices sounded smaller here, tinnier, as if the surrounding emptiness was swallowing some portion of every word. Beneath the chatter, something in Holt's body refused to settle. The oddness did not hit like a blow. It came in increments, the way shadows gathered under the twisted struts a little too eagerly, the way the helmet lying in the dust always seemed to be watching him, no matter which angle he looked from. The way his boots sank into the powder with a tactile softness that made him think of ash. He felt it first as a pressure at the back of his neck, under the layers of fabric and insulation. A sense that if he turned around fast enough, he would catch something in the act of looking away. Vega, he said quietly, on a private channel. You getting anything off on your end? She was standing near the torn hull, where she had found the recorder unit, camera elevated on its mount, lens glinting. My heart rate has been doing a samba for the last 10 minutes, if that is what you mean, she replied. The attempt at humor landed thinly. Her breathing sounded a shade too shallow. I keep thinking I am seeing Selene 4. Your life signs are showing some elevation. Ground cut in, their tone clinical. Are you experiencing any acute symptoms? Dizziness? Shortness of breath? Negative, Holt said automatically. We are within expected parameters. He hesitated, then added, I just have the distinct impression we are not alone on the surface. He expected a chuckle, a gentle rebuke. Instead, there was a small silence on the line, as if someone on the other end had covered the mic with their hand. Celine, we have no additional contacts on our scopes, Ground replied, voice a notch tighter. Proceed with caution. Confirm you are maintaining situational awareness. We are aware, Vega muttered under her breath. She had turned away from the wreck to scan the surrounding terrain, her visor picking out the line of a low ridge beyond them. It rose only a little higher than the horizon, a gentle swell in the gray. Against the glare, there were darker shapes, spaced irregularly along its edge. Rocks, Holt said, following her gaze. Maybe, she answered. I do not remember seeing that many in the overhead imagery. She zoomed the camera, the picture in her HUD jumping closer. The silhouettes resolved into more distinct forms, tall, narrow, irregular at the top, like standing stones that had been worn by weather that did not exist here. Their shadows spilled down the far side of the ridge in sharp black tongues. Control, you seeing this? She asked, feeding the enhanced image back down the line. We have something, Ground replied after a beat. Video is intermittent. Say again, Celine, can you confirm those are geological? Vega frowned. They are. Vertical, she said. Too thin at the base. I would expect some collapse. They look like... She looked down for a second to adjust a setting. When she glanced back up, the stones were closer. Not dramatically. Not in a way that screamed impossible. Just enough that the composition of the scene felt wrong. The shapes now claimed more of the sky than they had a heartbeat earlier, crowding the frame. For a moment, her brain tried to blame the zoom. Then she checked the scale. I did not change magnification, she whispered. Repeat, Selene? Ground asked. Nothing, she said quickly. Minor optical distortion. Stand by. She forced herself to look away, breathing deliberately, counting to 4 on the inhale, 6 on the exhale like Mercer had once taught her in a different context. When she looked back again, the stones were exactly where they had been before, no nearer, no taller. Holt shifted his position, bringing the ridge into his own view. The shapes stood still, dark teeth against the light. He told himself they were just rocks. The moon was full of weird geology. There were boulders balanced on rims that should have toppled ages ago by any sane Earth standard. This was no different. Behind him, the lander's external cameras whirred as they tracked his movement. In the control room far away, someone tried to center one of the cameras on the ridge. The feed jittered. Lines of static crawled across the image. For a few seconds, the screen showed nothing but gray smear, as if the machine had forgotten how to translate photons into picture. Telemetry on other channels remained crisp and clean. Only the visual window into that particular slice of horizon seemed allergic to clarity. Selene 4, we are getting some interference on your forward cam, Ground said, fingers flying over controls. Can you yaw 10 degrees starboard and reattempt? Holt obliged, pivoting his body, giving the camera a different angle. The feed stabilized for a breath. In that single clear frame, captured and saved in a buffer Mercer would one day scrub through, one of the stones was wrong. It was taller than before, significantly. Its top reached almost to the upper limit of the image, a black column that had gained several meters of height against a sky in which scale should have been immutable. The shadow it cast had not lengthened, as it would have with a change in light. It had simply grown. Then the picture tore again, dissolving into jagged blocks. When it snapped back, the ridge was as it had been, a low rise, a row of distant still shapes. In Holt's helmet, the usual background hiss of his comms shifted. A low sound rose under it, so faint he might have dismissed it as his own blood if he had not spent years learning the difference. It was a rhythm, more than a noise, a subtle swell, an ebb that did not belong to any system check or environmental fan. It thrummed through his jaw, through his fillings, vibrating his teeth. Music, if you stretch the definition until it thinned to a thread. A chant without notes. A breath like the one he had once heard on a tape in a room full of sleeping machines. "Vega," he said. "You hearing anything odd on loop?" She went still. "Yeah," she said, after a beat, voice small. "Channel is supposed to be quiet. It is not." "Celine, we do not have any audio anomalies on our end," Ground insisted. "All readings nominal. Confirm you are not experiencing psych." "Enough," Holt snapped, the word sharper than he intended. He took a breath, forced steel back into his tone. "Control, we are requesting immediate ascent. There is an unknown derelict here of unlogged provenance. Structural damage suggests non-impact causes. Visual anomalies on the surrounding terrain. We are calling this." A longer silence this time. He could almost hear the weight of decisions being balanced 250,000 miles away. "Celine 4, came the eventual reply. Smooth but strained. "We copy your concern. However, retreat without further data collection will jeopardize the primary objective. We need additional imaging, at minimum. You are go to continue surface ops for..." "Listen to me," Holt said, overriding protocol. "It feels wrong out here. Not in a we forgot a step on the checklist way. In a we walked into a room that was not meant for us way." Vega's voice slipped into the channel, quieter, almost reverent. "It feels," she said, "like walking into someone's house and finding them halfway to the door." Her breath fogged the inside of her visor in a brief ghostly bloom. The comment hung in the loop. No one on the ground answered. Somewhere, a pen might have frozen above a log sheet. The hum in Holt's audio deepened, just a little. He found himself turning his head, scanning the horizon, the wreck, the ridge, as if the source might obligingly show itself. The biomedical readouts on his chest panel crept higher, heart pounding, breaths shorter than he would have liked to see on any other crew member. "We are out of here," he said finally, decision settling in his spine. "Control, you can write us up later. We are returning to the vehicle for ascent." "Negative, Celine," Ground began. He cut the channel on his end, reducing their world to just the two of them and the persistent subterranean song. "Back to the bird," he told Vega. "Now!" They moved, deliberately but faster than before, kicking up more dust with each step. The lander loomed ahead, reassuring in its familiarity, ladder lowered like an invitation home. Behind them, the ridge stood still. If they had turned to look, the shapes might have been exactly where they had been all along. Or not. The last telemetry from the surface looked unremarkable at first glance. 2 biosigns elevated but within survivable range, suit integrity nominal, local gravity unchanged, engine systems arming for ascent. The numbers rolled in clean lines. Then, 3 seconds before the final loss of signal, there was a spike, All the inertial sensors registered a sudden, sharp rotation, as if the entire lander had been grabbed by a hand larger than any engineering diagram allowed for and wrenched around its vertical axis. No thrusters fired, no commands had been sent to initiate a maneuver. The attitude indicators jerked 20 degrees in a direction no planned sequence included. In the control room, chairs scraped, someone swore. Then the data cut. Not with the messy noise of a system failing under strain, but with the clean, instantaneous flatline of a plug pulled from a wall. Years later, in a dim archive room with a newer generation of machines humming quietly around him, Mercer sat with that last fragment of video in his hands. Most of it was static and blur. He scrubbed past the known parts, the legs of the lander, the shimmer of dust, a glimpse of Holt's boot on the ladder rung. Then, between one corrupted frame and the next, he saw something he struggled to name. They were not shapes. Not in any way the human brain likes to categorize them. They were absences. Clean, round-edged holes in the image, moving across the field of view as if sliding under glass. Wherever they passed, the pixels did not distort or blur. They did not smear. They simply were not. The lander's strut existed in one frame. In the next, a portion of it had been neatly cut out of reality, replaced not with black or white, but with nothing at all. The holes advanced, overlapping, changing size, almost purposeful. Frame by frame, it looked less like the camera had failed and more like the universe had been edited, bits of it excised by an invisible hand that did not care what the remaining picture meant to human eyes. When the last of the holes reached the edge of the frame, the footage ended. Mercer took off his headphones, the ghost of the moon's low music still humming in the bones of his skull, and stared at the frozen, grainy still of the final image. For once, even in his private notes, he found no words that felt solid enough to put around what he had just seen. The first thing Mercer noticed about Naomi Reyes's house was how quiet the ground felt. He had flown into a small desert city and then driven an hour out, trading suburbs for scrubland for rock. The road narrowed, then turned to packed dirt. The mountains rose around him in slow, ancient curves, their layers exposed to the sun like the sides of old books. When he stepped out of the car at last, the air was hot and very still. No ocean hum, no city roar, only a faint wind sliding over stone. Her house sat low against a slope, stucco the color of sand, roof tiles warm to the point of radiating. A few scrubby plants clustered near the door, leaves tough and practical. A small metal wind chime hung under the eave, unmoving. Reyes opened the door before he could knock. She was in her 70s now, hair pulled back into a tight bun, lines at the corners of her eyes that spoke more of squinting into sunlit graphs than of laughter or frowning. Her gaze was sharp, but there was something soft beneath it, a quiet that felt earned rather than imposed. "Elias," she said, "you look like you brought the city with you." He glanced down at his shoes, dust already coating the black leather. "I tried not to," he replied. "It clings." She stepped aside to let him in. "Leave it by the door. The mountains will eat what they like." Inside, the house was cooler. The light filtered through thin curtains. The living room had been claimed by paper. Old printouts were pinned to a large corkboard on one wall, curling slightly at the edges, their black lines marching across the pages in tight, restless waves. More sheets lay on the table, spread in overlapping layers. A laptop sat open, but it looked out of place among all the ink. Mercer walked closer to the board. From a distance, the graphs could have been heart monitors frozen mid-beat. Lines rose and fell, spikes erupting, then calming, then erupting again. Some sections were dense with activity, like a crowd all talking at once. Others were long stretches of relative quiet, punctuated by sudden, solitary peaks. "Seismometer outputs?" he asked, though he knew the answer. Reyes joined him, folding her arms, studying the lines as if they might still surprise her. "From the moon," she said. "From when we decided throwing trash at it was good science." He smiled faintly. "Controlled impacts. That is the polite term." She tapped one printout with a finger. "Spent ascent stages, booster shells, carefully deorbited. We crashed them on purpose, near the network of seismometers the Apollo crews left. We wanted to see how the ground rang." "The bell," Mercer said. "I remember the phrase. It rang like a bell." "That is what the public latched onto," she agreed. "Poetic. Easy to quote. People like thinking of the moon as a bell hanging over their heads. Something you could, in theory, strike and hear." He remembered the way it had been used in popular science articles, in documentaries, with soothing narrators. A charming oddity, the dead world that rang. She gestured to the board. "These," she said, "are the parts of the song they did not print in the brochures." He moved closer. She had arranged the printouts in chronological order, impacts from different missions stacked one above the other. On each, the initial crash was obvious. A massive spike, the pen leaping toward the top of the page, then a wild rattling as the shockwave dissipated. That much matched the metaphor. Hit a bell, it rings. But as his eyes traced the lines outward from those peaks, he saw something else. There were beats, pauses, repeated motifs. In some runs, the ringing should have decayed smoothly, energy bleeding away into a flat line. Instead, it staggered. The amplitude would drop as expected, then, minutes later, surge again in a smaller but distinct echo, as if something down there had taken the initial blow, considered it, and then replied with its own delayed answer. The intervals between these replies were not random. They formed ratios that reappeared in different impacts, years apart. Across one set of graphs, she had drawn faint vertical lines in pencil, connecting similar features between events. The effect was unsettling. It was like looking at a choir score, parts marked where different voices were meant to join in, each following its own script, but listening to the others. "This one was from an impact near the Sea of Tranquility," she said, pointing. "This one, different mission, different latitude, 3 years later. Different hardware, different energy. See how the tail looks similar?" Mercer nodded. "It is like a word spoken in different tones, but the same word." "Exactly." She smiled, pleased by the metaphor. "We expected noise. We got structure." He traced one repeating pattern with his fingertip, hovering just above the paper. "And the bell description?" She shrugged. "Shortcuts. The instruments recorded long-duration reverberations, longer than what we see in Earth's crust, for equivalent energy. Someone said, it rang like a bell in a briefing. The media liked it. The phrase became a half-joke in the community. We would say it to each other with a little laugh, like, "There goes our hollow moon again." She turned away from the board and moved to the small kitchen, only partially separated from the living room. "Tea?" she asked. "Please," he said. He watched her fill a kettle, her movements precise, unhurried. Through the window above the sink, The desert stretched out in layers of ochre and gold, the mountains holding their distance like animals that had chosen a spot to rest and would not be moved. "Did you believe it?" he asked. "The hollow talk?" "I believe the data," she replied over the rattle of the kettle. "The crust behaves oddly. The attenuation is strange, but hollow?" She shook her head. "That is us putting a familiar label on something we do not yet have a better word for. Hollow makes it sound like a trick egg, something you could crack and climb into. This," she nodded at the graphs, "this felt more like hitting the side of a sleeping animal and listening to the way it shifts in its sleep." The kettle whistled softly. She turned off the gas, poured hot water into 2 chip mugs. The tea was simple, unflavored, steam curling up in lazy spirals. They sat at the small wooden table, papers pushed aside to make room. Sunlight pooled on the surface between them, catching motes of dust that drifted lazily, indifferent to the weight of their conversation. 2 old colleagues, 2 people with more behind them than ahead, sharing tea and ghosts. "Did anyone else see what you saw?" Mercer asked, lifting his mug, grateful for the warmth in his hands. Reyes sipped hers, eyes half-lidded. "Some did," she said. "Not everyone had the time, or the inclination, to look beyond the headline numbers. A few of us compared notes. We joked that the moon was humming to itself. Then budgets shifted. The focus went elsewhere. The network was left to die a quiet death. Most moved on. But you did not," he said. She smiled faintly. "I moved on to a house in the desert and a dog that is too old to chase anything. The graphs came with me." She turned in her chair and tapped one printout pinned slightly apart from the others. Its lines were messier, sections whited out in broad strokes. "That one," she said, "is a copy of a copy of a copy. The original does not exist in any archive you can request. I know because I tried." He frowned. "Smudged?" "Smoothed," she corrected. "Officially corrected for instrument error." She slid a thinner folder from beneath the pile and opened it, revealing an older version of the same graph. The paper was yellowed, the ink a little faded, but the line was clear. A series of sharp, small spikes superimposed on the main ringing, clustered at regular intervals like an extra heartbeat layered over the first. "In the raw data," she said, "these secondary pulses showed up several times. Same timing, same relative amplitude, always after a particular kind of impact. Not enough to blow anyone's theory up, but enough to raise questions." She flipped back to the newer version. In it, the line was smoother. The little spikes had been ironed out into a gentle swell. The justification, she said, was that they were likely sensor noise or mechanical artifact. So they cleaned it, made it pretty, easier to feed into models. Mercer felt a familiar chill settle along his spine. "Who ordered that?" She shrugged. "You know how it is. Recommendations from above, the kind that do not come with signatures." I argued a little. Then I started printing everything twice. Once for them, once for me. She looked him in the eye, and for a moment the quiet spiritual layer in her expression surfaced. "You worked with minds," she said. "I worked with ground. In both cases, there are things we are told to smooth over for the sake of a cleaner story. But the bumps are where the truth hides." The wind outside finally stirred, ringing the little chime under the eave with a single, lonely note. It sounded very small, against the memory of a whole world humming under a distant, deliberate blow. Digitizing the past, turned out to be less romantic than either of them might have hoped. Reyes cleared a space on her table, pushing aside stacks of paper until the wood showed through. From a cabinet, she produced an old flatbed scanner. The plastic yellowed but functional. Mercer retrieved a small external drive from his bag, its brushed metal casing holding years' worth of files he had never quite trusted to any institutional server. "Apologies for the museum piece," Reyes said, setting the scanner down with a grunt. "But it still talks to the laptop, which is more than I can say for some people." "It will do," Mercer replied. He smiled, thin but genuine. The afternoon light had shifted while they talked, moving from white to amber. It slanted through the window, laying long rectangles across the table. Dust motes turned lazily in it, unconcerned. They started with the paper. Reyes lifted one of the old seismograph printouts and laid it carefully on the scanner bed, smoothing the curled edges with gentle hands. The lid came down with a soft thump. The machine whined to life, a bar of light crawling beneath the glass, turning physical ink into pixels. On the laptop screen, the lines from decades ago reappeared, black traces on a white background, now made of light instead of paper. She repeated the process, sheet after sheet, until the key events, the long, ringing trails, the segments she'd once been told to smooth, sat waiting in a digital folder. "Your turn," she said. Mercer plugged in his drive, the cable clicking into place with a sound that felt louder than it should in the quiet room. He navigated through directories with names that would have meant nothing to anyone else. Orbit, Anomalies, Selene, Relics, Mercer, Private. Inside one, a set of audio files waited, their icons small and unassuming. He hesitated just for a moment before dragging copies into a new folder labeled with today's date. "Old friends?" Reyes asked gently. "Old questions," he said. He showed her how he had once slowed the tapes, stretching the astronaut comms until the thin whistle became the low, hollow chant he could never quite forget. They listened to a few seconds through the laptop's tinny speakers. The faint rise and fall, the suggestion of breath moving through unseen spaces. Reyes's eyes narrowed. "It has a period," she said, "a repeating interval. Not perfect, but persistent." "That was my impression," Mercer replied. "I never did more than count by hand. I was afraid of finding something." She snorted softly. "You came all the way to the desert. You brought your ghosts. You are allowed to look them in the eye now." They opened simple analysis software, not the sophisticated tools that current researchers tossed around, but enough for their purposes. The audio waveform appeared as a jagged ribbon, peaks and valleys marking every hiss, every pulse, every glitched syllable. Next to it, they loaded one of the digitized seismograph records. The moon's ringing, once ink on paper, became another waveform. It looked different at first, denser, more chaotic. But when Reyes adjusted the scaling, stretching the time axis here, compressing it there, patterns began to emerge. "Think of it like trying to line up two songs recorded at different tempos," she said. "We slow one, speed the other, see if the choruses land in the same place." She tapped a few keys, dragging markers along the graphs. They picked a known point in the seismic data. The moment of impact, the first massive spike. They aligned it with a prominent swell in the slowed audio, a place where the breath had seemed to deepen. Then they let the software overlay the two traces. The screen filled with lines. The seismograph trace ran in gray, a busy road of oscillations. Over it, the audio's main rhythmic component traced a fainter path in blue. Where the two happened to reach peaks at the same moment, the program placed a small dot. At first, the dots scattered randomly, like stars in a cloudy patch of sky. Then, as Reyes nudged the scaling a tiny fraction, several brightened, aligning in a diagonal band across the display. "Look," Mercer said quietly. Every time the moon's ringing spiked in a particular, repeating way, the secondary pulses Reyes had fought to preserve. There was a corresponding swell in the audio pattern at the same relative interval from the starting point. Not one-to-one, not perfectly, but in a way that made coincidence feel less comfortable. Reyes leaned in, glasses slipping a little down her nose. "That should not happen," she murmured. "Different systems, different inputs, different instruments. But the intervals..." She tapped the screen lightly, fingertips hovering just above the glowing dots. "They are dancing to the same timing." They tried other events, a later impact, a different orbit anomaly. Each time, with a bit of stretching, a bit of compression, the same rough structure emerged. Peaks answering peaks, valleys echoing valleys. The laptop's fan began to whir louder, protesting the sudden importance thrust upon it. Outside, the light shifted further toward gold, then toward the first hints of evening. Inside, the little green cursor marched along, tracing a conversation between stone and static. Awe crept in first. Mercer felt it in his chest, a loosening and tightening all at once, as if his heart could not decide whether to expand or retreat. He had suspected connection for years. In the intuitive way, a person suspects a pattern in their own life without having the courage to chart it. Seeing it drawn out, even imperfectly, was like standing in front of a fresco he had only ever glimpsed in shattered tiles. Dread followed, slower but heavier. Reyes sat back, rubbing her temples with thumb and forefinger. "We hit it," she said, not quite to him. "We kept dropping metal on its skin, and it rang. Of course it rang. That is what we wanted. But this..." She gestured at the overlapping lines. "This is not just ringing. This is..." reply. We knocked. Something inside shifted, and we wrote it off as attenuation anomaly and cleaned the graphs. Her voice carried no accusation, only a tired sadness. Mercer's gaze drifted to the window. Beyond the glass, the mountains from her stories sat in silhouette now, their edges blurring as the sun slipped lower. He remembered her saying earlier that striking the moon had felt less like sounding a bell and more like disturbing a sleeping animal. "What if," he said slowly, "what we call geology, in some cases, is just the visible symptom of something we do not have a word for? Not a mind, not in the way we understand it, but some vast, slow process reacting when we prod it, like a muscle twitching when you tap the knee." Reyes was quiet for a long time. "When I was a girl," she said at last, "my grandmother told me the mountains listen. She did not mean there were little people in them with ears. She meant that when you shout, the echo you get back is not just your voice. It is your voice filtered through a shape much older than you. If you are wise, you pay attention to what it does to your words." She glanced back at the screen. "We shouted at the moon with engines and impacts," she continued. "It answered with rings and beats. We saw the echo, but we did not ask what shape it had passed through. They ran more overlays. In one experiment, Mercer suggested they normalize everything, strip away the absolute timings, the energy levels, and just look at the relative rhythms. They scaled the seismic data so that the main ring fit into the same time span as a slowed segment of the audio whistle. Graphs shifted, lines stretched like taffy. On the screen, two waveforms hovered semi-transparent, one atop the other. For a moment they jittered, out of sync. Then with a tiny adjustment, a fraction of a second here, a percentage there, their outlines slid closer. The composite shape that emerged was unsettling in its familiarity. It looked, in the coarse way of approximations, like an electrocardiogram. Not perfect, but undeniably reminiscent. A baseline, a small, sharp rise, a deeper spike, a gradual return. The same basic shape any doctor would recognize as the pattern of a human heartbeat on a monitor. Except this one was stretched. What would have taken less than a second on a cardiograph unspooled over hours in their composite? Each beat was an impact and an echo. Each lull between peaks was full of subtle tremors, tiny conversations in the stone. Mercer swallowed, mouth dry. A heart, he said, the word feeling too simple and too dramatic at the same time. Reyes shook her head slowly. Not like ours, she said, but something that knows how to respond to being struck. Something that does not quite stay still unless no one is looking closely enough to notice. They sat there while the sun left the window entirely and the room cooled, the laptop's dim glow turning their faces into overlapping silhouettes in the glass. Two small figures, hunched over a digital heartbeat that belonged to a world which had always insisted, politely, that it was dead. Neither of them said, out loud, the thought that hovered between them. If it has a rhythm, then somewhere in its endless stone, something might be listening for hours. The desert cooled fast once the sun was gone. By the time Reyes had cleared their mugs and switched off the kitchen light, the heat that had baked the house all afternoon was already leaching away into the huge, dark air. She handed Mercer an old wool blanket as they stepped outside, the fabric rough and comforting, smelling faintly of cedar and dust. City people forget, she said, locking the door behind them, that the ground still breathes after dark. The sky above her house was a deep, clear blue-black, cut open with stars. No street lamps, no neon. Just the thin band of the road's headlights in the distance once in a while, then nothing. The mountains ringed the horizon in darker shapes, their outlines softened under starlight. And there, a little above the eastern ridge, hung the moon. It was bright tonight, not quite full, but close enough that its disk seemed to press forward from the sky, pale and textured. You could almost imagine you could see the darker Maria, the ghostly seas where men had once walked. To Mercer's eye, it looked larger than it did in the city, though he knew that was a trick of the mind. It felt nearer, that was all. Reyes had set up two old lawn chairs on a patch of flattened earth just beyond the porch. They were not elegant, faded canvas, squeaky joints, but they held. She dropped into one with the ease of long practice, pulling her own blanket over her knees. Mercer settled into the other, the chair complaining softly under his weight. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The desert at night had its own palette of sound. A faint rustle as some small animal moved through the dry grasses. The distant yip and answer of coyotes, subtle and sharp, somewhere along the slope. The whisper of air over stone. No traffic hum, no distant music, just the kind of quiet that lets the mind hear its own echoes. You can imagine yourself there quite easily if you let your shoulders drop and your jaw unclench. The chair beneath you creaks as you shift. The blanket wraps your legs. a small island of warmth against the thin chill that settles across your face and hands. The stars look exaggerated, as if someone had turned up their brightness a little too much by mistake. The moon hangs above it all, unblinking. "It always looks different out here," Reyes said, nodding toward it. "In the city, it is something behind wires. Here, it is nearer, not kinder, just less edited." Mercer followed her gaze. "I used to think of it as a stage," he said quietly. "A place where we went to prove something and left our props behind. Now I keep thinking of it as a window or a mirror, depending on the night." Reyes shifted, the metal frame of her chair squeaking. "Sometimes," she said, choosing her words with care, "I feel it watching." He glanced at her. "Not like a person," she added quickly. "Not with intent. More like, you know those stone angels in graveyards? The ones carved 100 years ago, before anyone now alive was born? They stand there all day, all night. People pass. They do not move. But if you stand in front of one long enough, you start to have the strange impression that it has witnessed a lot of footsteps, that it has accumulated awareness without ever once caring who you are." She nodded toward the pale disk. "That is how it feels to me. Not hostile, not benevolent, just present. It has seen us all this time, turning under it." The idea was oddly comforting. They let the conversation drift for a while away from data and strange echoes. They talked about aging, about the way careers contract and expand, about the quiet guilt that comes from knowing there are things you could have done differently, and yet, honestly, probably would not have. Mercer admitted, in halting phrases, that sometimes he regretted not pushing harder when the anomalies first appeared on his desk, that he had smoothed his own notes in ways that haunted him. Reyes confessed that there had been nights in the lab when she had looked at a graph and known, in her gut, that it meant something more than her models allowed, and had chosen to file it under instrument error because there was no funding for anything else. "We did what we could inside the boxes they gave us," she said. "We were not cowards. We were practical. There is a difference." She smiled, and the lines around her mouth deepened. "Our ghosts just like to pretend there is not." He laughed softly. The sound felt good in his chest, a small vibration that belonged entirely to Earth. If you are listening from your own bed, this is the easy part of the story to inhabit. The part where two older people sit under a big sky and talk about regret in the past tense, like it is something that has finally come to rest. You can imagine the blanket heavy across your knees, the chair cradling your spine, the shared silence that does not ask anything of you. The horror steps back for a moment and waits at the edge of the yard. Behind them, through an open window, a small piece of equipment continued its work. Reyes had rescued the old seismograph from a surplus sale years ago, one of the early digital models that had replaced the ink and needle rigs she'd started on. Officially, it had been decommissioned. Unofficially, she'd wired it up to a sensor buried a few meters down in the rocky ground behind the house. It was, for her, both a hobby and a kind of reassurance, a way of keeping a finger on the pulse of the earth here, where small local quakes sometimes passed like whispers. Most nights, it logged nothing more than faint signatures of passing trucks, occasional micro-tremors, too tiny for anyone to feel, the geological equivalent of a body shifting in its sleep. Tonight, its small status LED glowed a steady green in the darkened room. The laptop it fed data into sat on a shelf nearby, screen dimmed but not off. running an old program that translated raw sensor readings into a simple, scrolling trace. Outside, Mercer tilted his head back, feeling the coolness of the air on his throat. "Do you ever wish you had done something else?" he asked. "Sometimes," Reyes said. "But then I remember. Most people my age spent their lives listening to companies complain or politicians lie. I listened to a world spin under my feet and another one ring above my head. I will take my ghosts." A coyote called again, closer this time. Somewhere in the scrub, something small skittered away. They fell into silence. Not the heavy kind, the kind that presses you down, but the light, companionable quiet of two people who do not need to fill space with words. Inside the house, the seismograph twitched. At first, the trace on the laptop hardly changed at all, a mostly flat line with tiny, irregular bumps. Then, slowly, a pattern began to emerge. Small, regular pulses, spaced at nearly even intervals, like a fingertip tapping very gently on the underside of the world. The program flagged it automatically, not as an alarm, but as an anomaly. Frequency outside typical local profiles, amplitude too low for human perception, duration longer than average. On the porch, Reyes shifted, frowning slightly. "Feel that?" she asked. Mercer stilled, senses reaching out. The chair felt the same. The air felt the same. The ground under his boots was solid. "No," he said. "What?" She shook her head. "Probably nothing. Old bones complaining." But she glanced once, without thinking, toward the window, where the faint glow of the laptop screen was visible. The moon hung overhead, bright and full, its reflected sunlight painting the desert in hard-edged silver. It looked distant and serene, as it always had. It looked like a thing that had absolutely nothing to do with the small rectangle of electronics inside an old seismologist's house. On the screen, the pulses continued. Reyes got up eventually, the cold creeping too insistently into her knees. "I am going to make cocoa," she said. "Stay there. Watch the sky for me." Mercer stayed. You can stay with him in your mind for a moment. Your own room might be darker or lighter, your own blanket a different weight, but you can borrow his posture. Head tilted back, eyes half-lidded, breathing slow. The moon hovers in whatever patch of sky your window allows, indifferent. In the other room, Reyes leaned over the laptop to shut it down for the night. She froze with her finger over the key. The trace had resolved beyond coincidence now. Tiny peaks, measured in fractions of micrometers, rising and falling in a rhythm she did not need Mercer's old audio files to recognize. The same rough intervals, the same almost regular pattern that had once lived on paper from the moon, that had once hidden in the static of mission tapes. Her gaze slid involuntarily to the window, to the bright disk framed there. For a heartbeat, hers, not its, she felt very small, standing between a planet beneath her feet and a satellite above her head, both carrying rhythms she had spent a lifetime trying to interpret. In the chair outside, under the same pale light, Mercer let his eyes drift closed, lulled by the cool air, the smell of dry plants, the distant, lonely call of a coyote. The last thought that moved clearly through his mind before sleep took it by the edges was that, for all its strangeness, the universe had given him this, a night where the terror and the tenderness sat side by side, like two lines on the same graph. Inside, the old seismograph kept listening. The pulses were faint, so faint that if you glanced at the screen for only a second, you might mistake them for noise. But if you watched long enough, he would see it. The ghost of a slow heartbeat, hours long, echoing once more in the bones of a desert mountain, under a moon that shone just a little too brightly not to be paying attention. The sea had a way of making everything sound like breathing. On most days in the little coastal town where Elias Mercer had chosen to end up, the waves came in with a steady, indifferent rhythm, rolling over shingle and rock, retreating in a soft hiss. Gulls called overhead with the unself-conscious rudeness of creatures who had never needed to worry about secrecy. The sky hovered in shades of gray more often than blue, a low, rumpled ceiling that kept the horizon pressed close. His house sat a little back from the water, on a street where paint peeled in salt-flecked curls from old fences, and the air always tasted faintly of iron. It was small, with a tilting porch and a crooked chimney, but the inside was crowded with worlds. Boxes of tapes lined the hallway, neatly labeled in his hand. Not just mission audio. He had accumulated other recordings over the years too. Ambient sounds, interviews, fragments of music that meant something to someone once. Notebooks were stacked on chairs and shelves, spines cracked, pages bristling with paper clips and colored tabs. Old photographs leaned against the walls, black and white portraits of astronauts, blurry snapshots from conferences, the occasional candid of colleagues at retirement parties, caught mid-laugh with paper cups in hand. The living room window faced the sea. On days when the light cooperated, he could sit in his worn armchair and watch the water without moving more than his eyes. On the coffee table, a mug with a chipped rim sat on a coaster ringed with old tea stains. Beside it, a reel-to-reel player waited in dignified silence, its reels empty for now, but ready, always, to turn. He was older now, in that particular way, where age seemed to have caught up all at once rather than gradually. His hair had gone from salted to white, his frame thinner inside the same sweaters he had worn for years. His hands, once so steady with spools and graphs, had acquired a slight tremor, especially when he was tired, but his eyes remained clear, pale and direct, with the disconcerting steadiness of someone who had spent a lifetime listening to things other people preferred to ignore. On the morning Laura Chen arrived, the sky over the town was the color of wet paper. She stood at the bottom of his short path for a moment, adjusting the strap of her bag on her shoulder, feeling the grit of blown sand crunch under her boots. She was in her early 30s, bundled against the chill in a jacket that had seen enough travel not to mind a bit of salt. Her hair was pulled back in a loose knot, a few strands escaping in the sea breeze. Around her neck hung a small recorder on a thin strap, its red light dark for the moment. Laura was not the first person to come looking for him. Over the years, there had been the occasional enthusiast, the odd fervent caller who wanted confirmation that this or that grainy photo on a website meant aliens. He had sent them away gently, apologetically, with the same line about confidentiality and the unreliability of memory. He did not owe the internet a confession. Laura had not introduced herself like that. Her email had been short, precise, and surprisingly respectful. She wrote under the title investigative journalist and podcaster, yes. But what caught his eye was the way she described her work. Stories that live between science and myth, not exposing the truth or revealing what they do not want you to know. Just stories. How people had been changed by what they had seen and what they had been told not to say. He had not responded. She had come anyway. He heard her feet on the path before the knock. His hearing had sharpened in retirement, the absence of constant machine noise making small sounds larger, the soft crunch of gravel, the brief pause at the door, the polite double tap of knuckles on wood. He considered not answering. There was a comfort in letting the world knock and move on. But curiosity, that old, stubborn impulse that had gotten him into all of this in the first place, nudged him in the ribs. He levered himself up, joints complaining, and opened the door. "Dr. Mercer?" she asked, offering a small, unsure smile. Her cheeks were pink from the wind. "I am Laura Chen. I sent an email a few weeks ago." "I remember," he said. His voice had roughened with age, but the vowels still carried their faint British cast. "Most people assume I do not read messages. I do. I am simply careful about which ones I answer." "I figured," she said. "Thank you for opening the door anyway. If this is a bad time, I can—" "The sea has already taken the afternoon," he said, with a faint gesture toward the gray sky. "It might as well have company. Come in." She wiped her boots on the mat without being asked and stepped inside. Her gaze flicked over the boxes, the notebooks, the photos. Not judging, cataloging. He recognized the look. It was the same one he'd used in debriefing rooms, taking in the way a person's hands fiddled with a watch band while they insisted they were fine. "Nice place," she said, and meant it. There was something about the clutter that felt lived in rather than chaotic. "I had more shelves once," he replied. "The shelves lost." He led her into the living room, gestured toward the armchair opposite his. It was piled with papers. He moved them gently to the floor, stacking them in the right order, the way someone might move a cat that had claimed the best spot on the sofa. "Can I get you tea?" he asked. "I would love some," she said. While he busied himself in the small kitchen corner, kettle, mugs, the familiar routine, she took out her recorder and placed it on the coffee table between their chairs, not turning it on yet. "I want to be clear about my intent," she said when he returned, setting her mug down carefully. "I am not here to drag you into some sensational expose. I am not interested in proving any particular theory right or wrong. My work is about how people live with strange things they have seen or felt, how they fold those experiences into their lives or fail to." He studied her over the rim of his cup. "You are not looking for aliens then," he said. "I am looking for humans," she replied, "and the ways science and story get tangled up around them." It was, he had to admit, a better pitch than he was used to. "Most of what I know," he said slowly, "belongs to other people, to their pain, their fear, their attempts to make meaning. I have always been careful about that. It is a habit I do not plan to shed." "I understand," she said. "If at any point you want me to stop recording, I will. If there are parts you want off the record, they stay off. I am more interested in your experience than in names or dates that could harm someone who never asked to be in a story." He appreciated the way she said harm, not embarrassment. Her eyes were steady, dark, intelligent. There was a hunger there, yes, but it was not the ravenous, devouring kind. It felt more like the steady, patient curiosity of someone who had learned that the best details come when you do not push. "Why now?" he asked. "These stories have been drifting around in half forms for years. Why chase an old man about them at this point?" She hesitated, then gave him a small, honest shrug. "Because I think we are forgetting them," she said. "New missions are being planned. New generations are watching glossy renderings and hearing about resources and colonies. The older stories are turning into trivia. Did you know the moon rang like a bell? Did you know one crew reported music in the static? I keep wondering what those moments did to the people who were there, and what it means that we have turned them into fun facts. He let out a short breath that was almost a laugh. Fun, he said. That is one way to frame it. A gull screamed outside, the sound scraping briefly against the glass before being swallowed by the steady sigh of the sea. Laura glanced at the nearest box of tapes, the labels written in his hand. Apollo, Orbit, Raw, Post-Mission, Debrief, Cell 4 Remains. Her attention snagged on that last one, the letters faint, almost smudged. "Can I ask you something directly?" she said. "And you can tell me to leave if it is a step too far." "You may ask," he said. "I reserve the right to consider the leaving." "Selene 4, she said. "What was it really?" For a moment, he did not move. His eyes, which had been soft with the practiced humility of old age, sharpened. The hand holding his mug stilled midair. The entire room seemed to pause with him, as if the waves outside had drawn in a breath. "How do you know that name?" he asked, very quietly. She held his gaze. "Pieces," she said. A redacted memo in an old file I should not have seen. An offhand comment from a retired engineer who thought I was not listening. A set of coordinates on a map that do not match any official landing site. It is like a smudge on a page. You can pretend it is not there, but once you have noticed, you keep seeing it. He set the mug down with care, the ceramic making a soft, final sound against the coaster. "Selene 4 does not officially exist," he said. "I know," she replied. "That is why I am here." He leaned back in his chair, the springs creaking. For the first time since she had arrived, something that might have been fear flickered behind his eyes, quickly swallowed by an older, heavier emotion. The complicated mix of guilt and protectiveness that comes from holding other people's secrets for too long. "I am not interested in exposing classified details," she added quickly, "or blowing open anything that would get people hurt. I am interested in you, in what carrying this has done to you, in why, after all this time, you still keep the tapes." He looked at the boxes, at the names, at his own handwriting, the way it had wavered slightly even then when he had written that particular label. Outside, the sea exhaled against the shore, over and over, like someone considering a difficult answer. When he spoke again, his voice had shifted. It was not the practiced, measured tone he had used in debriefings, or the polite deflection he reserved for casual inquiries. It was quieter and closer to the bone. "If we are going to talk about Selene 4, he said, "we should probably record." Laura reached for her recorder with steady hands. The red light blinked on, a small, unassuming dot between them, as the sky over the little house stayed gray, and the moon, somewhere above the clouds, hung in its old, patient place, listening to a man finally deciding how much of his story he could bear to tell. Laura let the recorder run and tried, as best she could, to keep her breathing even. Mercer had shifted slightly in his chair, settling into the mode of someone used to speaking in careful sequences, laying out a case. Outside the window, the sea kept dragging itself up the shore and letting go again. Inside, the little red light blinked steadily, marking each passing second as if they were beads on a string. "You asked what it did to them," he said, "the ones who went." She nodded. The recorder caught the faint rustle of her jacket, the soft scrape of her pen as she made a note without looking down. "I cannot give you details that would identify anyone," he went on, "but I can tell you the patterns. The things that came up so often, they stopped feeling like isolated incidents." He took a sip of tea, buying himself a moment. "Footprints," he said. "That was one of the first themes I noticed, in dreams." "Whose?" Laura asked softly. "Theirs," he said. "And not theirs." He looked past her, eyes finding some middle distance between the room and a set of memories. "Several astronauts described a similar dream," he said. "They were back on the surface, same suit, same weight of the backpack, the dust behaving the same way, blooming around their boots in that slow, strange way it does up there. They would be walking toward an objective, an instrument, a ridge, a boulder. When they looked back, their tracks were there, clear as you please. Every step sharp. A kind of comfort, that. Proof of existence in a place that otherwise refuses to acknowledge you." He paused. Then, at some point in the dream, they would look down again and realize there was a second set of prints, he said, running alongside theirs. Same size, same tread pattern, same spacing. As if someone had been walking in perfect synchrony with them, half a meter to the left, from the very beginning. Laura's pen stilled. "No body," Mercer added. "No extra shadow. No sound of another suit. Just the tracks, perfectly mirrored." When they went back through the dream in session, they realized there had never been a first moment when those prints appeared. They had always been there. They had simply not seen them until the mind decided it was time. The house seemed to contract around his words. "Did you tell them it was stress?" Laura asked after a moment. "I told them it was honest." His mouth quirked. "The moon is a place where your survival depends on being very aware of what your machines are doing and not thinking too hard about what the rest of the universe is not doing." The dream took that split and made it visible. He looked down at his hands. There were other images that came up again and again, he said, standing at the edge of a crater that felt like a mouth. That was a common one. Not just, "This is a hole in the ground I could fall into," but a sensation that the darkness below had intention, not aimed at them necessarily, just present, waiting. He described how they would stand there in the dream, balanced on the rim, suit heavy, heart hammering. The stars absent above them, the sky a pure, depthless black. The crater's interior was too dark, even by lunar standards. Their helmet lights, when they tried to shine them down, would seem to be swallowed a meter in, as if the beam itself found nothing to reflect off. They would wake, he said, with the feeling that their bedroom ceiling had moved hundreds of meters away. Not just high, distant, as if they were lying at the bottom of a shaft instead of in a room. I had one man tell me he could not sleep on his back anymore for a year. The sensation of looking up was too much like waiting for something to lean over the edge and look down. Laura's face shifted, some combination of empathy and professional focus flickering through her features. She glanced briefly at the ceiling of his own living room, low and wood-paneled, then back at him. "These are not just spooky stories," she said quietly, almost apologizing to the recorder for reducing them. "These are stress injuries in a system that was never evolved for that environment." "Yes," Mercer said. "The mind can only improvise so much. People were putting their nervous systems through conditions they were not designed for. Wrong gravity, wrong sky, wrong scale of risk. It is not surprising that when they returned to a normal room, their perceptions sometimes misfired. The problem is that we did not have language for that at the time. That did not sound like weakness. He described the corridors inside the lunar modules, narrow and lined with panels, lit by cold, bluish light. Many of them compared it to a church aisle, he said, not because of any religious experience per se, but because of the way sound behaved. The way your own breathing seemed to echo back at you from the walls. The sense of walking toward an altar that contained nothing but switches and numbers, and the thin hope that if you carried out the ritual correctly, the void would let you go. He remembered one crewman, fingers twisting a paper cup in his hands, trying to explain what the black above the moon had done to his sense of self. He said, Mercer recalled, on Earth, even at night, the sky has texture, haze, a sense that something is between you and whatever is out there, even if you cannot name it. Up there, it is just black. No depth, no gradient. You look at it long enough, and you start to feel that if you took one wrong step, you would fall up instead of down. Laura wrote that phrase down, slowly. Fall up. Talking helped some of them, Mercer said. Saying it out loud, hearing someone else say, yes, that sounds terrifying, and also entirely reasonable given the circumstances. He looked at her, letting the weight of that land. I keep coming back to this because I want you to understand, he said. Sharing was an act of courage for them, not a confession of weakness. They were going against a culture that prized stoicism. They were risking being benched, being labeled unfit, by admitting that the experience had left marks. It is not kind, turning those moments into campfire ghost stories. Laura nodded, her throat working as she swallowed. I know, she said. I will treat them as wounds, not as party tricks. He gave a small, grateful nod. And yet, he went on, some of the patterns bothered me in a different way. How so? She asked. He hesitated, as if stepping onto thinner ice. In most cases, he said, the nightmares, the strange perceptions, started after the mission. That makes sense. Trauma follows exposure, but there was a small subset where the timing was wrong. She leaned forward slightly, the recorder between them catching that small motion. In what way? She pressed gently. They began before, Mercer said. He let the word hang there. These were crew who had not yet left the ground, he continued. Weeks, sometimes months before launch. They were in training, in simulators, in briefings. Their days were full of orbital plans, camera footage, surface photographs. They spent hours staring at high-resolution mosaics of the terrain, at maps of Mare this and Sinus that, at topographical models of craters they would later walk around. He rubbed his thumb along the curve of his mug, following a groove worn there by years of similar gestures. And some of them, he said, started dreaming of being there. That is not unusual. Pilots dream of flying. Divers dream of water. What was unusual was the content. He closed his eyes briefly, seeing again the notes scrawled in margins long ago. One had a recurring image of standing in a room lined floor to ceiling with photographs of the lunar surface, he said. All official images, all real. But in the dream, when he stepped closer, he realized that in each photo, in a different place each time, there was a smudge, a shadow just slightly darker than the surrounding rock. When he focused on it, it would seem to straighten, like something that had been slouching and just noticed it was being watched. He opened his eyes, Another described waking up with the very clear sensation that someone had been standing at the foot of his bed, not facing him, but looking out the window at the moon, as if it was more interested in the view than in him. Laura's hand moved to her own knee, fingers pressing down, grounding. These dreams started, Mercer said, after they had spent long days immersed in lunar imagery, before their bodies ever left Earth, as if months of staring at that world, mapping it, planning their movements across it, was kind of knock. And something, somewhere, leaned a little closer to the door. He held up a hand, forestalling the obvious reply. I am not saying there was an intelligence reaching back through photographs, he said. I am saying that attention in itself has an effect. When you spend enough time looking into an abyss, the architecture of your own mind begins to rearrange itself around the shape of what you are studying. Sometimes it feels, from the inside, as if the abyss is looking back. Whether or not anything on the other end is actually watching is almost secondary. He gave a small, rueful smile. Almost, he repeated. The recorder hummed quietly on the table, capturing every word. The room smelled faintly of tea and salt and old paper. Outside, the sky over the sea had darkened another shade, the line of the horizon blurring. Somewhere above the clouds, a pale, cratered face turned slowly, indifferent to the humans below, who dreamed of its silence and woke with ceilings that felt too far away. Laura did not ask for a grand theory. She did not lean forward and demand answers, did not wave printouts or grainy photos at him like evidence in a trial. She simply sat there with her hands folded loosely in her lap, recorder light blinking between them, and waited. Mercer watched the little red pulse for a moment, as if timing his own breath against it. His tea had gone cold. Outside, the sky over the sea had bruised into evening, the window turning into a dark mirror that showed his own face, her outline, and the faint, shifting pattern of waves beyond. You understand, he said slowly, that most of what I can give you is interpretation, not proof. I know, Laura said. I am not here for proof. I am here for what you did with what you saw. He smiled, small and tired. What I did was lose a lot of sleep, he said. But I suppose you want more than that. He leaned back, fingertips resting lightly on the arms of his chair, as if bracing himself against his own words. For years, he began, people have tried to make the moon into something that fits tidy categories. An alien base, a hollow ship, a rock, a dead thing, a goddess. We are not very good at tolerating ambiguity. He nodded toward the cluttered boxes, the tapes, the notebooks. If you force me to put a name to what all of this has suggested to me, he said, I would say this: the moon is a habitat. Laura's pen paused above her notebook. The recorder blinked on. Not necessarily for little gray men with big eyes, he continued. Not even for anything we would recognize as alive, but for entities, processes, patterns, call them what you like, that operate on scales and time spans we are not equipped to grasp. The crust, the voids, the deep regolith, they are less an object and more an environment, a host. He lifted one hand, palm up, as if weighing the idea in it. We kept pressing against that habitat, he said, with landers and impacts and gaze. And something there reacted, not, I think, out of malice, but in the way an immune system reacts when it detects something new. It measures, it surrounds. Sometimes, if the intrusion persists, it applies pressure. Laura swallowed. You are saying we triggered a kind of cosmic allergy? He huffed, a brief, dry laugh. "You could put it that way," he said. "Our presence was like a splinter. Mostly we were tolerated. But in certain circumstances, when we stayed too long or poked too deep, the system flared." He thought of Selene 4, of shapes on a ridge that were not there and then were, of holes moving through an image like erasures with intention. He did not describe those again. Some scenes did not bear repetition. People argue about whether what we encountered was alien or spiritual, he said. Whether the walkers in their dreams were visitors from another world or manifestations of old myths dressed up in spacesuits. To my mind, at that scale, the distinction collapses. Take something that is older than our language has ever been, that interacts with us only at the edges of our perception, that lives in a place we once worshipped and now measure. If you want to call that spirit, or alien, or emergent geology, you are mostly just choosing which stories make you feel less small. He met her gaze. "Whatever walks there," he said softly, "could be as old as the first dust that settled in our system. It does not need to love us or hate us to terrify us. It only needs to notice." The words sat in the room like a third presence. He saw the shiver move through her shoulders, subtle, not theatrical. She was not someone easily spooked, he could tell. She had sat with people's pain before. She had listened to uglier things than this. But there was something about the idea of being noticed by a thing that did not care, like the glance of a statue that had finally decided to move its eyes, that pressed on a very old part of the brain. "I am not trying to frighten you," Mercer added, almost apologetically. "I am trying to explain why, some nights, at 3 a.m, I still wake with my heart doing double time and the very clear sense that I am lying under a sky with no air." Laura nodded once, quickly. "It is frightening," she said, "but also honest. You did not make any of this sound safe. I appreciate that." He exhaled, long and slow, as if something in him had been holding its breath for years. "I regret some of the silences," he admitted. "There were times when I deferred to classification, to reputation, to the comforting narrative that it was all stress and misfiring neurons. Stress explains a great deal. It does not explain everything. I sat on certain tapes, on certain notes, because I thought I was protecting my patients from ridicule. Perhaps I was. Perhaps I was also helping a broader denial persist." He looked around his own house, at the accumulated archive of a lifetime. "I am grateful, at least, for the chance to speak more plainly now," he said, "even if it changes nothing concrete, even if it only means that one more person will walk away with a story that is not just, 'It rang like a bell.'" Laura reached out and carefully turned off the recorder. The absence of the tiny blinking light felt larger than it had any right to. "This part," she said, "can stay between us if you like." He shook his head. "No," he said. "You can use it. Edit for kindness. But do not smooth the graphs." She smiled, sad and fierce. "I will not." He leaned forward then, bracing his hands on his knees, and pushed himself up with a small, involuntary sound. He shuffled over to one of the lower shelves, bent down, and began to sift through a row of cassettes in old plastic cases. Most were labeled. A few were not. After a minute, he extracted one from the back. Its case was scratched, its paper insert blank. No dates, no mission codes, just clear plastic and the dull gleam of tape inside. He brought it back and placed it gently on the table between them, next to the silent recorder. "This is for when they go back," he said. She looked at it, then at him. "What is on it?" "Not all of it is mine," he said. "Some of it is audio that will never see an official archive. Some of it is my own commentary, for whatever that is worth. It is not a warning exactly. Warnings tend to get ignored. Think of it as a set of questions, already phrased, in case someone up there one day needs a better way to talk about what they are hearing." His eyes were tired, but something in his expression had eased. A knot untied. "You do not have to give it to anyone," he added. "You can burn it on camera if you like. But I would sleep better knowing it is not just in my house when the tide finally takes the foundations." Laura picked up the tape. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. She turned it over in her hands, the way you might turn over a stone found on a beach, sensing the shape of time in it. "I will take care of it," she said. He believed her. They spoke a little longer after that, about smaller things. The town, the stubborn heater in his bathroom, her train schedule. The conversation loosened from the gravity of testimony back into the ordinary friction of two lives intersecting for a brief afternoon. When she finally stood, tucking the cassette into the padded pocket of her bag, the light outside had dimmed to the blue of the hour when street lamps begin to think about their purpose. The sea was a darker smear now, its white edges catching what little was left of the day. "Thank you," she said at the door. "Truly." "Be kind to them," he said, "to the ones whose stories you tell. They were very brave in ways that have nothing to do with planting flags." "I will," she promised. He watched her walk down the short path, shoulders squared against the wind, then disappear around the corner. The faint sound of her steps faded into the murmur of the tide. The house seemed larger without her and emptier. He closed the door, turned the latch, and stood for a moment in the quiet, listening to the small creaks as the old wood adjusted to the night. He did not have the energy to tidy. Instead, he shuffled back to his chair and sank into it, the cushions taking his weight in a way that felt like an embrace. The sea sighed beyond the window, long and low. Somewhere in the walls, pipes clicked as they cooled. The refrigerator sighed to itself and fell still. He let his eyes close. For a heartbeat, or perhaps several, he was not in his living room. He was on his back in a cramped cabin with panels above him. Lights dimmed to conserve power, the black outside pressed up against thin metal. Or he was standing on a gray plain, the horizon a knife cut between stone and void, the sky a depthless emptiness that felt close enough to fall into. Or he was nowhere specific at all, just a point of awareness under a vast, airless silence. It did not matter. The sensation was the same, a sky with no air, a presence too large to name. "We heard you," he whispered, not opening his eyes, unsure whom he was addressing and choosing not to care. "I hope you heard that we were afraid, not hostile." The house creaked in response. The sea breathed. The wind pushed gently at the eaves. No voice answered from the sky. No invisible hand reached down to touch the glass. The world remained what it had been. Strange, layered, neither benign nor cruel. A place where rocks could ring and dreams could carry footprints that did not belong to anyone you could name. In his chair by the sea, Elias Mercer's breathing slowed. His hands loosened on the arms of the chair. His head tipped slightly to one side. Whatever walked on the moon went on walking at whatever pace it preferred. Down here, in a small house full of tapes and paper, one man finally drifted toward a sleep that felt less like falling into an abyss and more like closing a door, gently, on a room he had kept lit for far too long. The world had, in its usual messy way, looped back to an old dream and given it fresh paint. On screens, in living rooms, in train stations, in waiting rooms and airport lounges, sleek animations played on a gentle loop. White rockets, slicing through blue sky with almost indecent smoothness, their exhaust plumes rendered as clean, soft gradients. Capsules separated, stages fell away, perfectly controlled. Burns turned plunges into soft arrivals. Music swelled at the right moments, strings and piano, and the occasional choral swell that made ordinary hearts beat a little faster. The moon was everywhere again. It appeared in glossy ads for new technology companies, pale and sharp and full of implication. It hovered behind anchors on evening news shows as they gestured at graphics showing proposed landing sites. It glowed at the end of VR headsets, where users could float over crater rims and look down into digital abysses built from old maps and new models. New rockets rolled out to launch pads, slow and dignified on their crawler platforms, like tall silver animals being led to water. People gathered at fences to watch them go by, phones held high, children on shoulders. In their faces, there was something very old and very simple, the desire to see something leave. Press conferences showed renderings of habitats tucked into crater walls, sunlight reflecting off domes designed to look both futuristic and oddly cozy. Engineers talked about regolith shielding and life support redundancy. PR teams talked about sustainable presence and long-term infrastructure. Someone, inevitably, invoked the phrase, "next giant leap," and the room obligingly laughed. The narrator, if you imagine one, did not sneer. There was no judgment in the way the story moved through these scenes. Human beings were curious. They had always been. It was natural to want to go back to a place that had once been both unreachable and briefly, impossibly touched. In apartments and houses, people sat on sofas and edge-of-bed perches, watching the footage with quiet hunger. Some of them had been children the last time anyone walked there. Some had not been born at all. They dreamed now of standing where no one had stood in decades, of leaving their own small physical insult on that vast, indifferent skin. A footprint, a drill hole, a temporary dome. The world was tired in many ways. There were wars and wildfires and bills that did not quite get paid. But for a moment, gathered around screens, people let themselves be carried by the old promise that there were other places, other horizons, and that perhaps, if they reached out just a little further, they could touch something that would make the rest of it make more sense. In a small apartment, hundreds of miles from any launch pad, Laura Chen watched a press conference unfold on her laptop. The room around her was softly lit, cluttered with books and audio gear. A mug sat beside the keyboard, steam long gone. On the wall, above her desk, a few photographs were pinned. A desert mountain under a wide sky. A blurry shot of a sea seen through a rain-flecked window. A slightly crooked picture of an older man sitting in a chair by that same window. Eyes bright, a shy half-smile on his face. The caption on the live stream read, "Lunar Frontier, a New Era." At the podium, a polished spokesperson talked about renewed exploration and permanent presence. Slides appeared behind her, showing tidy rows of modules under the rim of a crater. Solar panels fanned out like dark petals. suited figures moving between structures in purposeful arcs. Laura listened, pen in hand, not quite taking notes, not quite able to simply watch. Phrases floated by: sustainable habitat, resource utilization, international partnership. The crowd in the conference room laughed in the right places, applauded in others. Somewhere off camera, she could hear the faint metallic click of cameras resetting. She knew what Mercer had told her. She carried his words like a small weight in her pocket, heavy and oddly comforting. The tape he had given her sat in a fireproof box under her desk, alongside hard drives and printed transcripts. Sometimes she forgot it was there for days at a stretch. Sometimes she woke at night with the vivid certainty that she could hear, under the hum of her refrigerator, the faraway echo of a rhythm that did not belong to any appliance. Watching the smooth presentation, she felt a mix of awe and quiet dread. Awe because the engineering was beautiful, because the idea of humans walking again on that old plane stirred something in her that was not quite patriotic and not quite personal, but somewhere in between. Dread, because she knew that the story being told here was not the whole story, that between the words permanent presence and renewed exploration, there lived other phrases, unanswered questions, unclassified fragments, dreams of footprints that appeared without bodies. She did not resent the optimism. She understood the need for it. The world ran on stories like this, narratives of progress, of forward motion, of reaching. She also understood, now, that progress without respect was less a march and more a blind stumble. The voice that moves gently through this part of the tale might turn to you for a moment, wherever you are, and say, it is not naive to want wonder. It is not foolish to feel a thrill when a rocket rises, or to imagine yourself standing in a place you have only ever seen from afar. Those impulses are part of what is best in us. At the same time, there is an invitation here to hold, in the same breath, a kind of reverence, to remember that there are places we do not fully understand, and that ignorance wrapped in confidence is its own kind of danger. In back rooms and off-the-record calls, that invitation had already begun to whisper. Laura was not the only one who had sat with Mercer in the last years of his life. Not the only one who had walked away with the sense that something in the old archives did not quite fit the clean, heroic arc. Engineers retiring from their posts had told small, careful stories over drinks. A flight surgeon, long since out of uniform, had mentioned odd patterns in the psych data to a younger colleague and then changed the subject. Nothing that would hold up in a court, enough to linger in the mind. One of the new program's mission planners, a woman with graying hair and a desk hidden under layers of printed schematics, had a small sticky note on the corner of her monitor. It read, in cramped handwriting, Mercer, Celine. It had been given to her by a professor who had once worked with a man who had once shared an office with a psychologist whose name now appeared on no current staff lists. In a conference room after hours, with the official slides closed and the latest budget spreadsheet minimized on the screen, a group of mid-level planners had stayed behind, nursing last cups of lukewarm coffee. Anyone here ever hear of some old shrink who kept his own tapes? One of them asked, half joking. Another, scrolling through her phone, frowned. My supervisor said something about a private oral history floating around, she said. Nothing formal. Appears in no repository. Somebody like that. Why? Just something I heard, the first replied. About, well, about how weird things got out there, and how we maybe did not write all of it down where people can see. They laughed it off, uneasily, but they laughed. Still, one of them made a note to ask a retired geologist she knew about ringing events, and another drafted an email to a contact at a university archive to inquire, casually, about any unindexed Apollo-related recordings. A whisper line had formed, fragile but real, between old ghosts of the first Moon Age and the architects of the new one. It traced itself through conversations that never made it into minutes, through marginalia on printed reports, through the way certain phrases surfaced and sank. Respect the site, limit dwell time, contingency for unexplained phenomena. On screens, the rockets gleamed, the animations flowed, the moon sat in crisp CGI, reassuring in its simulated silence, behind the glass of one small laptop in one small room. A woman who had once sat in a house by the sea, listening to an old man talk about patterns in nightmares and rhythms in stone, watched and took a slow breath. She was not against going back. She was simply very aware, in a way not everyone was yet, that the place they were returning to might have noticed them the first time, and might, in its own unfathomable way, be listening still. Night had a way of shrinking Laura's apartment and expanding everything beyond its walls. The city sounds had thinned to a distant, blurry wash by the time she closed her laptop and set it aside. Somewhere far below her window, a late bus hissed at a stop, then groaned away. Pipes clicked inside the building as other people's showers shut off, other kettles cooled. The usual glow from her screen faded, leaving the room gently dim. She turned the lamp down until it was barely more than an ember in glass. On her bedside table, small and slightly out of place among the modern clutter, sat the cassette player. It was not anything special, just an old portable unit she had found in a second-hand shop, chosen because it still had that satisfying clack when you pressed play and stopped. The tape Mercer had given her rested inside, its clear plastic window revealing the two small spools of dark ribbon, waiting. Moonlight slipped in past the edge of the curtain, falling in a pale square on the floorboards. Dust hung in it, slow and indifferent. If you were lying where she was, you could see that patch of light without moving your head. A quiet silver island in the darker wood. Her hand hovered over the cassette player for a moment, fingers resting lightly on the buttons. She had put this off. There always seemed to be a reason. Too tired, too busy, not the right mood. Part of her had been afraid that the tape would be nothing, that it would be a mundane assortment of sounds that did not live up to the weight of the gesture. Another part had been afraid it would be too much, that hearing whatever Mercer had deemed important enough to seal on this fragile plastic would tilt something in her she could not tilt back. Tonight, the balance shifted. She exhaled, long and slow, the way she had heard him do in his chair by the sea. Then she pressed play. For a moment, there was nothing. No hiss, no crackle. Just the soft, familiar noise of her own breath and the distant, muffled hum of the city through the walls. The cassette spools turned with a barely audible whir. Then, very gently, a hum rose out of the silence. It was not a tone so much as a bed of sound, low, almost subsonic, like air moving through a vast pipe where the memory of a generator felt more in the bones than in the ears. On top of it, faint at first, came the crisp, clinical beat of a heart monitor. Beep, beep. Each tone the same pitch, the same length. That steady, reassuring little spike in an otherwise flat line that says someone, somewhere, is still here. The beeps grew closer together for a few seconds, then stretched, then stopped. The silence that followed felt different from the first. The hum remained, deeper now, like standing next to a very large sleeping animal and feeling its breath move through the ground. Then the music began. Laura had heard excerpts before, in Mercer's house and on her own computer. A slowed whistle, a breath-like rhythm drawn out until it became a kind of chant. Here, on tape, in the dark, it felt more present. The pattern rose and fell, not quite regular, not quite random. It was as if someone were inhaling through a set of hollow stone flutes, taking their time, unconcerned with lungs or oxygen. You could, if you let your own breathing sink to it, find yourself slowing down, in, out, letting the strange cadence pull you along like a tide. Layered under it, so soft she almost missed it, came another texture, tiny, distant impacts. Not like gunshots or fireworks, nothing sharp or dramatic. More like knuckles on a metal door, far away. Tap, tap, tap. A short flurry, then rest. Each cluster seemed to arrive a moment after one of the deep inhalations, as if answering some unspoken question. The tape quality added its own ghost. A faint hiss, little clicks, when the recording equipment decades ago had switched channels or picked up an electrical hiccup. Then slowly, something else seeped in. Whispers. At first, they were just a suggestion in the high end of the sound. A sibilant texture that could have been nothing more than tape noise. But as she listened, they gathered shape. Not words she could understand, not even in any language she recognized. They sounded almost like human speech played backwards, consonants and vowels tumbling over each other in a way that implied structure without granting it. She felt her shoulders tighten. It was not the whisper itself that unsettled her. People hear patterns and noise all the time. It was the way the whisper seemed to weave between the breaths and the knocks, slipping into the spaces like something polite enough not to talk over the main conversation. At one point, as the chant dipped low and the impacts receded, one syllable broke through. It arrived without warning. A single sharp sound, not quite a word, not quite a shout, distorted, but undeniably louder than anything that had come before. It cracked through the room like a dropped plate. Laura flinched, shoulders jerking, heart stuttering. Her hand flew toward the volume dial on reflex, fingers trembling slightly. If you were listening along, there in your own bed, you might feel your pulse spike too. A little burst of adrenaline trickling through your chest and down your arms. That is all right. You can let your jaw unclench. Feel your teeth part a little. Let your tongue rest easy against the roof of your mouth. The tape did not repeat the outburst. It subsided quickly, folding back into the lower hum, the slower breath. The narrator in your head, if you let one sit with you, might murmur, "Just breathe, in and out." The sound startled you. It did not harm you. Let your shoulders drop again. Feel the mattress under you, the weight of the blanket over you, the familiar shape of your own room. Laura sat very still, listening to her heartbeat in her ears for a few seconds. Gradually, the racing eased. The fear did not vanish exactly. It changed texture. It became less like panic and more like standing at the edge of a deep pool, knowing it is cold, but knowing also that it is not going to rise up and swallow you on its own. As the tape played on, her emotional response shifted in a way she had not expected. Alongside the unease, a strange compassion welled up. compassion for the humans who had first heard these sounds alone, strapped into metal cans 500,000 miles from home, with nothing but thin walls and thinner procedures between them and whatever was humming through the stone under their feet. And, to her surprise, a faint, confused compassion for whatever had made the sounds at all. If this was an immune system reacting, as Mercer had suggested, then it was not a villain. It was not a lurking monster with teeth and motives. It was something reacting to intrusion, perhaps as bewildered by them as they were by it. The knocks, the breaths, the odd falling intervals. They could be anger, yes. They could also be curiosity, or simply the way something very large sighed when pestered by little animals on its skin. The recording shifted again. For a few seconds, there was the rattling echo of a seismograph event, the sharp onset of impact, the long, decaying ring. Then Mercer's own younger voice spoke, calm and clinical, explaining timing, frequencies, his tone so composed that if you did not know him, you might miss the strain beneath. Snippets of interviews followed, the rustle of someone shifting in a chair, a man's voice describing a dream of walking beside his own footsteps, a woman mentioning, haltingly, the feeling of a ceiling sliding away. Each clip was short, no names given, no dates, just fragments of testimony stitched into the fabric of hum and knock and breath. Time blurred. The tape's hiss rose and fell as sections spliced in and out. Now and then, there was a tiny mechanical click, the sound of a pause button being hit years ago, then released. Laura lost track of how long she had been listening. The room around her dimmed, the square of moonlight on the floor shifting slightly as the night slipped by. Eventually, the content began to thin. The impacts grew less frequent. The whispering fell away, dissolving back into the general hiss. The deep, slow breath dwindled to a faint suggestion, then to nothing. For a brief moment, there was only the bare hum of the tape itself passing over the heads. She was about to reach out, thinking it had run to the leader, when another voice arrived. It was not layered with anything else. No background noise beyond the faint buzz of an old room. Just a single, older voice, speaking close to the microphone. "If you hear this," Elias Mercer said quietly, "and you still go gently." The words were soft, but the tape had captured the small imperfections age had brought to his speech. The slight rasp, the careful enunciation of someone whose breath sometimes ran short, then a tiny click, as if a stop button had been pressed. Silence. Laura sat there for a long moment, hand hovering over the cassette player, listening to the sound of her own lungs working. The phrase felt like a blessing and a warning, both, recorded over some older segment, tacked on at the end of a life spent listening. She imagined him in his house by the sea, bent over this same tape, leaning close to the little microphone to add that line. No grand speech, no litany of instructions, just that, go gently. The moonlight on the floor had shifted further toward the wall now, its edges softer. Outside, a car passed, tires whispering over wet asphalt. Somewhere down the hall, a neighbor's door opened and closed. She reached out and pressed stop. The cassette gave its small, faithful click. In the quiet that followed, the sounds from the tape seemed to linger a little. Not as ghosts, not as anything supernatural, but as impressions in the air, like the afterimage you see behind your eyelids when you stare at a bright light and then look away. If you were lying in your own bed, listening alongside her in your mind, this might be the moment you notice how your own heart has settled, how the room around you feels both larger and safer. The story has walked you close to an edge and then back. The fear is still there, but it has hands now. Human hands, trembling over stop buttons and scribbling in notebooks, reaching out to leave small messages for whoever comes next. Laura lay back against her pillow, eyes on the ceiling. She thought of rockets and craters and whispers and static. She thought of an old man staring at a restless sea. She thought of a place in the sky that was not evil, not kind, simply awake in a way no one had taught them how to name. It took a long time for sleep to come. When it did, it came not as a sharp drop into darkness, but as a slow fade, like volume being turned down on a recording. The faint hum of the city, the memory of distant impacts, the echo of a tired voice saying, "Go gently," all slipping away into a quieter, deeper rhythm that had been there all along, inside her own chest. Perhaps by now, the room around you has grown a little quieter. There is a bed with its own familiar shape, the sheets that remember the way you turn at night, a pillow that is flattened in the places your head returns to again and again. Somewhere near, there might be a soft lamp, its light turned low, warming the corner of a wall. Maybe there is a glass of water on the bedside table, a small insurance against dry throats and restless thoughts. Perhaps there is a pet curled up at the foot of the bed or in a chair nearby, breathing in their own gentle rhythm, completely at peace with a universe they do not need to understand. Outside, through a gap in the curtains, a little slice of sky waits. Maybe you do not see the whole moon, only a pale edge of it, a curve peeking between buildings or trees. Perhaps clouds drift by and cover it, then move on again. It is there nonetheless, holding its place in the dark. The same old face that has watched over oceans, forests, cities, wars, quiet houses like yours, and people who lie awake staring at the ceiling and wondering about impossible things. You have just walked, in your mind, through the lives of people who tried to touch that distant, patient world. A psychologist in headphones, listening to patterns in static and in dreams. Astronauts who carried equipment across a silent plane and came home with invisible scars in their sleep. Two secret travelers on a mission that never officially existed, standing in front of a broken ship in gray dust. A seismologist tracing the long, slow ringing of stone and feeling in her bones, that the data was saying more than reports allowed. A journalist sitting in a dark bedroom very much like yours, holding a small cassette in her hand and pressing play because an old man asked her to. They were all, in their different ways, doing the same thing you are doing now. Lying under a sky that feels too large, asking questions that do not have easy answers, and trying to find a shape that lets the mind rest without pretending the mystery is gone. There is a kind of quiet solidarity in that. The people whose stories you have just heard were not symbols or myths. They were human beings who worried about families, about careers, about how their words would be taken. They grew tired. They made coffee late at night. They double-checked door locks and forgot where they put their keys. They carried calendars full of appointments and secret, private thoughts that did not fit neatly into any official report. The strange things they encountered did not cancel out the ordinary weight of their lives. The moon did not make their small joys any less real, or their smaller sorrows any less sharp. It simply added a layer of strangeness wrapped around everything else. The same is true for you. The worries that drift through your mind as you settle into your bed. work that waits for you in the morning, messages unanswered, family tensions, regrets you carry like quiet stones in a pocket. Those are real things. They matter. They may not set seismographs humming on another world, but they resonate in your nervous system, in your chest, in the muscles at the back of your neck. The fact that the universe is vast and dark and full of unanswered questions does not make your life trivial. It only means that your life is one small, warm room of meaning in a house that is extremely large. What does it mean to share a sky with something you do not understand? Perhaps it means accepting that some questions can be held rather than solved. That you can know there are places above and below that are older and stranger than you, and still allow yourself to care about tomorrow's breakfast, or a friend's message, or the way the light will look on the wall when the sun comes up. It might mean walking gently in your own life, knowing that you are one of many small minds, moving over a world that is already full of unseen processes and slow, careful rhythms. What does it mean to walk gently, not only on other worlds, but across the people and places of your own life? Maybe it is this: to move through your days as if every hallway were a narrow module lit with a cool glow, sacred in its own way. To remember that other people carry their own strange dreams, their own invisible footprints walking beside them. To notice when you are leaving marks in words or in silence, and to choose when you can to leave softer ones. To treat your own mind with the same care you would offer a frightened astronaut in a small room, confessing that the sky feels wrong when he looks at it. Outside your window, the moon hangs in whatever phase the night has chosen. It is older than every story you know, older than every human sorrow, older than every argument you had this year, and every joy you have not yet met. Deep beneath its surface, there may be long, slow processes continuing, rocks shifting, voids humming, echoes of old impacts still doing their quiet work. Whether or not there is anything there that could be called a presence, the moon remains what it has always been, a patient reflector of light, returning to your world a softer version of the sun's harsh brightness. Up there, somewhere, are the places where people once walked and left crisp tracks. Somewhere, the broken shells of metal still sit in shallow craters, edges torn, dust slowly gathering. Somewhere, seismometers may still lie buried and silent, their wires long dead, like old ears pressed forever to stone. Down here, in your room, there is only the sound of your own breath. You might notice now how it moves, in and out, slowly. The way your chest rises and falls. The way the mattress supports your weight without asking anything in return. You might feel the warmth between your body and the sheets, the slight coolness of the air on the skin of your face. Your eyes may grow heavier as you read or listen. Each blinks, staying closed a little longer. The final soft twist of this story is not a jump, but an idea. Imagine, just for a moment, that the moon, in whatever way it exists beyond rock and dust, does not only host whatever strange processes or entities might live there. Imagine that it also holds the echoes of every gaze that has ever lifted up toward it. Every childhood look through a bedroom window. Every sailor's glance at a path of light across water. Every tired worker stepping outside at night, rubbing their eyes, seeing that pale circle and feeling both smaller and steadier. Imagine that in some unfathomable way, your awe, your fear, your private hopes have already left their own kind of footprints there, even if your boots never touch its dust. Not footprints of pressure, but of attention, of wonder. You do not need to believe that to let it comfort you a little. You only need to allow the thought to sit beside you, like a quiet companion on the edge of the bed. Whoever or whatever walks in that old gray light is very far away tonight, and you are here, held by familiar walls, familiar air, and the simple, quiet rhythm of your own breathing. Let the story stay awake for you now while you rest.